In December 1921, the theses on the United Front were finally agreed upon, and in the Fourth Congress, held in November 1922, they were amplified by a careful consideration of how far entry of a communist party into a workers' government could be contemplated. It was decided that a liberal labor government such as was likely to be formed in Britain in the near future, the MacDonald government came in 1924, was a capitalist government. A social democratic government such as the German Ebert government was the same. Communists could under no circumstances take part in these governments but should ruthlessly expose them. Under certain conditions, however, communists, for the sake of proving to the workers the futility of such governments, might support them. There might, however, be a workers' and peasants' government in such countries as the Balkans or Czechoslovakia, or a workers' government determined to struggle against capitalism. Communists might enter such a government, but only for the purpose of carrying the struggle further. For such governments did not constitute the dictatorship of the proletariat. They might serve, however, as a starting point for the completion of the dictatorship, though this would depend on the results of struggle. The theses met with opposition. Certain parties, like the French, were hostile to operating them. But after the March Congress of 1921, a large majority of the German party set itself with a will to win the majority of the German proletariat by the new tactic. As was inevitable, some sections of the leadership went so far in their rapprochement towards the Social Democrats that there was violent opposition within the party, and in Berlin, Hamburg, and the Ruhr Basin a minority opposition of the left arose under the leadership of Ruth Fischer and Maslow. Brandler was the dominating figure of the right, and at the Leipzig Congress in January he was made chairman of the party. In this January, national and international events with startling suddenness put a revolution in Germany on the order of the day. The Ruhr crisis. The social democratic leaders, useful only so long as they had some mass support, were by now merely encumbrances to the capitalists. By January 1923, they were thrown out of the coalition government, and Kuno, managing director of the Hamburg American Steamship Line, became the head of a purely capitalist government. He had to put a stop to the inflation by which the middle classes and the masses were being steadily ruined, and to mitigate the intolerable burden of debt to the Allies which lay on the German workers. On the German workers, for if Germany paid she had to export. This meant selling goods at cheaper prices than the goods of other countries, and the profits of German capitalists could be made only at the cost of less wages and longer hours. Yet Germany could not pay in French capitalism, hoping to break up the German state altogether, established Germany's default, and sent an army into the Ruhr in January 1923. Clara Zetkin, in a speech of welcome at the Leipzig conference, pointed out the possible consequences of the Ruhr invasion. But neither the party nor the International took any decisive attitude nor put forward any decisive resolution on the possibilities of revolution created by this unprecedented situation. It was the first of a series of colossal blunders. The invasion necessarily threw a heavy strain on the economic and political system of Germany, but the German capitalists, month after month, showed exactly what the word patriotism means in such mouths. They decided on passive resistance to the attempts of the French to collect coal by force. But nothing, not even the love of the dear country on behalf of which they had helped to devastate the world for 4 years, ever stands in the way of profits. Says Arthur Rosenberg, the so-called passive resistance of Germany in the year 1923 is a fable. While the German workers were at first willing to make any sacrifice, the German industrialists, on the specious plea that coal was needed for the inhabitants and for industries, carried on as much production as they could, thus breaking the back of the national resistance. They negotiated with French heavy industry for combining French and German capitalism against labor. The state had advanced these industrialists money with which to buy securities for the purchase of cheap coal. They accumulated large stocks of raw material and then manipulated the most terrible inflation in history so as to pay back what they had borrowed in worthless currency. The mark at par was 20 to 40 to the pound. In January 1923, it was 33,500. By June 1923, it was 344,500. Prices soared. In inflation, wages will follow, but usually at a rate so far behind the rise in prices that the working class, as always, suffers. But in this crisis, the German bourgeoisie set itself to keep wages as low as possible. The government officials were given increases, But wherever government officials sat with workers and employers to regulate wages, the government representatives sided with the employer to put as much of the national burden as possible upon the workers. The industrialists, the great landowners, made fabulous profits. With costs what they were, German capitalists were able to sell abroad and undercut the foreign competitors. The savings of the middle classes vanished, and the working class was reduced to a depth of deprivation and misery beyond anything they had suffered during the war. The workers in the Ruhr district took matters into their own hands with mass strikes, organized a militia, disarmed the fascist bands, fixed prices in the local markets, punished profiteers, and in fact exercised political power in large areas. Capitalism will always forget national rivalries in the face of danger to capitalist property, and Dr. Lutterbeck, the representative of the German government, asked General de Gaulle for French help to crush the rising in the Ruhr. The fatherland lie, for which the German working class had sacrificed itself in the war, was once more exposed. Yet the majority of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Germany, and Stalin, Zinoviev and Kamenev in Moscow were blind to what was happening around them. The Troika was immersed in their campaign against Trotsky. Brandler and the majority of the Central Committee were busy working for the United Front under the slogan of a workers' government. On June 12, the enlarged executive of the Communist International opened in Moscow and held sessions until June 24. Preparations for the coming German Revolution had no place on the agenda. Instead, the chief discussion was about the workers' government which was to be formed by the United Front of Social Democrats and Communists. Zinoviev, always opportunist, said that it was a pseudonym for the dictatorship of the proletariat, and was severely attacked for it because Brandler and the others knew quite well that it was nothing of the kind. In those days, Lenin's tradition was still strong enough to prevent any such deception of the masses, though it could not prevent confusion among the advanced workers. By July 30th, the mark was 5 million to the pound, and the German proletariat, 15 millions in the towns, 7 millions in the country, had turned towards the Communist Party. The German Communist Party called for a demonstration on July 29th, Anti-Fascist Day. Kuno prohibited the demonstration. The left wing of the Communist Party demanded the conquest of the streets. Brandler and his majority called the demonstration off, a criminal mistake as the whole of Germany was able to see before a fortnight. On July 29th, 250,000 workers assembled at the meetings of the Communist Party in Berlin, expecting the party to act. The Communist Party did nothing. Kuno declared a state of siege. The workers refused to obey. They seized motor trucks and drove out into the country to the peasants to get supplies of food which was running short. The Communist Party seemed paralyzed. Moscow gave no lead. Then, in the second week of August, the mass movement boiled over and a general strike brought down the Kuno government. Had the Communist Party challenged the government on Anti-Fascist Day, a fortnight before, they could not have failed, and whatever its ultimate fate, the German Revolution would have begun. From July 30th to August 31st, the mark went from 5 million to the pound to 47 million. Not since 1918 had there been such a revolutionary situation in any European country, and it is not likely that there will be one so favorable, at least in peacetime, for many years to come. For in addition to the hunger and the revolutionary indignation of the masses, the middle classes, deprived of every halfpenny and reduced to destitution, with the treachery and dishonesty of the capitalists clear to all, had no reason to support, far less fight for the existing regime. There was the Reichswehr, but an army is composed more of men than of officers. No profound upheaval such as was imminent in Germany of 1923 could fail to have its effect on the army, and the idea that an army of 100,000 men could hold down a mass uprising of millions, in an industrial country like Germany where the workers control the life of the community, is a bogey with which to frighten children. What army could hold down the millions of workers in the hundreds of German towns? How could the Reichswehr distribute itself in the face of a general strike of railwaymen? What could 50,000 men do in Berlin if 500,000 workers came into the streets? When the masses in an industrial country move under the leadership of a resolute party, they will be invincible. Catalonia is visible proof, and there was no party there in any way comparable to the German party of 1923. The Republican police were sympathetic. The German workers were trained to the use of arms. But, outweighing all these things and yet giving them their true significance for an insurrection, was the fact that the German Communist Party had the majority of the German proletariat behind it even before it took decisive action. The revolutionary situation of 1923. The evidence for this is overwhelming. Rosenberg quotes one of the rare elections held during this period, at Strelitz, where in 1920 the Social Democrats had received 25,000 votes and the Independents 2,000. In July 1913, the Social Democrats polled 12,000 votes and the Communist Party 11,000. He notes also that voting at the Berlin Metal Workers Union in July gave 54,000 votes to the Communists and 22,000 to the Social Democrats. The Social Democratic Party was falling to pieces. On July 29, a conference of left-wing deputies demanded an end of coalition with the bourgeoisie and cooperation with the Communist Party. Evidence of the mass pressure from the Social Democratic workers. The state printing workers in Berlin demanded the formation of a new editorial staff for Vorwärts, the Social Democratic paper, and a socialist government to seize property values and dissolve the Reichswehr. But there is no need to draw deductions. Brandler, who, under orders from Moscow, led the retreat and had every reason not to exaggerate the forces at his disposal, stated at the meeting of the ECCI held to discuss the German events. There were signs of a rising revolutionary movement. We had temporarily the majority of the workers behind us, and in the situation believed that under favorable circumstances we could proceed immediately to the attack, an estimate which was endorsed by every member of the German party present. But the leadership of the Communist Party of Germany was as helpless after the Kuno strike as before it. Brandler, faithful to his misunderstanding of the United Front, could not see that when at last social democratic workers turn to a communist party it is for action, and negotiations then with social democratic leaders, however left, will gain nothing and may lose everything. He continued with his agitation for a workers' government, a dangerous slogan always, and now trebly so since Zinovьev's mischievous pronouncement a few weeks before. And now, to add to the weakness and vacillation, and destroy completely whatever chances the German Communist Party might have had to brace itself and rise to the level of events, Stalin in Moscow, the same man in 1913 as in 1917, set himself to hold the German proletariat back. Stalin says no. The Executive Committee of the International had remained quite unmoved by events in Germany, and it was the Kuno strike which brought the heads of the German Communist Party and the Comintern out of the sand. We have an account of this period by one of them. In June, says Kusanen, the situation in Germany was still such that no person of any common sense could have thought of regarding the organization of armed insurrection as the next task. At the beginning of August, an abrupt change took place in Germany. The general situation became revolutionary. Of this we have proof in the mighty mass movement leading to the overthrow of the Kuno government. As if a general situation can just become revolutionary in a few days. And then again, in typically contradictory Stalinist fashion, he places all the blame on the local leadership. Had the German CP foreseen this movement, it should have entered courageously into the struggle in July and have taken over the initiative and leadership of the movement. But after the fall of the Kuno government, the Executive Committee belatedly bestirred itself. Zinoviev, with all his timidity and weakness of character, was a revolutionary, trained in the school of Lenin, and in 3 days he had his first draft on the immediate tasks in Germany prepared. The crisis is approaching. Enormous interests are at stake. The moment is coming nearer and nearer in which we shall need courage, courage, and again courage. The leadership of the German party was weak, but there were to be 4 months before them. There were still possibilities of an attempt at struggle. But here entered Stalin, with his characteristic policy of 1917, an organic distrust in the proletarian revolution, a distrust which was to make him before long the supreme representative of the workers' bureaucracy with its bureaucratic determination never to risk its own position in defense or support of any proletarian revolution. In this month of August, where Lenin, as in 1905 and 1917, would have been calling for the party to organize the revolution, Stalin wrote a letter to Zinoviev and Bukharin. Should the communists, at a given stage, strive to seize power without the Social Democrats, are they mature enough for that? That, in my opinion, is the question. When we seized power, we had in Russia such reserves as A. Peace, B. The land to the peasants, C. The support of the great majority of the working class, D. The sympathy of the peasantry. The German communists at this moment have nothing of the sort. Of course, they have the Soviet nation as their neighbor, which we did not have, But what can we offer them at the present moment? If today in Germany the power, so to speak, falls and the communists seize hold of it, they will fall with a crash. That in the best case. And at the worst, they will be smashed to pieces and thrown back. The whole thing is not that Brandler wants to educate the masses, but that the bourgeoisie plus the right social democrats will surely transform the lessons, the demonstration, into a general battle. At this moment all the chances are on their side, and exterminate them. Of course, the fascists are not asleep, but it is to our interest that they attack first. That will rally the whole working class around the communists. Germany is not Bulgaria. Besides, according to all information, the fascists are weak in Germany. In my opinion, the Germans must be curbed and not spurred on. That is the voice of Citroën, Otto Bauer, and Léon Blum, and that is the real Stalin. If today in Germany the power, so to speak, falls and the communists seize hold of it, they will fall with a crash. That in the best case. 1917, 1923, 1925 to 1927 in China, 1930 to 1933 in Germany, we have always that distrust of the revolutionary proletariat which makes Stalin the banner-bearer of National Socialism. As an old Bolshevik, the masses and the party thought him to be a disciple of Lenin. The bureaucracy rallied round this super-bureaucrat early. It is thus that the German Revolution was sidetracked. Stalin, master of the apparatus, imposed his view, and after that one thing only was certain, that the German Revolution would never be led to victory by the Communist International. With the collapse of the Kuno government, German capitalism faced disaster. Once more nothing could have saved it but the social democracy, and these sycophants who can never lead anything except expeditions against colonials and their own followers, rushed to the rescue. Stresemann, the capitalist, formed a coalition government, putting the Social Democrats in the most dangerous positions, home affairs and justice, where they would be responsible for the shooting down of revolting workers, and finance, where they would be responsible for any further fluctuations of the mark. The new government was to stabilize the mark and tax the rich. But between August and October the inflation continued, with increasing misery, destitution, and the exasperation of the population. The German proletariat waited for the Third International, and the Third International waited for the German proletariat. The pressure of events had had its effect even on the social democratic leadership, driving some of them far to the left. First in Thuringia in March, and then in Saxony in September, the left Social Democrats had formed social democratic governments dependent on communist support. Stresemann in Berlin wanted to strike at them, but they were legally elected governments, and fearing the workers he dared not make any move. But a revolutionary situation does not stand still. If the left do not act, the right will. The weeks passed, the Revolutionary Party did nothing, and reaction, gaining courage, took the offensive. In Bavaria, the counter-revolutionaries, hostile to social democracy, declared a right-wing dictatorship. Stresemann in Berlin, ostensibly acting against them, gave full power to the Reichswehr to restore the authority of the central government and place Germany under martial law. At once, the capitalists challenged Hilferding with his stable mark and taxation of the rich. To this, they added a demand for the abolition of the 8-hour day. Hilferding was thrown out, and the Stresemann government assumed dictatorial powers over economic affairs. The revolution, says Marx, needs sometimes the whip of the counter-revolution. Here was a heaven-sent opportunity for the Communist Party. The preparation for revolution could be made under the legitimate slogan of the defense of the legal rights of the workers. Trotsky, in Moscow, was already out of the secret councils of the leaders, and Stalin's part in checking the revolution became known only later when Zinoviev and Kamenev broke with him and exposed the origins of the struggle against Trotskyism. But the incompetence of the German Communist Party for its tasks could be seen by any trained revolutionary. In September, Trotsky warned the Central Committee of the German parties, fatalism, sleepyheadness, etc. He was ridiculed. Claiming that the German revolutionary situation was now fully mature, he asked that a date should be fixed provisionally, subject to sudden changes in the general situation, some 8 or 10 weeks ahead, and that the party should concentrate all its energies on organizing the masses for the revolution. The Stalin-ridden International turned the proposal down. The November mood was over the German people. Ramelli has related how the masses remained in the streets the whole night, how they confiscated luxurious automobiles, and what the temper of the women was. comrades, this, for us, was far more important than the volumes of the theses we wrote. We must have this mass sense. The picture that Ramelli described, that Koenig has given and Thalmann has often drawn, that was the most important thing in Germany. On October 25th, it was not in Leipzig, but it was in Germany. Were you the megaphone of this mood? The masses were acting spontaneously, but members of the Central Committee, like Heckert, were not acting spontaneously. If he is a leader, he must be able to sense what is in the masses. Thus, after the defeat, Zinoviev apostrophized Brandler and Heckert. But Brandler, right-winger as he was an honest revolutionary. Seeing that the revolution was at hand, he went to Moscow in September asking for instructions and assistance. For days he went from office to office, but the leaders of the world revolution evaded him and he could not get an interview. At last, at the very end of September, he had a meeting at which Stalin and Zinoviev were present. They gave him the extraordinary instruction to enter the social democratic government in Saxony and form a workers' government. Brandler refused. He knew that to do that would be the death of the revolution. They told him that the entry was for the purpose of arming the proletariat and so preparing for the insurrection. He replied that if this was the aim, before the entry there should be intensive preparation both in Saxony and the rest of Germany. Without that, the entry into a social democratic government would be a sign of a retreat and not of preparation for revolution. Stalin insisted on immediate entry, and under the Bolshevik tradition of discipline which Stalin knew so well how to abuse, Brandler gave way, making, as he has since confessed, the greatest mistake of his life. But Stalin, as always working secretly, was taking no chances. Against Brandler's wishes, Zinoviev, as president of the executive committee, sent a telegram to the communist headquarters in Saxony ordering them to enter the government at once. To ensure that Brandler would not take any individual action, he himself was instructed to enter the government also. Every avenue of escape was blocked. At the investigation meeting in January, Zinoviev, reading this notorious telegram, read that entry was to be made only on condition that Zeiner and the Social Democratic ministers were prepared to arm 50 to 60,000 men. But it is doubtful if this condition was sent in the telegram. For when Zinoviev read this passage, Peake said that the party was not informed of this condition, and Peake was a member of the Central Committee. Brandler and his colleagues entered the government. They could not arm 60, far less 60,000 men. Some days later, the arrangements with the Thuringian Social Democratic government were also completed. And all that happened afterwards was bluff. The plan of campaign of the Executive Committee was that the proletariat should rise in Saxony and thus create a barrier between the counter-revolution in the north and Bavaria in the south. At the same time, the party was to carry out a national mobilization of the masses. But between October 8th and October 21st, there was not only no arming of the proletariat, there was no national mobilization, there was no widespread preparation for insurrection. The arming of the proletariat for a revolution, the technical preparation, is by far the most insignificant part of insurrection. Given the temper of the masses, the correct political preparation, and the decisive leadership, the actual arming will never be an insuperable nor even a grave difficulty. But of this political preparation there was none. Instead, in every communist center a few hundred comrades had been armed and were waiting a signal which was to be given according to the result of a conference at Chemnitz. This was conspiracy, not revolution. Rosenberg, who was a member of the German Communist Party and later on the executive, suggests that the strategy behind the communist leadership was that if a revolution broke out they would lead it, but if it didn't they would seek to stave off reaction by means of coalition with the left Social Democrats. It is a characteristic Stalinist maneuver, and every movement of the Communist Party during the weeks which succeeded Stalin's letter bears out its truth. On October 21st, the conference at Chemnitz took place. Brandler, whose cabinet activities during the previous fortnight we have noted, proposed a general strike and armed insurrection. The Social Democratic members of the cabinet refused, whereupon Brandler called off the revolution. Through a misunderstanding, and as if to give adequate proof of how miserably the German Communist Party had conducted its agitation, Thalmann began in Hamburg. The episode conforms Rosenberg. That revolutionary city, Hitler fears a visit to it even today, was seething. On October 21st, a trade union conference of all the shipyard workers had demanded a general strike in order to prevent the Reichswehr units near Hamburg being sent to crush the Saxon government. The Communist Party in Hamburg restrained them. Yet 2 days later, at 5 in the morning, 300 communists attacked 20 police stations and began the German Revolution. No more than 300 fighters when the membership of the Communist Party alone in Hamburg was 2,000. Misguided as they were, these few score fought with astonishing bravery. By 5:30, they had captured nearly all the police stations they had attacked and had possessed themselves of precious arms and ammunition. But the rising petered out and left the situation worse than before. Immediately after the Hamburg fiasco, Radek arrived in Saxony from Moscow at the head of a Russian delegation, and found the same situation there as had been made so plain in Hamburg. Insurrection under those circumstances was madness. The party had missed its opportunity and must recognize its defeat. What was to be feared now was the panic of the masses and their flight from the Communist Party. To make the party once more the rallying center of the masses, so as to be able to resume the fight at a later stage, Radek counseled partial struggles, demonstrations, political strikes, etc. But the spirit of the party was broken. For 3 months they had let the grass grow under their feet. The rank and file knew that had the party prepared for concentrated action and taken it, the masses would have followed them. Even while the comedy in the Saxon parliament was being played out, the Social Democratic Party was falling apart in Berlin. A motion in favor of coalition with the bourgeoisie found so little support that it could not be put to the conference. The proposal to dismiss the staff of Vorwärts was carried by 219 votes to 215. This and similar decisions were deferred to the next meeting and again carried, and delegates are always to the right of the rank and file. The correspondent of The Observer estimated that of the rank and file 80% were no longer following the old social democratic leaders. The United Front tactic and the objective situation had prepared the ground. Action only was needed, and after August action could have been undertaken after 8 or 10 weeks of ardent preparation in the mass organizations of the workers. But Stalin did not want himself and his bureaucracy to be disturbed by any German revolution and had seen to it that there should be no such action. Radek tried to organize demonstrations, but from Berlin, where were concentrated the foremost battalions of the German working-class movement, came the news that the bitterness and disappointment of the party members were so great that the party could not rally the masses, not even to a demonstration. And once more, as the impotence of the left became plain, the counter-revolution took the offensive. Stresemann destroyed the social democratic governments of Saxony and Thuringia without a hand being raised in their defense. Hitler tried his first coup in Bavaria and failed, but the right wing in Bavaria remained in power, and Hitler and Ludendorff escaped almost scot-free. The terror, however, was loosed on the German workers. The Communist Party was made illegal. 9,000 workers were put on trial. Prison suicides and shot while trying to escape multiplied. And after the political defeat came the cutting of wages and the loss of the 8-hour day, one of the few conquests of the 1918 revolution. The German workers had turned from the Second International to the Third and had gained nothing from it. Not even the satisfaction and the experience of a struggle. That part of the lesson many of them were to remember. But though it was clear to some few observers at the time, the German workers did not know. It is only today the workers of Europe are beginning to see that the Russian bureaucracy under Stalin has wanted only to be left in peace, and will risk every working-class movement in Europe going down to defeat rather than face the complications of a proletarian revolution. The significance of 1923. The failure of the German Revolution clinched the victory of Stalin in Russia. It strengthened the development of the bureaucracy towards the nationalism to be proclaimed a year later in Stalin's monstrous theory. The world revolution does not come on a plate. It has to be fought for, but the consequences of failure are almost automatic. It is impossible to minimize the importance of the German defeat. Today, Trotskyists and Stalinists, all except Brandler and his followers, agree that the finest of post-war revolutionary situations was missed in 1923. The roots of the failure were in Moscow, not in Berlin, and in Moscow in more senses than one. We have been careful to point out Lenin's role in October 1917, and the role he would have played in Moscow had he been vigorous in October 1923. Trotsky has made a valuable admission in his recent book, La Révolution trahie, where he states that if Lenin had lived, the advance of the bureaucracy would have been slower, at least in the early years. The significance of this for us is of far more importance outside of Russia than in. If Brandler had met in Moscow not Stalin, the advance guard of revisionism, but revolutionary socialism incarnate in Lenin, there would have been a revolution in Germany in 1923. A defeat might have been the result. But a defeat in 1923 would have been the surest preparation for the new upsurge a decade or so later. The inaction of 1923 hung heavily over pre-Hitlerite Germany. There are accidents in history. Cleopatra's nose might have been shorter, and a stray bullet might have killed General Bonaparte. The broad outlines of history would have remained unchanged. But we who live today in a period where a revolutionary defeat or victory affects in the most literal sense the lives of half the world's inhabitants, cannot afford to be too philosophical about the reasons which made for success or failure. Leninism is the only solution to the problems of the modern world. It might have saved us another world war on the scale of the one which approaches. But there was too much need of Lenin in both the planning and the execution of Leninism. There is another aspect closely linked to the first. Neither Danton, Marat nor Robespierre were as individuals essential to the success of the French Revolution. The Jacobin Club was an unconscious growth. Cromwell did not ever seem to know where exactly he was going but dealt with the circumstances as they came. The moment we reach the Bolshevik Party and the Communist International, however, we have organizations, based on historical science, created and trained for the purpose of entering and consciously influencing the objective processes of history. At first sight, the role of individual genius should be lessened. Instead, in the only success such organizations can boast, it assumes an almost terrifying importance. And it is not difficult to see why, especially after a close study of 1917 to 1936. Bolshevism is a double-edged weapon. The very emphasis on party and leadership throws an enormous responsibility on party and leadership. But the reading of history and the passing of resolutions is one thing. The capacity to build, to advance, to retreat, to seize the correct moment, to translate theory into practice, not only to see a correct line of action, but to be able to persuade colleagues to act on it with the necessary speed and cohesion, these things require at the center men of unusual stature. Respect for a theory, valuable as it is, can be a dead weight, which when backed by the force of an organization can ruin a revolutionary situation. Lenin's democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry, as interpreted by Stalin and the old Bolsheviks, nearly prevented October. The Petrograd workers knew better. Over and over again we shall see this instinctive superiority during revolution of the advanced workers to the learned blindness and conservatism of the organization. Men who can use theory and organization and not be used by them are rare. Bolshevism is a two-edged weapon in another sense, the emphasis on the centralism of the international. Brandler running around in Moscow asking what to do is a pitiable and warning figure. No revolution can ever be led to victory by such leaders. Under Stalin, as far back as 1923, this subservience was a trap. But even under Lenin, it was a danger. The successful leadership of a revolutionary party, collective or individual, is a work of creative genius. The long succession of failures should teach us that. Centralism can assist and guide, it cannot create that leadership. But it can, by the mere weight of the organization, stunt and kill it. We shall see how the dependence on the center created a body of leaders who looked always to Moscow and were incapable of independent appraisal and action. The revolutionary movement, in a period of unceasing revolution, has thrown up no great figures. Lenin and Trotsky, Liebknecht and Luxemburg all developed in another period. The heavy hand of Stalin, the need for bureaucratic control in Russia, had its full influence on the international. But the seeds of the trouble were always there. Lenin saw it, warned ceaselessly against it. Even to Trotsky, his destined successor, he administered an admonition in his testament as being far too much attracted to the purely administrative side of affairs, that is to say, control from above, leading consciously or unconsciously to the suppressing of individual initiative. Democratic centralism demands at the center men not only of exceptional ability but breadth of vision, far-reaching wisdom and immense patience. Here again Leninism depended too much on Lenin. Small pillars cannot sustain the vast structure of the world revolution. We must bear these things in mind as essential to a just understanding of Lenin's basic conceptions. If we do not, we leave the door open to those who consider the successive failures as evidence of the utopian wish fulfillment of Leninism and point to Stalinist Russia as an inevitable development of history. Such fatalism has no place in Marxism, nor is a just recognition of the role of gifted individuals in the historical process as exemplified by recent history a concession to defeatism. To all except the busybodies who spend their off hours running round and round in the revolutionary movement, it should mean an increased consciousness of responsibility, the necessity for training and selflessness to measure up to the demands. The disintegration of capitalism has brought and will continue to bring the masses thus far. But the decisive action, and it is the decisive action which matters, rests and will always rest with a few men who see the historical process as a whole, have the organizing skill and determination to solidify the growing dissatisfaction of the masses into a party, and at the given moment consciously make history as history was made in 1917. The ebb mistaken for the flow. After the failure of the revolution in Germany, the first task of the International was to examine with scrupulous honesty the causes of the defeat. It is a commonplace that the 1905 defeat in Russia was, in Lenin's phrase, the dress rehearsal for 1917. Trotsky tells us that in the fateful months before October, he went ahead with the utmost confidence, reaping the fruit of 1905 and the intense study of that experience. But neither the International nor the German Communist Party ever knew the truth about 1923. Stalin and Zinoviev could not let them know it. Here again, therefore, they were driven to use their power over the organization to stifle criticism. Stalin drew liberally from his bottomless armory of slander and intrigue. The Polish section, which had its own views on the German defeat, was abused as factional. One of its members was appointed to work on a commission dealing with German events. Zinoviev did not invite him to the sittings. A meeting of the executive committee was held in Moscow in January to draw the lessons of the German defeat. There Zinoviev placed all the blame on Brandler for not being able to arm the workers when he entered the Saxon government. No attempt was made to plumb the enormous significance of the greatest defeat the International had yet sustained. But certain unmistakable revelations were made at the meeting. The report was never made public, and to ensure that Brandler should not inform the German party as a whole of what had happened, and how it had happened, a resolution was passed forbidding him and his close associate Thalheimer from returning to Germany. Thus, in the party discussion and elections that took place in Germany in 1924, the right was not represented, the causes of the defeat were never analyzed, and the left leadership, Ruth Fischer and Maslow, supporters of Zinoviev, assumed the direction of the party. These new appointments were significant, for here appeared for the first time in the International a feature which has ever since distinguished it, and has cost the international proletariat thousands of valuable lives. The Stalinist congenital incapacity to understand not only when a revolutionary situation has come but also when it has gone. The revolution was dead in Germany. It would be years before it rose again. The new orientation, therefore, was to recognize this openly, fall back on the defensive and do years of patient spadework in preparation for the new upsurge. But by an obvious compensatory requirement for his propaganda, we shall see it again and again, Stalin, now that the opportunity had passed, was vociferous in his call for the revolution. Zinoviev, his mouthpiece of these days, demanded that the German workers prepare for it. He prophesied the spring or the summer. On January 21st, the International issued a manifesto. The work of arming the workers and of technically preparing for the decisive struggle must be carried on with tenacity. On March 26, 1924, the Executive Committee of the International wrote to the German Party. The mistake in the evaluation of the tempo of events made in October 1923 caused the party great difficulties. Nevertheless, it is only an episode. The fundamental estimate remains the same as before. Trotsky and his followers, now known as the opposition, took the view that the revolutionary crisis in Europe had passed, that owing to the shameful defeat of the German proletariat, European capitalism had entered upon a period of stabilization, and that the political basis for the future tactics of the communist parties should be based on such a reading of the situation. For some months, Trotskyism, how strange this sounds today, was labeled as a deviation of the right, and the Trotskyists as liquidationists of the revolution. Trotsky refused to acquiesce in Brandler being made the scapegoat, and was immediately identified with Brandler. The Fifth Congress met in 1924, and Zinoviev and Bukharin, leaders in the attack against Trotskyism, dominated the Congress. The German Communist Party, though for some months an illegal party, had polled 3,600,000 votes in the May elections, against 6 million by the Social Democrats. It is easy to guess what their power had been in the revolutionary crisis between August and the turn-tail defeat in October. In Britain there was a Labour government, in France Ariot ruled at the head of the coalition of the left. This and other things, said Zinoviev, showed the enormous progress of the class struggle and the imminence of final victory. Radek, who was the chief spokesman for the opposition, was abused as a defeatist and reformist, and the executive committee finally passed a resolution which stated that by its brilliant victories in the recent elections, the CP of Germany had shown that its revolutionary force is greater than ever before. The electoral victories in France and Czechoslovakia similarly showed the decisive growth of the influence of communism on the masses. For nearly a year, communist parties all over the world, working on this directive, compromised themselves before the workers, and by their adventurism and needless violence weakened themselves and strengthened the growth of the social democracy. The most tragic expression of this exaggeration came in Estonia, where at 5:15 a.m. on December 1, 1924, 227 communists started a revolution, and by 9 o'clock were completely defeated, doing untold harm to their own party and the idea of proletarian revolution all over the world. Trotsky took little part in the Fifth Congress, but though his views were repudiated, his personal prestige was still strong inside and outside Russia, and he was elected a member of the executive committee. It was, though not in all respects, the last real Congress of the International. No other met for 4 years, and by that time, with the growth of bureaucratic power in Russia and the corrupting personal influence of Stalin, Lenin's centralism became merely a cloak for bureaucratic tyranny backed by the power of the purse and the prestige of the first socialist state. The most powerful weapon of the Stalinist International became slander. That could not defeat the bourgeoisie, but it could help to destroy anyone who refused to submit to the bureaucracy. The change had begun, as so many things in Russia, from the moment Lenin fell ill, and those three whom he feared took the opportunity of consolidating their power. This is a very simple thing to prove. At that very secret session of the executive which obscured the important question it was designed to clarify, the Polish delegation presented a long protest against the corrupting influence of Stalin's methods in the International. It was not only the German defeat itself, but the abuse and discrediting of all who disagreed with the pronouncements of Stalin's henchmen. The second point, which is of more international significance, but which is directly bound up with the fate of the German party, is the danger arising out of the crisis to the authority both of the Communist International and of the German Communist Party. Since the time that Lenin, the greatest and most authoritative leader of the world revolutionary proletariat, ceased to take part in the leadership of the Communist International, and since the time that the authority of Trotsky, one of the recognized leaders of the world proletariat, was placed in doubt by the Russian Central Committee, the danger has arisen that the authority of the leadership of the Communist International may be destroyed. It is therefore our common duty not only to devote all our energies to maintaining the authority of the Executive Committee and of its Presidium, but also to avoid every step that may make this task difficult. Under these circumstances, we regard the charge of opportunism leveled against Radek, a leader who has performed great services for the Communist International, not only as unjustified, but also as in the highest degree harmful to the authority of all the leaders of the Communist International. We can see no ground for such a charge. For however important the question is as to who was victorious in Germany in October, it is clear that no side was guilty of drawing opportunist tactical conclusions. The differences of opinion that have arisen on the German question between some of the best-known leaders of the Communist International are such as are inevitable in a live revolutionary party, particularly when the party is in so difficult a situation. Such differences of opinion have arisen in the past within the leadership of the Executive Committee without giving rise to mutual accusations of opportunism. We refuse to see in this the seed of tendencies foreign to communism. Everything is there: the authority of Lenin and Trotsky until Lenin fell ill, the violent personal abuse of Trotsky by the Russian Central Committee under Stalin, their ignorance or carelessness of the consequences, their habit of hiding their own mistakes and deceptions by pouring abuse on those who had urged the correct course, the absence of all these things in the days when Lenin still had authority and Stalin, tyrant and brute, was building up his power silently but dared not show his hand openly. The International was not blind to all these things, but the fate of the International was sealed with the victory of Stalinism over Trotskyism. The movement is one, must be seen as one, and cannot be understood otherwise. Stalinism, theory and practice. Expecting a world revolution, Zinoviev and Stalin looked for insurgent masses and not finding any invented them. They formed a Peasants' International, which they informed the faithful contained several millions of members. In America, they founded a Farmer Labor Party. At the Fifth Congress, Kolarov reported. In the United States, the small farmers have founded a Farmer Labor Party which is becoming ever more radical, drawing closer to the communists and becoming permeated with the idea of the creation of a workers' and peasants' government in the United States. Zinoviev reported that several million farmers in America were being pushed by the agrarian crisis towards the side of the working class all at once. The Peasants' International, the millions of Middle West communist farmers, are dead today, as dead as social fascism and as the Popular Front will be tomorrow. It is the inevitable fate of all the Stalinist violations of Marxist theory. But the Peasants' International and its kindred silliness died quicker than most, for they had lived only in the corrupt imagination of a few powerful bureaucrats. Yet they played their part in the demoralization and ultimate destruction of the International. In August 1924, Trotsky, attacking obliquely, had delivered a characteristic analysis of the role which America was now to play in the regeneration of Europe, to be followed by the inevitable crisis in America, its repercussions in Europe, and the development of new revolutionary situations. Before the mastery of Marxism, the oratorical brilliance, all the glamour surrounding the Man of October and the hero of the Red Army, the attacks on Trotsky and Trotskyism faded. Students and intellectuals seized hold of the document, and Lenin's natural successor was once more revealed. Stalin owed it to his prestige to reply, and took upon himself the role of theoretician on international affairs, a subject which in Lenin's time he would not have dared to touch, for he had neither theoretical knowledge nor practical experience. In September came his article by reflex action attacking Trotskyism, that is to say, whatever Trotsky was saying at the moment. Secondly, it is not a fact that the decisive struggles have taken place already, and that the proletariat has been defeated in these struggles, and that the bourgeois power has, in view of this, been confirmed. There have been no decisive struggles yet, because there were no Bolshevist mass parties who were fit to lead the proletariat to dictatorship. Without such parties, under conditions of imperialism, decisive struggles for the dictatorship are impossible. The decisive struggles in the West are still to come. There have only been the first serious attacks, which were beaten back by the bourgeoisie, a first serious trial of strength, which proved that the proletariat is not yet strong enough to defeat the bourgeoisie, and that the bourgeoisie no longer possesses the strength to defeat decisively the proletariat. And just because the bourgeoisie no longer has enough power to force the proletariat to its knees, it was compelled to give up the frontal attack, to enter upon byways and compromises, to take refuge in pacifism. He published this article in September, but by October he had decided to accept stabilization. The imminent revolution had hastily to be dropped. Stabilization was declared, and Stalin produced his most distinctive personal contribution to Marxism, socialism in a single country. In that month also came Trotsky's Lessons of October. Stalin could see to it in Russia that this poisonous piece of Trotskyism got its deserts. There his control was absolute. But it is important for us to see how, in addition to internal intrigue and corruption, he prepared for his victories in the International. The Communist International publishes a weekly journal, the International Press Correspondence, in numerous languages, including English. It deals with all aspects of communism inside and outside Russia, and in it are published all the important official documents of the Russian Party and the International. Trotsky's book appeared in October, and the English edition of International Press Correspondence of November 18, 1924, published a special number devoted to one long article, How One Should Not Write the History of October. On January 5 appeared another special number containing an article by O.W. Kuzanin, A Misleading Description of the German October, and two others, Comrades Brandler and Thalheimer on Comrade Trotsky's Attack, and The German Trotskyists and Comrade Trotsky's Attitude. On January 20 came yet another special number with an article by Bukharin, A New Revelation as to Soviet Economics, or How the Workers' and Peasants' Bloc Can Be Destroyed, a discussion on the economic substantiation of Trotskyism. This number contained a resolution by the Central Committee of the Communist Youth in Germany which stated that Trotsky's book was merely an attempt to raise questions already decided by the 13th Party Conference of the Communist Party of Russia and the 5th Congress of the International. Trotsky, they said, was at his old game of violating party discipline. On January 22, 1925, appeared an ordinary number in which was printed the decision of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Russia on the attitude of Comrade Trotsky, and a statement that Trotsky was completely isolated in Russia and in the whole Communist International, including Britain, except in Norway and France. On January 23 appeared another special number, October and Comrade Trotsky's Theory of Permanent Revolution, by Stalin himself, also an article aimed at Trotskyism, The New Discussion, by Rykov, The Lessons of October and the Communist Party of Bulgaria, by V. Kolarov. Was Lenin really the leader of the proletariat and of the revolution? By Kamenev. The Lessons of October, by N. Krupskaya. On January 29 another special number, The Ideological Principles of Trotskyism, by Belakuin. The Theory of Comrade Trotsky and the Practice of Our Revolution, by G. Sokolnikov. How the Revolution Took Up Arms, by S. Guzov, an attack on Trotsky's mistakes as leader of the Red Army, with details of the communists he had shot. On February 7, 1925, another special number, Trotsky's letter to the plenum of the Central Committee and the resolution of the plenum condemning Trotsky, an article concerning the theory of permanent revolution, by N. Bukharin. Then at last, on February 26, 1925, came Cinderella, a special number containing The Lessons of October, by L. D. Trotsky. 2 months later the Executive Committee met in Russia, condemned Trotskyism, and adopted Stalin's new thesis that socialism could be built in a single country. Against this typical example of Stalin's methods, the rank and file party members, both inside and outside Russia, some of the bureaucrats themselves, were helpless. The curious thing was that the thesis propounded by Trotsky in the Lessons of October, that pusillanimous leadership in Germany killed the uprising, is orthodox doctrine today. His condemnation of Zinoviev and Kamenev for their shortcomings in 1917 was soon to be one of Stalin's main themes. But whereas Trotsky at the time believed that they and not Stalin were responsible for the treacherous policy in Germany of 1923, and linked the two episodes together as concrete evidence of a political tendency, Stalin merely abused both of them in order to discredit them personally. Zinoviev was in fact, by April 1925, already in disgrace, and Bukharin represented Stalin at the joint session of the International and the executive of the CPSU which condemned Trotskyism. At the end of the debate, Bukharin thanked the delegates for their adhesion to Leninism against Trotskyism, and told them how the victory had been won. Comrades, in this discussion, in this struggle, we naturally did not only take organizational steps. We mobilized all the intellectual forces of our party. We have created quite a new literature on the subject, and as a result of these two discussions we can say that our party has risen a stage higher. We do not want to maintain that our party is now 100% Bolshevist. But in these two discussions we won brilliant Bolshevist victories. We overcame Trotskyism ideologically, we isolated the opposition leaders, and only then did we take various organizational measures. We know what measures we took and what decisions the Party Central Committee arrived at concerning Comrade Trotsky's last move. Comrade Trotsky was removed from the War Commissariat. Before many years Bukharin, and later nearly every single one of those who had helped Stalin to destroy Trotsky, were to have some personal experience of ideological victories followed by organizational measures. The leaders, Zinoviev and Kamenev, were to pay with their reputations and their lives. The toll is not yet finished. What insurance company would risk a penny on Bukharin's life? But all this was yet to come. Meanwhile, on the basis of his ideological preparation, Stalin struck at his opponents in the International. The stabilization was officially recognized and the lefts went. Fischer and Maslow were expelled and replaced by Thalmann and Newman. In Poland, the group led by Domsky were replaced by the Warski-Kostreva group. Trayant and Girault in France were removed, then expelled and replaced by Doriot, Barbe and Thérèse. Never has such power been wielded by any man in modern history. Never has it been used more viciously and with such immediate consequences. Stalin's dominating personality, his will to power, were reinforced by his empiricism, his ignorance, his cunning, which he and so many others have mistaken for intelligence. Nearly all who had sheepishly followed Lenin were ultimately to follow Stalin. Trotsky alone of the old Central Committee was to maintain the opposition to Stalinism. These men, Zinoviev, Bukharin, Tomsky, aided Stalin in the destruction of what they had always admitted in words to be fundamentals, but did not think to be worth a struggle. Little over a decade afterwards, most of them stood in the dock, conscious that one half of the work to which they had given their lives was now destroyed, and the other half, the socialist structure in the Soviet Union, unutterably degraded and imperiled. Conscious victims of their own moral and intellectual weakness, yet they were so humiliated and so defeated that they were compelled to sue for their lives by a still further betrayal, a further condemnation of Trotskyism, a still more abject abasement before the author of their destruction. The Stalinist regime has become intellectually so degenerate that it has lost the capacity of making even reasonably intelligent propaganda. While Stalin used Zinoviev and Kamenev against Trotskyism, he of course decried the importance of the disagreements in 1917. Lenin, while pointing out in the Testament their political weaknesses, expressly warned that their behavior in 1917 should not be used against them. Stalin, however, could not miss the opportunity of personal slander, and when Zinoviev and Kamenev turned against them, he dragged up this old failure and wallowed in it. Trotsky's history of the Russian Revolution being so brilliantly received, the Stalinists hastened to produce replies. One of them was a collection of Stalin's articles and speeches, called The October Revolution, published by Martin Lawrence. The material covers the period between 1924 and 1928. On page 70 appears the following, delivered on November 19, 1924. From the minutes it is clear that the opponents of an immediate uprising, comrades Kamenev and Zinoviev, entered the organ of the political leadership of the uprising on a par with the advocates of the uprising. There was no question, nor could there be any question, of a split. But on page 165 we read, delivered on December 3, 1927. You know that Kamenev and Zinoviev went to the uprising only when shown the rod. Lenin drove them with a rod, threatening to expel them from the party. Laughter, applause. And they were constrained to drag their feet to the uprising. Laughter, applause. Stalin's contradictions do not concern us. He can get away with them in Russia. What is so extraordinary is that his supporters in this country have got away with crudenesses such as these. They are legion among highly progressive persons in Western Europe. The signs are, however, that the Stalinists are approaching the end of their boom period. Chapter 8: The Kulak and the British General Council. The theory of socialism in a single country was the final triumph of the bureaucracy. For if Russia could build socialism by herself, then for Russian socialists the world revolution was a matter not of necessity but of gratuitous benevolence. And gratuitous benevolence has no force in the calculations of governments, capitalist or socialist. Henceforth the main business of the Communist International would be not revolution but the defense of the USSR. The future development of the Soviet Union was not of necessity, but only incidentally a threat to world capitalism. Thus the Kulak and the Nepman inside Russia, the world bourgeoisie outside, had gained an important victory over Marxian socialism. It has taken years for the full implications of the theory to be seen by the world at large, but Trotsky and the opposition knew from the first moment what it meant and where it would lead, and from October 1924, it has been the main dividing line between two irreconcilable camps. Stalin fights industrialization. One would have thought, however, that at least the adoption of this theory carried with it a determination to concentrate on the internal development of Russia. Ask any well-informed friend of the Soviet Union today the origin of Trotskyism v. Stalinism, and smoothly will flow from his lips, Stalin wished to industrialize Russia, while Trotsky wished to spread revolution abroad. While the truth is that for 4 years Trotsky and the left opposition fought for the industrialization of Russia on an extensive scale of planned economy, while Stalin and the bureaucracy stood woodenly in the way and sent thousands of the super-industrialists to jail and exile in Siberia. Neither is it correct to say that the Kulak question and the collectivization of the peasantry was the central question of internal policy at issue between Trotsky and Stalin. Such a presentation of the question is, like so much of current thinking about the Soviet Union, completely false, and is due to the fact that the Stalinists try to hide their long struggle against industrialization. The Kulak question was always subsidiary to the industrialization of Russia, could in the last analysis be solved, even temporarily, only by industrialization. For Marx and Engels, Lenin and Trotsky, for all Marxists, the very idea of socialism presupposed, in Lenin's phrase, the enormous development of the means of production, that is to say, industrialization. Russia was a backward country precisely because of the smallness of its industry as compared with agriculture. In April 1923, at the Fourth Congress of the party, Trotskyism being as yet undiscovered, Trotsky presented some theses to the party on industry. They were accepted unanimously, and but for Lenin's illness and the consequences, would certainly have been energetically carried out. The theses laid down that the continuation of the dictatorship of the proletariat depended ultimately neither on the state apparatus, nor the army, nor the education of the working class by the party, trade unions, etc. All this would prove as if built on sand, except on the basis of a continually expanding industry. Only the development of industry creates the unshakable basis for the dictatorship of the proletariat. In Soviet economy, agriculture, and agriculture on a very low technical level, was of primary importance. This was a weakness, and only in proportion as industry and particularly heavy industry was restored and developed would it be possible to alter the relative significance of agriculture and industry, and shift the center of gravity from the former to the latter. How long the period of the predominant importance of peasant economy in the economic system of our federation will last will depend not only upon our internal economic progress, which in view of the general conditions mentioned above can be but very gradual, but also upon the process of development taking place beyond the boundaries of Russia, i.e. before all upon the way the revolution in the West and in the East will proceed. The overthrow of the bourgeoisie in any one of the most advanced capitalist countries would very quickly make its impress upon the whole tempo of our economic development, as it would at once multiply the material and technical resources for socialist construction. While never losing sight of this international perspective, our party must at the same time never for a moment forget or omit to keep in mind the predominant importance of peasant economy, when it is estimating the consequences of any step it is on the point of taking. So far the theses merely stated the fundamental premises of the permanent revolution. Trotsky has never wavered in his belief that the revolution in Western Europe, and that alone, can save Russia. But revolution was more immediately the business of the International. For the Russian people, industrialization came first. Without for a single moment forgetting its permanent revolutionary educational problems, the party must clearly realize that at the present constructive economic period of the revolution its most fundamental work lies in guiding economic activity in the basic points of the Soviet process of construction. Where was the capital to be got? Britain had plundered colonies all through the centuries. Tsarist Russia had attempted the same but had chiefly borrowed Western capital. Soviet Russia had abjured the first method, and in 1923 had little prospect of using the second, besides which it could be used only sparingly or Russia would become a colonial country again. Some of the capital would have to come from an agricultural surplus, but it was equally important for the state industry not to lag behind agriculture, for otherwise private industry would be created on the basis of the latter, and this private industry would in the long run swallow up or absorb state industry. Only such industry can prove victorious which renders more than it swallows up. Trotsky recognized to the full the importance of encouraging peasant production, with its inevitable growth of the kulak. But he was alive to the danger. If industry could not give the peasant sufficient goods, then peasant produce would remain on the countryside, engendering hoarding, speculation, and an accelerated growth of the private capitalist, with a relative weakening of the proletariat. Hence, industrialization was not something good to have, but an absolute necessity for the dictatorship of the proletariat. Yet the agricultural surplus could not be expected to supply too much capital, for if the peasant were plundered for the benefit of industry, he would lose his faith in the guidance of the proletariat, the alliance would be broken, and, from his preponderant weight in the community, he would threaten the stability of the whole structure. Trotsky's solution, he based it on a study of the writings of Engels and their development by Lenin, drew from the very nature of collective ownership and the Soviet system. To begin with, the administration of the Soviet state could be far cheaper than that of the capitalist state with its top-heavy and highly paid bureaucracy. Rigid economy here would supply capital for increase of production. Vast sums squandered by the rich in idle luxury would swell the amount available for capital expenditure. Standardization in industrial construction, which had given Germany and America such immense advantages over the rest of the world, could be exploited to the full in a socialist state. The national control of banks, etc. prevented the waste and chaos and disorder which were typical of every capitalist state. The monopoly of foreign trade gave great scope for attacking foreign markets and bargaining for such foreign products as were most necessary for improving the economy of the Soviet state. All these advantages could best be exploited under a single economic authority for the whole country, the state plan for industry. The great danger of such a plan in any country, but particularly in backward Russia, was bureaucracy. The corrective for bureaucratic rigidity was the regulation of constant comparison with the international market on the one hand, and on the other the vigorous intervention of the masses in the processes of production, accounting and control, the party as always acting as guide and mediator. The idea of the state plan was peculiarly Trotsky's. It appears in the book, A Short History of the Russian Revolution, written after October during spare hours at Brest-Litovsk while he was daily expecting the European Revolution, and this proves once more, if proof were needed, the place which economic construction occupies in the theory of the permanent revolution. Even Lenin, though as every Marxist a believer in planned economy, had opposed the idea of the single state plan at first, but in December 1922, 3 months before he finally ceased work, he said that he had examined the question and found that there was a good idea there. Stalin condemns planning. The theses were unanimously adopted at the party conference in the spring of 1923 at which Lenin had hoped to speak. But Lenin never worked again, and the role of individuals at once assumes an importance difficult to exaggerate. For as soon as Lenin was out of the way, Stalin, Zinoviev and Kamenev, and when the latter two were thrown over, Stalin and Bukharin opposed the theses on principle, and to advocate industrialization and planning became one of the most heinous crimes of Trotskyism. To Trotsky, pressing for the theses to be implemented, Stalin as early as April 1924 replied with a prodigious sneer, "Who has not had experience of the fatal disease of revolutionary planning, of revolutionary projects which are concocted in the blind belief that a decree can change everything, can bring order out of chaos?" Ehrenberg, in his tale Uskumchel, the fully fledged communist, gives us an admirable portrait of a Bolshevik overtaken by this kind of sickness. The hero has set himself to produce the ideal man. He is absorbed in his work. Unfortunately, the creature is a complete failure. The story is, of course, an extravaganza. Nevertheless, it is a very shrewd takeoff. But no one has ridiculed this unwholesome faith in paper decrees and plans more effectively than Lenin. Stalin, skilled in intrigue and not yet sure of himself, named no names. Zinoviev, less discreet, came out more openly. It seems to me, comrades, that the obstinate persistence in clinging to a beautiful plan is intrinsically nothing else than a considerable concession to the old-fashioned view that a good plan is a universal remedy, the last word in wisdom. Trotsky's standpoint has greatly impressed many students. The Central Committee has no plan, and we really must have a plan, is the cry we hear today from a certain section of the students. The reconstruction of economics in a country like Russia is indeed the most difficult problem of our revolution. We want to have transport affairs managed by Dzerzhinsky, economics by Rykov, finance by Sokolnikov. Trotsky, on the other hand, wants to carry out everything with the aid of a state plan. And when Bukharin took Zinoviev's place as chief theoretician for Stalin, he, at the joint meeting of the Executive Committee of the Communist International, which adopted the theory of socialism in a single country, put planning in its place. Comrade Trotsky asserted that the cause of the crisis was to be sought in the fact that there was no plan in industry. The only way of saving the situation was to increase the elements of planned economic life by a drastic concentration of industry, by various administrative measures in the sphere of the organization of industry, etc. All the opposition comrades shared this point of view. The important thing with them, therefore, was the question of the economic plan. Comrade Trotsky also expressed the same thought as follows. He said, "We have now the dictatorship of our Commissariat for Finance, but the Commissariat for Finance often does not give enough money to industry." That was the expression of anarchy and absence of plan in the conduct of industry. Everything else must be considered of secondary importance. Comrade Trotsky and the opposition adopted a similar attitude towards the question of prices and the monetary reform. For them, they were secondary and of subordinate importance. The central point was economic planning. Our party Central Committee had an entirely different view of the situation. Its opinion was that we were faced with two important problems: the problem of monetary reform and the problem of lower prices. A prices policy which was bound up with the reduction of the cartel profits of our trusts and syndicates. Of course, planned economy is better than anarchic economy. Our aim is to get closer to planned economy. We prefer planned economy to anarchy in economy. Planned economy is the approach to socialism. But in the situation which then existed, all talk of planned economy was empty words, unless the monetary reform could be carried out. For through all the difficulties of prices, the various scissors crises, i.e. the wide discrepancy between the products of the peasant and the value of the industrial goods he received, Trotsky and the opposition claimed that the only solution was the intensive industrialization of Russia under a planned economy. Soviet industry was making a rapid recovery. But the opposition pointed out that this could not last and in any case was not enough. The lag in industry was preparing not only economic but grave political difficulties. Stalin replied that the peasant did not want any plan. What he wanted was a little rain. Stalin as economist. What was the reason for this persistent hostility to the industrialization of Russia? One reason was that during 1923 there had been a temporary crisis in which industrial goods could not find a peasant market. For years after, Stalin seemed afraid that the same thing might happen again. But for the obstinacy of those years, there is only one explanation. The reader who throws to one side all that the Webbs and the other worshippers have to say about Stalin and makes one careful reading of the first volume of Leninism by Stalin will easily be able to supply the answer. It was ignorance, pure and simple, a phenomenal ignorance, incredible at first, but as it fully displays itself, throwing a great light on all the subsequent history of the Soviet Union and the Communist International. It was as if Hitler were suddenly called upon to do Dr. Shack's job. What collective ownership implied, the possibilities and the limits of industrialization, the conflict between the proletariat and peasantry, Stalin understood none of these things. The industrial restoration was taking place on the basis of heavy machinery and capital goods inherited from the bourgeois state. This process was already reaching its limit. Soon would come the question of capital for repairs, replacing wear and tear, and adding to the stock. Stalin's contribution to this problem was very simple. They had no capital and they could not get any, so they would have to do without. Only his own words can do justice to his ideas. In his address to the 14th Conference in May 1925, he made as always a preliminary obeisance to socialist construction. But this preamble over he outlined the prospects of the future. In the first place, Soviet Russia remains a predominantly agricultural country. The products of agriculture greatly exceed the products of industry. The most important fact about our industry is that its production is already approximating to that of pre-war days, and that the further development of industry presupposes a new technical basis, namely the provision of new machinery and the building of new factories. This is an extremely difficult task. If we are to pass from a policy of making the best possible use of our existing industries to a policy of establishing a new industrial system upon a new technical foundation, upon the building of new factories, we shall require a large quantity of capital. Since, however, there is a great lack of capital in this country, we have good reason to expect that in the future the growth of our industry will not proceed so rapidly as it has in the past. It is otherwise with agriculture. No one can say that all the existing possibilities of our agriculture have as yet been exhausted. In contrast with industry, our agriculture can advance rapidly on the basis of the existing technique. A mere raising of the cultural level of the peasants, the teaching of them to read and write, even such a simple measure as the proper cleansing of the seed they use, would suffice to increase the gross production of our agriculture by from 10 to 15%. You can easily calculate what this would mean for the whole country. These possibilities already exist for our agriculture. That is why the further development of our agriculture does not encounter such technical difficulties as are encountered in the matter of the development of our industry. That is why the disproportion between the balance of manufacturing industry and the balance of agriculture will continue to increase in the next few years, seeing that our agriculture has a number of potentialities which have not yet been fully turned to account, but will be turned to account in the near future. Of the staggering percentages of progress, the vitality of collective ownership, and his wild exaggerations of the very solid successes which were to come later, he was at this time and for years after quite oblivious, calmly contemplated a check in the progress of industry and an increase in agriculture by teaching peasants to read and write and clean seed on the basis of the existing technique. The connection between industry and agriculture did not exist for him. Collectivization was a vision in the dim distance. His peculiar mind then proceeded on various occasions to expound from this an entirely original theory of economics, one in which he denied altogether the importance of new capital. Not a month after the Congress, he gave a series of answers to questions by students at Sverdlov University. One question was, in the absence of aid from abroad, shall we be able to supply and to increase the capital necessary for carrying on our large-scale industry? Stalin began as usual by saying that the Soviet state would exercise the most rigid economy and make the greatest sacrifice in order to become a powerful industrial state, etc. Stalin always began that way. So much for Leninism. Then he told Russia's university students party policy economics. Certain comrades are prone to confound the question of the reintegration and enlargement of the basic capital requisite for the running of our large-scale industry with the question of upbuilding a socialist economic order in USSR. Is such an identification possible? No, certainly not. Why? Because the former question is far narrower in scope than the latter. Because the question of increasing the primary capital utilized for the running of large-scale industry is no more than part of our national economy, and the industrial part at that, whereas the question of the upbuilding of a socialist economy touches the whole of our economic life. That is to say, this question includes both manufacturing industry and agriculture. He seemed vaguely aware that something was wrong and was at pains to repeat his points over and over again. The building of socialism, he said, included the coordination of both manufacturing industry and agriculture, whereas the question of the expansion of industrial capital hardly touches this problem at all. One stands astounded at this naive relegation of basic capital for heavy industry as something apart from the construction of socialism and far narrower in scope than the latter. Stalin did not know that without the development of heavy industry, not even socialism, but the very existence of any state, even a capitalist state, was threatened. His conception, often expressed, was that industry lagging behind a little and agriculture would grow side by side, agriculture improving in a few years by 10 to 15%, that would just have brought it to pre-war standard, and thus socialism would come. A socialist society, he said, is a fellowship, a productive and consumptive cooperative, formed jointly by the workers engaged in industry and agriculture. That there might be no possibility of misunderstanding what he meant, he stated again in unequivocal terms. That is why the question of the re-equipment of our factories and the expansion of our industrial capital should not be confused with the question of socialist construction. Was it possible to build socialism? He asked. This is not only possible but necessary and inevitable. We are already building up socialism. What profundities were hidden in this incredible stupidity, his admirers may be able to explain. They have had a long and strenuous training in such explanations. The fact remains that this was the mentality that Trotsky and the opposition were fighting against. There is no doubt that for years Stalin very genuinely held these views on the unimportance of basic capital. He changed them radically only in 1928 when he had brought the Soviet Union to the verge of disaster. Holding them, all he could do was to make them party policy and then use the whole force of the machine against the left opposition and its drive for industrialization. And as a cover to this ruthless repression, the party and the country were fed with innumerable quotations from Lenin. One of the great merits of Leninism is that nothing is left to chance, said Stalin, and one of his henchmen, Rykov, was equally obtuse. We are not going to introduce any changes into Leninism, but in defending such policies against the international Marxist Stalin and the party bureaucracy were driven ever further to the right. Blind to the danger, he countered the drive for industrialization, and on that basis collectivization, with greater and greater concessions to the capitalist elements in the countryside. The Kulak was allowed to lease land and employ hired labor. Kamenev drew the attention of the party to the increasing growth and influence of the Kulak on the countryside, basing his deductions on the statistics published by the Central Statistical Board. Instead of an investigation into the Kulak question and an honest attempt to meet the difficulty, Stalin could only think of altering the statistics. Kamenev had shown in 1924 that 74% of the peasant farms were small, the middle peasants were 18% and the kulaks 8%. This account had gone forward, was accepted, and was even printed in the international press. In June 1924, the Central Statistical Board issued a statement which showed that 61% of the marketable grain was held by the rich peasants. Kamenev sounded the first alarm, and the left opposition supported him. The Central Statistical Board produced figures shortly afterwards by which the kulaks were shown to have only 52% of the grain, and before the Congress the figures were still further reduced to 42%. Every further reduction went to prove that the fears of the opposition about the kulak danger were unjustified, which did not prevent Stalin at the conference from ridiculing the panic of the opposition about the kulak and the untrustworthy figures of the CS board. As far back as May 1925, Stalin ridiculed the warnings of the opposition about the kulak danger. Those who are panic-stricken at the thought of this danger are prone to scream, "Help! Help! The kulak is coming!" It is strange. We introduced the new economic policy, knowing perfectly well that this involved a reinvigoration of capitalism, a reinvigoration of the kulaks, knowing perfectly well that the kulaks would raise their heads once more. Yet directly the kulaks so much as poke their noses round the corner, many of the comrades turn pale with fear and shout, "Help! Murder! Police!" He poured scorn on the idea that Russia was on the road to anything but socialism. Krupskaya urged that after all the NEP was capitalism, capitalism tolerated, but still capitalism. "Is that a correct statement?" asked Stalin. "Yes and no. It is perfectly true that we hold capitalism in leash, and that we shall continue to hold it in leash so long as it exists. But it is absurd to say that NEP is capitalism. It is absolutely absurd." Lenin had said, "The Russia of the new economic policy will become a socialist Russia." He had not said capitalist Russia will become socialist. Who failed to understand that we're deviating from Leninism. Socialized industry was 80%, private industry was only 20%. Now, in the year 1925, anyone who speaks of state capitalism as the dominant form of economic life in Soviet Russia is completely misrepresenting the socialist character of our state industry, is utterly misunderstanding the difference between the past and the present situation, is, as far as this problem of state capitalism is concerned, not thinking dialectically, but scholastically and metaphysically. In the autumn of 1926, Zinoviev, Kamenev, and Krupskaya joined Trotsky and formed a bloc to fight the pro-kulak Stalinist regime. The advanced proletariat of Leningrad under Zinoviev and of Moscow under Kamenev had stirred their leaders. Stalin was now leaning for theoretical guidance on Bukharin, who produced and developed a theory of the kulaks growing peacefully into socialism bit by bit at a snail's pace. But Bukharin was merely giving a Marxist coloring to Stalin's economics, and Stalin has always preferred to have someone on whom he could, in case of failure, lay the blame. Stalin discovered a natural community of interest between the proletariat and the peasantry. The days when nothing could save Russia but collectivization and the five-year plan, the ferocious conflict that was waged between the socialist state and the peasantry between 1919 and 1933, were far away, and the warnings of Trotsky and the opposition were laughed to scorn by Stalin. In those days, the peasant, equally with the worker, was by nature a socialist. Thus we see that, primarily, there is a community of interest between proletariat and peasantry, so far as fundamentals are concerned, for both these classes are equally interested in the triumph of socialism in our economic life. Nothing less. But this community of interests is contraposed by an antagonism of interests between the two classes in current affairs. Hence arises a struggle within the alliance, a struggle which is, nevertheless, largely neutralized by the preponderant influence of the community of interests, so that the antagonisms will ultimately pass away. Then the workers and the peasants will no longer be separate classes. They will have become working folk in a classless society. There are ways and means for overcoming these antagonisms. We must maintain and strengthen the alliance between the proletariat and the peasantry, for this is in the best interest of both the allies. Not only do we possess the ways and means, but we have already put them to good use, applying them successfully to the complicated situation created by the introduction of the new economic policy and by the temporary stabilization of capitalism. In 1926, he told the Soviet Congress that he had carried through 9/10 of socialism in Russia, and whoever opposed these flagrant and dangerous absurdities felt the full weight of the Soviet state apparatus. The party had voted, and to oppose was fractionism, lack of discipline, panic against the kulaks, disbelief in the building of socialism, underestimation of the peasantry, superindustrialism, all minor variants of the one originating vice, Trotskyism. To the relative weakness of industry was added a succession of good harvests which increased the weight of the capitalist elements in the country, and on this economic basis the balance of forces was shifting against the proletariat. The antagonisms which by some alchemy Stalin imagined would ultimately pass away were hardening. The party bureaucracy, now possessed of great power, was solidly for Stalin. So was the bureaucracy in the country. Bukharin has told us that before NEP, there had been 7,365,000 functionaries. With the return to freer trade, the number had dropped to about 4 million. They were far greater in number than the proletariat of the towns in the days of October. The upper castes were increasingly skeptical about world revolution and quite prepared to build socialism in a separate country with themselves in the position of chief builders. Further, party and bureaucracy were being steadily fused. Before many years had passed, Bukharin was to realize that this fusion, criticism of which he had resented from Trotsky, was a powerful factor in the corruption of the party. Marxism-Leninism had long been abolished in the party. The highest test for Marxism, to support Stalin's Leninism against Trotskyism, was easy to pass when opposition meant persecution more virulent than any under Tsarism. Pressing on the bureaucratized party and the Soviet bureaucracy were the kulaks on the countryside, the Nepmen in the towns, all of necessity supporters of Stalin against the opposition. The development of revolution in Western Europe, successes of the proletariat, would have altered the situation immediately by awakening the Russian proletariat and bringing the revolutionary leadership and the revolutionary internationalist wing automatically to the front, but the stabilization of capitalism pressed heavily on the proletariat. By degrees, the rights of the party were filched from it. The yearly party congress was postponed at Stalin's will. The Communist International had met every year from 1919 to 1922. After the Congress of 1924, none was held for 4 years. Socialism in a single country did not need congresses of a revolutionary international. All through 1926 and 1927, Stalin, and the party under his pressure, zigzagged now to one side and now to the other, but steadily to the right, striking heavier and heavier blows at the International Socialists, and filling the party with yes-men. Stalin built a clique of his own: Molotov, Kaganovich, Kirov, Ordzhonikidze, Voroshilov. They were his personal followers. Rykov, Tomsky, and Bukharin were strong supporters of this clique, the first two being chief representatives of a right grouping in the party strongly susceptible to kulak influence. And under the influence of this pressure, the capitalist elements in the Soviet Union, and behind them the counter-revolutionary groups, gained influence in the country and penetrated into the very heart of the Soviet apparatus. The oppositionists, by this time fighting with the full knowledge of the ultimate fate that awaited them, pointed out the dangerous economic situation, the growing influence of Nepman, kulak, and bureaucrat, the weakening of the proletariat, the Soviets, and the party, and the increasing danger of capitalist restoration following on any sudden shock to the country. In reply, they were accused of slandering the Soviet system, of lack of faith in Leninism, and treated to the redoubled violence of Stalin. Long before 1927, they were practically excluded from the regular party press. Trotsky and his family were often hard-pressed for the means of existence, and while Stalin carefully refrained from touching the leaders, relentless persecution misrepresented their policies, blackened their reputation, and dispersed their followers. Outside in Western Europe, the return to capitalism was freely predicted. The Anglo-Russian Committee, right turn inside Russia, meant for the bureaucracy right turn in the international also. Peace with the capitalists inside Russia meant peace with those elements of capitalism nearest to the worker state. It was the first stage of the process that is so clearly at work today. The Peasants' International, with its mythical millions, the communist Middle West farmers of America, vanished from the speeches and propaganda of the International, the recognition of stabilization making it unnecessary to seek further peasants to make the proletarian revolution. But of the blunders of this adventurous period, one remained: the famous Anglo-Russian Committee, which flowered to maturity in the pro-Kulak period and did so much harm to the cause of communism in England. Late in November 1924, a large delegation of British trade unionists with A. Purcell, the president of the Trades Union Congress at its head, visited Russia, inspected the achievements of the Soviet government, and on returning home issued a glowing report. It was 1 month after socialism in a single country had appeared. At the Hull Trades Union Congress in 1925, a Russian delegation, headed by Tomsky, chairman of the Central Council of the Russian Trades Unions, paid a return visit. The result was the Anglo-Russian Committee, officially founded in a protocol signed on May 14, 1925. In this, the leaders of both movements undertook to promote international trade union unity, to struggle against capitalist reaction, and against the danger of new wars. The reformist trade unions had their international center at Amsterdam. The red trade unions consisted of various groups chiefly in Germany, France, and Czechoslovakia, and the Russian trade unions. Red, or revolutionary, trade unions of diverse origin had come into prominence during the turbulent post-war period. They were a grievous error, for while the advanced workers must be organized in an independent revolutionary political party, the great majority of workers are never revolutionary except at highly charged periods of short duration. To split their mass industrial organizations is to weaken them. Communists work in them and encourage workers to join them, for the basis of communism is the organized workers stimulated and led to action by a communist party. The greatest enemy to the vigorous action of these unions is as always the higher bureaucracy, in England as in the worker state, owing its power to the lack of leisure, educational backwardness, and hard conditions of living among the workers. In Russia, the Bolshevik party holding the state power had been designed to combat these dangers. Under capitalism, the workers have no organized defense, either in theory or in practice, except the energy of the Revolutionary Party. In England, the Revolutionary Party was weak, and the peak of bureaucracy in Britain was the British General Council. No Marxist inside or outside of Russia could have the slightest doubt as to the role these gentlemen would play at any critical time. They would work for trade union unity provided the red trade unions adopted their yellow policy. They would fight against capitalist reaction only if it was a question of wages and hours of work, where in proportion to the militancy of the masses they might go far and even use some very dangerous words. Their fight against imperialist war is limited very strictly by the necessities of their own imperialism. Yet, once this were well understood, the Anglo-Russian Committee was a useful maneuver. The General Council wanted it because, in the mood of the British workers, association with Red Russia gave them a protective coloring of militancy which they needed. The workers were ready to struggle. There was a militant section of trade unionists organized in the minority movement. The bureaucrats also wanted to use the committee as a lever for the extension of British trade relations with Russia, which would benefit the British working class. But the committee was useful to the revolution because the mere fact of its existence focused the attention of the advanced British workers on Russia. The General Council would have to sign resolutions which the Russians and the British Communist Party could keep constantly before the British workers. At the moment when the General Council deserted its paper struggle and rushed to the side of its own bourgeoisie, it could be exposed with great effect for the treacherous thing it was. There is no dishonest dealing in this. If the trade union leaders would really fight for self-determination of nations, or against imperialist war, as they so often promise to do, none would welcome it more than revolutionaries. But inasmuch as they never do, the only thing is to expose their limitations in the eyes of those who ultimately have to bear the consequences of their treachery. Stalin and Bukharin, however, Tomsky and Andreev, the leaders of the trade union movement, the whole Stalinist faction, in the full tide of their rightward pro-kulak policy, building socialism in a single country, transformed the General Council into a very bulwark against capitalism. Tomsky, aiming, and with Stalin's consent it is fairly certain, at ultimate fusion and finishing with all this talk about revolution, claimed to see in the council a revolutionary left which was opposed to the known reactionaries like Thomas and Klein's. Those, the British trade union leaders, who have entered into the agreement with us are maintaining themselves staunchly against bourgeois lies and slanders and against the former leaders of the English movement, Thomas, Klein's, and MacDonald. The leaders of the British trade unions, the section that is furthest to the left, one can say with assurance the majority are working harmoniously with us. They give us the assurance of and the occasion for hoping that the English, who are averse to striking quick agreements, who take a long time to think, weigh, discuss and hesitate prior to coming to this or another decision, will strictly fulfill the agreement, and that we shall not have to put to ourselves the question, what will the unity of the world trade union movement give the Russian worker? This, after 1914 and Germany and Austria in 1919-20, was madness. The British trade union leaders in 1920, with all their millions moving against them, did for a moment become the mouthpiece of the protests against Churchill's support of Poland's war against the Soviet Union. But had the movement gone any further, they would infallibly have betrayed it, like Ebert and Bauer. And to teach Russian workers and British workers that Purcell and Hicks would strictly fulfill any agreement against imperialism, particularly British imperialism, was to encourage the very illusions which it is the main business of communists to destroy. Like all liberals, for it must never be forgotten that that is what social democratic leaders are. Under pressure from the masses, they will swing to the left. But the more the masses begin to move and so place capitalism in danger, they, like Mirabeau, the Girondins, and Kerensky, begin an evolution which always lands them in the camp of the counter-revolution. The opposition did not oppose the formation or maintenance of the bloc. But they knew it for what it was, a purely tactical maneuver by both sides. In those years, Trotsky, ill and isolated, accused of factionalism in any attempt to oppose the Stalinist interpretations of Leninism, expressed his ideas indirectly. Thus, the address on the role of the USA in European stabilization was a criticism of the false line of the Comintern after the German defeat. Towards capitalism or socialism was a plea for the industrialization and the plan. Now he wrote a book, Whither England, in which he was at pains to expose with the utmost sharpness the role that men like MacDonald and Thomas and the majority of the trade union leaders were bound to play in any serious struggle between English capital and English labor. It was directed against the extravagant illusions that Stalin and the other Stalinist Marxists were industriously sowing in the minds of British and Russian workers alike. In his book, Trotsky, looking at the coal situation in Britain and the general state of the class struggle, predicted a miners' strike leading to a general strike. Not only the Tories but the labor press raised their voices in wrath and derision. These things happened in barbarous countries like Russia and Italy, and in Germany where the people were not politically educated, but not in England. Trotsky was writing the preface to the German edition when the British democracy had its first and most convincing proof that Marxism did not stop at the Channel. On May 1st, after reiterated declarations that the miners would be supported in demands for no reduction of wages, no lengthening of hours, and a national agreement, the resolution for the general strike was carried by 3,653,529 votes to 49,911. The General Council betrays. Future historians will know the general strike for what it is, a landmark in British history and its most important post-war event. A general strike is not an accident due to incidental causes, workmen misguided by agitators, the stock shibboleths of the Tory press. It is a major political phenomenon springing ultimately from the profound dislocation of the whole economic and social system. Nothing else can so move millions of men to united action. It is the class war in its most acute pre-revolutionary stage. The next stage is revolution. The difference was that whereas in Russia and, as we shall see, in China the conflict between the old political regime and the new economic forces is so acute that the insurgent workers can see at once the connection between economics and politics, in Britain it is not yet clear. The political superstructure, though being steadily undermined, the grim grasp on the fiction of national government and the Sedition Bill are the most notable evidences of this, yet has functioned successfully for so many generations that it maintains its traditional influence. This, skillfully exploited by comparison with dictatorial regimes and Britain's comparative prosperity, continues to give it a hold on the minds of British workers which in no way relates to the actual class relations in the country. Economics has outrun politics, but that contradictory process cannot continue forever and, historically speaking, the breaking point is near. It is a powerful revolutionary party that is needed, and 1926 showed that the country was fully ready for one. For when every allowance is made for the presence or absence of revolutionary tradition, it can be taken as certain that when the social contradictions in any country reach the stage where the two main classes face each other in a general strike, there are many thousands waiting for a revolutionary party that knows how to lead them. The British Communist Party in 1926 was small, but size is not everything, and 1926 should have made it a major factor in British politics. It worked hard before the strike, seeking to prepare the workers, but the struggle for the united front, combined with the necessity of keeping the workers alert for the inevitable treachery of the General Council, was impossible in this case owing to the whole orientation of the Stalinist policy. Where it should have mobilized and warned the workers against the General Council and its inevitable betrayal, the Anglo-Russian Committee made it support the very forces it was its business to expose. For one long year, the party popularized the dangerous slogan, "All power to the General Council." It is in this way that parties ruin themselves. The miners' leaders were prepared to fight, but the General Council, with Arthur Pugh, now Sir Arthur, Walter Citron, now Sir Walter, and J.H. Thomas, not yet, alas, Sir Jimmy, as the dominating figures, supported by Ramsay MacDonald, from start to finish cringed and crawled before the capitalists, and with the millions of British workers solidly behind them, stood on the Prime Minister's doorstep even after he had slammed the door in their faces, dogged only in their determination to betray. With all the preparations it had made, the government was nearly broken by the shock, as the government in any industrial country must always be before the solidarity of millions of workers. The British working class showed all that instinctive capacity for discipline and spontaneous organization which every working class in the world has always shown and will always show, to the recurrent surprise of bourgeois ideologists. Slow to move, the British workers have the qualities of their defects, and were ready to fight to a finish. The growing number of strikers, the universal disappointment and wrath which came from every town and village at the news of the capitulation, were testimony of the unsuspectedly deep channels in which the movement was running, of the resistance that the masses were braced to make. A few more days of tension and anything might have happened. The Prime Minister had given orders to the troops to fire if necessary. Luckily for British capitalism, the treachery in the workers' leadership made this order superfluous. But a British Amritsar on a small scale would have driven the revolutionary movement years forward. Millions can be made receptive by propaganda, but ultimately the masses must see and feel for themselves. The strike was called off, and immediately the opposition demanded a demonstrative breakaway by the Russians from the Anglo-Russian Committee, with the whole International and the Communist Party of Britain pointing out clearly to the British workers the political reasons for the break and the political conclusions to be drawn from it. With the millions of British workers disappointed and bitter, with the treachery of the General Council fresh in their minds, such a break would underline the General Council's betrayal and turn the minds of thousands of the most determined to the British Communist Party and the International. One additional development made the break more than ever opportune. The Russian workers had subscribed thousands of pounds for the support of the strike. The General Council had refused this damned Russian gold. A break was inevitable. This was the time. The General Council might even break first on the score that the Russians were interfering in British affairs, which would be an avoidance of the political issue. It was necessary to forestall them. It is by seizing and using moments as these to their fullest extent that men make history and double or treble the influence and prestige of their parties. In parliamentary political maneuverings, the bourgeois use it with great skill. Revolutionaries can use it with more effect. Stalin and his minions, however, refused. They were determined to stick to these useless and dangerous allies. The revolutionary social democracy. In July 1926, 2 months after the strike, there was a meeting of the Central Executive Committee of the Russian Communist Party at which Stalin droned away about what the General Council would do in case of war against Russia, precisely as if nothing had happened to make him change his opinion of a year before. If the reactionary English trade unions are willing to enter a bloc with the revolutionary trade unions of our country against the counter-revolutionary imperialists of their own country, then why not make this bloc? And so, the Anglo-Russian Committee is the bloc between our trade unions and the reactionary trade unions of England for the purpose of struggle against imperialist wars in general and against intervention in particular. And then, in a typical sentence, Comrades Trotsky and Zinoviev should remember this, and remember it well. The General Council did not break at once, and on the request of the Russians for a meeting they sent a telegram accepting. The Stalinists were jubilant. "What will you do?" asked Lozovsky. "If they, the General Council, do consent." "More than that, what will you do if they have already consented?" "We have received such a cable today." Trotsky. "They have consented that we shield them temporarily by our prestige. Now when they are preparing a new betrayal, disorder, laughter," said Tomsky. "Our little corpse is peering out of one eye." Loud laughter. "What makes you so certain that your second supposition will materialize?" asked Lozovsky. Trotsky. "This means that for the moment the wiser and the most astute among them have gained the day, and that is why they have not broken as yet. Disorder." In the highest councils of the Communist International 7 years after 1919, Trotskyism was being jeered at by Stalin and the ruling group for insisting on the first principle of the International, the inevitable betrayal of Social Democrats on the question of imperialist war. The Russian trade unions did issue a sharp criticism of the General Council's conduct during the strike, when the meeting over which there was so much triumph took place at the end of July in Paris. The General Council protested against the criticism and refused to discuss the strike, either there or at another meeting of the committee arranged for Berlin at the end of August. Once more, the representatives of the General Council refused offers of assistance for the miners on the ground that the Russians were meddling in British affairs. This overbearing attitude and the damning conciliationism of the Stalinists increased the demand of the opposition in the Soviet Union for the break. They urged also that the British Communist Party should raise a demand for the cessation of the miners' strike or support it only as an attempt to reopen the possibility of another general strike. As an isolated strike, it was certain to be defeated, and the defeat would be a triumph for the policy of the General Council. Political foresight should save the miners from this long drawn-out struggle, certain to end in grave material loss with no political gain. But the Stalinist policy of tacking behind the General Council for the sake of its assistance in a war of intervention was maintained. In September, the British government refused visas to a fraternal delegation of the Russian trade unions to the Bournemouth Congress of the British Trade Unions. Tomsky and Dagadov issued a statement to the Congress. Stalinist criticism of the General Council had already reached the stage of particularly regretting the refusal of the General Council to accept help for the miners' strike, which was still going on. The general strike betrayal was camouflaged into unforgivable tactics. The General Council, realizing that it held the whip hand, treated this with the contempt it deserved, and passed a resolution accusing the Russians of violating international courtesy and of intolerable interference in the domestic affairs of the British trade union movement. The Russians swallowed this as they had swallowed the General Council's action on the general strike and on the miners' strike, and the rebuffs in Paris and Berlin. Thenceforward, Stalin's Leninism and Trotskyism fought round the Anglo-Russian Committee. The opposition contended that, by maintaining a bloc with these leaders and remaining on the defensive, the International was blinding the eyes of the politically minded worker instead of opening them, and crippling the British Communist Party. Stalin and Bukharin persisted in the belief that the General Council would help to stop war, particularly a war of intervention against the USSR, and saw in the attitude of the opposition only gross factionalism. By the end of 1926, the Chinese Revolution, supported by the Soviet Union, was approaching its climax. The General Council and British social democracy, beyond the usual formal protests, supported British imperialism in its repression of Chinese nationalism. Yet Stalin maintained this farcical united front. The losses the Chinese Revolution brought to British capitalism caused a sharp change of attitude to the Soviet Union on the part of the British government. In the spring of 1927, there was a possibility of war. In the Soviet Union, the Stalinists professed to believe that an early war of intervention on the part of Britain was inevitable. But as the international situation darkened, the tighter these tacticians clung to the Anglo-Russian Committee. In April 1927, the committee met again in Berlin. The opposition wanted the Russians to denounce the General Council for its passivity during the bombardment of Nanking, and to propose immediate action against British intervention in China. Either the General Council would agree or its bluff would be exposed and the militant British workers warned in time. Instead, the Russian delegation signed a series of paper resolutions whose only value was to shield the acquiescence of the British trade union leaders in the support of their own imperialism. The delegations were in unanimous accord and agreed on the principle of non-interference. Tomsky boasted of the material understanding and the heart-to-heart relations. A few weeks after Chamberlain raided the Soviet trade buildings in London and broke off relations with the Soviet Union. Like various liberals and even some conservatives, the General Council protested. But that was all. If war had actually come, British and Russian workers up to the last minute would have had faith in the Anglo-Russian Committee as a means of combined action, and they would have been led as blindly into the trap and left as helpless as they had been in 1914. The Anglo-Russian Committee did nothing, neither in the general strike, nor in the miners' strike, nor in the Nanking bombardment, nor in the Arcos raid, and when Austen Chamberlain broke off relations, the General Council, having no further need of the committee, withdrew from it and left Stalin and Bukharin to bury the remains. 3 of the most critical years in the history of British politics had been wasted, and the weak British Communist Party, at a period when it should have extended its influence and consolidated itself, was only further confused and weakened by Stalin's persistence with this barren, sterile, and essentially Menshevist maneuver. It is the great crises of revolutions that test a party. But it is in the interim periods that the party is built. The British Communist Party was to have one more splendid opportunity to establish itself as the interpreter of the political demands of the leftward-moving British workers. It was to fail as signally as it had failed to benefit by the general strike and the political conditions the strike created. And in both cases the reason was the same: the nationalistic blundering of the central direction in Moscow. Chapter 9: Stalin ruins the Chinese Revolution. Even while the Stalinists, by falsification and physical repression, were destroying the propagandists of international socialism, the world revolution which had seemed so remote in October 1924 stirred itself, and even while the new theory was being made law, presented the International with one of its greatest opportunities. We have to pass over how the Stalinists forced the Communist Party of Poland to support Pilsudski in the coup d'état which put him in power. Purcell and Hicks, Pilsudski and Chiang Kai-shek were Stalin's allies in this period, and the greatest of these was Chiang Kai-shek. China and imperialism. China remained comparatively untouched by European civilization until less than a century ago, but even in those early days Britain was already too small for British capitalism, and between 1839 and 1860 the British bombarded Chinese ports and massacred the Chinese people to ensure the continuance of the opium traffic, one of the main sources of revenue to British India. Besides the profits of this lucrative trade, they extorted millions of pounds as indemnities, seized Hong Kong and territory on the mainland, and opened Chinese ports to British trade by force. In 1842, the Treaty of Nanking limited the Chinese tariff to 5% ad valorem to prevent Chinese industry developing behind a high tariff wall. This they maintained by brute force until 1925, when, under the menace of the revolution, the first small breaches were promised. In the War of 1857, the British government, again at the point of the bayonet, added to the usual indemnity, seizure of territory, etc., a British Inspector General of Customs. The steady drain of silver from China for the purchase of opium, the ruin of Chinese handicraft industry, the breakdown of the Manchu government under the blows of the British Navy, the corruption of the Chinese official class by the opium smuggling, undermined the foundations of the once great but now outpaced civilization of China. In the middle of the century, a serious rebellion broke out in the south, held power in the southern provinces for 11 years, and then failed. The British at Hong Kong sided with the rebels, and the other powers followed their lead. But as the movement disintegrated, the foreign powers, chiefly Britain, deserted it and, after first defeating the Manchu dynasty and bringing it under its financial control, gave assistance against the rebels. By 1870 there were other rivals to Britain in the field. Russia and France stole large territories, the British seized Burma. China was still a market, and between 1851 and 1855 the excess of imports over exports from China was over £175 million. But the late 80s were the crisis years for European capitalism, when for the export of goods was gradually substituted the export of capital. Africa was for the time being divided, but Africa was not enough. The Chinese people had now to give concessions and accept loans in order to buy iron and steel from Europe. They had no choice in the matter. The British government on occasion offered them the choice of British loans or British shells. In 1894, the scramble entered its most dangerous but inevitable phase. Japanese capitalism tried to annex a portion of China, but the annexation clashed with British and other European interests. Russia and France intervened and checked her in defense of their own interests. Japan was too weak to assert her rights. It is a different story today. Yet she got a treaty port and £34.5 million indemnity. To pay this, British and other European banks lent China £48 million. God spoke to the American president, and in 1892 America seized the Philippine Islands and entered the race. This organized banditry threw an ever-increasing load on the millions of peasants out of whose produce came the taxes to pay these loans. As far back as 1856, Karl Marx, basing himself always on the economic unity of modern capitalism, had seen that the devastating influences of this unceasing plunder of China would end in revolution, destroy a great market for European capitalism, and thus precipitate the revolution of the European proletariat. In its essential outlines, the analysis is today as sound as when it was made. But the rottenness of the Manchu dynasty was propped up by the military and financial support given it by the European governments, and the Chinese native bourgeoisie, mainly commercial, could not provide the forces for the liberation of China. As in Russia, it was the entry of capital, and the consequent creation of a native proletariat organized and disciplined by large-scale production, that was to provide a means for the destruction of foreign capitalist domination in China. It was this process which Lenin saw so clearly in 1908, the inevitable intensification of the export of capital, and the consequent growth of the international revolution. He based on it his calculations for world revolution, described in his book Imperialism. It is the unshakable foundation of the permanent revolution. Small though the Chinese or Indian proletariat might be, as in Russia it would have as allies the hundreds of millions of peasants, sucked dry enough before by Oriental feudalism, but now driven to ruin by the burden which capitalist exploitation placed upon them. China stirs. The growing Chinese bourgeoisie, now increased by the export of European capital, found itself hampered by the reactionary Manchu government. The first spontaneous uprising of the Chinese masses had been easily canalised into the anti-foreign Boxer rebellion at the end of the 19th century. But after that failure, the Chinese bourgeoisie saw its main enemy in the Manchu dynasty. The Chinese bourgeoisie planned to build a railway with Chinese capital, Chinese material, and Chinese labor. European capital stepped between and lent the money to the Chinese government, and a year later, in 1911, the revolution broke out. Sun Yat-sen, dreaming of a republic and a regenerated China, was made president. But Yuan Shikai from the north, hitherto a supporter of the Manchus, but with large forces at his disposal, ousted Sun from the position of president. The Chinese liberal bourgeois who were supporting Sun were afraid he might go too far, and thus, even before 1914, had shown their counter-revolutionary nature. Sun Yat-sen formed the Kuomintang or People's Party, but once again foreign capital came to the assistance of reaction and made a large loan to Yuan Shikai, who crushed the revolution first in 1913, again in 1915, and died just as he was about to restore the monarchy. Meanwhile, industrialization of China under both European and native capital steadily increased, with the corresponding growth of native bourgeoisie and proletariat and the increasing misery of the peasantry. The war accelerated all the processes at work in China. Japanese capitalism seized the opportunity to enforce exorbitant demands on China. Sun Yat-sen formed a revolutionary government in South China, traditionally the revolutionary section of China in revolt. Despite some maneuvering, his main enemy was now foreign capital which had established itself firmly in large concessions, Shanghai the chief, whence it controlled the economic life of the country and drained its blood away, supported reaction and conducted itself to all Chinese, rich and poor, with studied insolence. Yet the insulted Chinese bourgeois was under the domination of foreign capital, and Sun, though no communist, by 1923 had realized that Chinese reaction, reinforced by foreign capitalism, could not succeed without the assistance of workers and peasants. By 1923 China was in political chaos. Each huge province, from ancient times economically autonomous, was under the control of a dujuan or feudal military leader, who concentrated into his hands both civil and military power, taxed the peasants for the upkeep of his private armies, and engaged in ceaseless warfare with other dujuans. The ablest and most powerful of these exercised some sort of overlordship of subsidiary groups and enjoyed the support of the capitalist countries whose interests predominated in the particular regions he controlled. Thus, in Manchuria, Japan supported Zhang Zuolin, while Britain supported Wu Peifu, chief marauder over many provinces in northern China, and Sun Chuanfang in central China. Sun Yat-sen's government in South China, seeking to call a constituent assembly for all China, was constantly attacked by militarists supported by British and Japanese capitalism. He appealed to America for assistance, but America was interested in the Chinese market, not in the aspirations of the Chinese people, and Sun turned at last to the Soviet Union. Russia stood high in Chinese favor, for Lenin had given back all that Tsarist Russia had stolen. In 1923 Sun met Joff, the Russian representative in Shanghai. The Soviet Union promised him assistance in the struggle to free China from imperialism, and its tool and ally Chinese militarism. Sun Yat-sen reorganized his party. He declared that the sole aim of the old members was to get rich and obtain posts as high officials, and that the workers and peasants were the only real forces of revolution. He did not, in the Bolshevik manner, organize a party based on a single class, whence the ultimate ruin of all he hoped for. His reorganized Kuomintang was still a hodgepodge, a few big capitalists, the nationalist bourgeoisie, the petty bourgeoisie, and workers and peasants. His program promised the 9-hour day to one, high tariffs to another, reduction of rents to a third, land from the state for landless peasants and tenant holders, the right of self-determination for the various nationalities, democracy, all lumped together under the one term, socialism. A determined revolutionary and undoubtedly a great leader, even at the very end of his life, he was only able to leave to his party a program that Ramsay MacDonald could have drawn up for him without any difficulty in half an hour. Lenin and China. But Lenin, too, in 1919 had been devoting himself to the problem of China and the colonial countries of the East, and in 1920 he presented theses on the Eastern Revolution to the Second Congress of the Third International. Lenin saw the Chinese Revolution as part of the international proletarian revolution. Without the continued exploitation of the colonial people, capitalism in Europe would collapse. His practical proposals were, as always, based on the independent proletarian movement, intransigence in program and organization, flexibility in the formation of the United Front. He knew that the workers and peasants alone could liberate China. But he knew that the chief danger to their activity was exactly such a popular front type of government as the Kuomintang, which would end inevitably by betraying. He therefore called for determined war against the attempt of all those quasi-communist revolutionists to cloak the liberation movement in the backward countries with a communist garb. The exclusive purpose of the Communist International in all backward countries was to educate the communist movements in those countries, however small, to the consciousness of their specific tasks, i.e. to the tasks of the struggle against the bourgeois democratic tendencies within their respective nationalities. It was by fighting against their own bourgeoisie that the workers and peasants would drive out the imperialists. The Communist International would establish temporary relations and even unions with the revolutionary movements in these countries. But it must never amalgamate with them, always preserving the independent character of the proletarian movement even though it be still in its embryonic state. In China, the peasant question was far more acute than it had been in Russia before 1917. Consequent on the whole Russian experience, therefore, the most inexperienced Bolshevik could formulate the second step after the organization of the proletarian party. Above all, we must strive as far as possible to give the peasant movement a revolutionary character, to organize the peasants and all the exploited classes into the Soviets. Lenin wrote this in 1920. In 3 years, the Chinese proletariat had passed even more rapidly than the Russian proletariat before 1905 to the stage where it was mature for revolution. We have to trace this process in some detail, for early in 1923 it was not only already clear that the Chinese Revolution was on its way, but obvious also that the theory of the permanent revolution and Lenin's organizational principles could carry it to success. The Chinese proletariat matures. The post-war crisis, the resumption of industry in the West, hit Chinese industry severely. There had been small strikes in 1912, and the beginning of a labor and socialist movement before the war. An attempt had been made to form a trade union in Hong Kong in 1915. But the Chinese workers who had served in the war brought back with them experience of labor organization. In September 1919, the Chinese Returned Laborers Association was organized in Shanghai to fight for better wages, the right to hold meetings, the right to make public speeches for promoting the welfare of the workers. The more backward the country, the closer the relation between economics and politics. After the war, the Japanese attempted to hold Shandong, and in May 1919, a score of students attacked the residences of pro-Japanese ministers in Peking and were arrested. When the news reached Shanghai, labor leaders declared a strike which spread rapidly even to the public utilities. In a few days, the Peking government was compelled to remove the offending ministers and release the agitators. In 1920, the Overseas Labor Union appeared in Canton. Hundreds of pre-war publications dealing with syndicalism, socialism, anarchism, and all phases of the labor movement were being published. On May 1, 1920, in Peking, Canton, and Shanghai, Chinese workers celebrated the workers' anniversary. On January 12, 1922, the Chinese Seamen's Union of Hong Kong presented its third petition for an increase in wages and demanded an answer within 24 hours. 1,500 men struck the next day. On February 1st, the British governor of Hong Kong declared the Chinese Seamen's Union an unlawful assembly. The reply was a sympathetic strike of 50,000, a symbolical general strike, representing every trade in the island. The strike lasted for nearly 3 months, when the seamen won a wage increase of 20 to 30%. The Young Communist Party of China organized in Canton the first Chinese Congress of Trades Unions with 170 delegates. Medieval Chinese doujins and post-war European capitalism recognized a common enemy. In the autumn of 1922, the British police fired on Chinese workers and killed several of them. In February 1923, Wu Peifu, the British Dujuan, banned a railwaymen's conference. On the 6th, a conference took place between the foreign consuls, Wu Peifu's military representatives, and the directors of the Peking-Hankow Railway. The next day, troops in big railway stations opened fire on the crowds of railwaymen. In Hankow alone, 60 were killed. The result was a railway strike of 20,000 men. The workers were ready to resist, but parliamentarians in Peking pressed for an investigation. Placatory resolutions were passed. The edge of the workers' attack was blunted, and the strike was called off. At once the repression began. Arrests, executions, the closing down of workers' papers, the driving of the trade union movement into illegality. Like the Russian workers, the Chinese workers were learning the close connection between economics and politics in a country with a backward or disorganized economy. It was at this time, in the spring of 1923, that Lenin, writing his last article, spoke with supreme confidence of the coming revolution in the East. China, he knew, would unloose India. For in addition to the insoluble contradictions of their internal economy, the Russian Revolution had given all these millions a concrete example, more potent than 100 years of propaganda. But after that spring, Lenin never worked again, and at once, in the autumn of 1923, Stalin, Zinoviev, and Kamenev in Moscow again revealed their lack of principle and their ingrained opportunism by sending the Chinese Communist Party into the Kuomintang, the first and most criminal error. Trotsky, as so often in those days fighting alone for Lenin's ideas, voted against. Had Lenin been sitting as chairman, such an entry could never have taken place. It is in this way that men make history. In that autumn, Borodin and other advisors went to Canton and opened a military school at Whampoa to train and organize the Kuomintang army. For the average bourgeois observer, such a collaboration was well worth to Stalin even the temporary subordination of the communist movement. It is here that the wide gulf between Menshevism and Bolshevism opens at once. Always when faced with such a choice, Lenin chose the proletarian way. He did, under certain circumstances, advocate the temporary subordination of a revolutionary organization, not large enough to be a party, to a centrist organization, to a social democratic, or worse still, a bourgeois organization, never. The sketch we have given of the Chinese proletariat between 1920 and 1923 shows that to the discerning eye the movement was mature. Stalin, an organic Menshevik and profoundly ignorant of international affairs as well as of Marxism, instinctively chose the other way, and Zinoviev and Kamenev followed. The test lies not in argument but in history. In January 1924, the reconstituted Kuomintang held its first meeting in Canton. Sun Yat-sen agreed to admit the communists into its ranks. But they entered not as a party, only as individuals, and had to swear to abide by the rules of the Kuomintang. The only conceivable justification for such a step was to consider it as a highly dangerous maneuver. The Chinese communists might possibly, under a strong and supple leadership, have worked under cover of the Kuomintang for a certain period of time and then, having spread their influence, left demonstratively on some political issue understandable to the masses, and resumed their organizational and programmatic independence. They could make a temporary agreement for some specific objective even with the liberal bourgeoisie, tenaciously guarding their independence. No one in 1923 could have foreseen that under Stalin's orders they were going to cling desperately to the Kuomintang for 4 years until hacked off by the swords of Chiang Kai-shek's soldiers. For the moment, however, the communists, taking advantage of their new position, began with energy to help the proletariat in its task of organizing itself. The revolution begins. At the beginning of 1925, Feng Yuxiang, a nationalist leader, defeated the pro-British Wu Peifu, drove him out of Peking, and proclaimed his army the Army of National Liberation. The nationalist movement awoke. In Shanghai, some worker delegates, elected to negotiate with the management in a dispute, were dismissed. The other workers protested, and the Anglo-Indian police, being summoned, fired on them, seriously wounding 5. The Shanghai workers rose against this brutality. They did not know it at the time, but they were beginning the Chinese Revolution. That is the way a revolution often comes, like a thief in the night, and those who have prepared for it and are waiting for it do not see it, and often only realize that their chance has come when it has passed. The protest movement was fed not only from the immediate arrogance and rapacity of the foreigner. It was the whole history of China which was soon to express itself through this channel. The Chinese workers and peasants had reached one of the breaking points of their history. Inside and outside the foreign concessions, the Chinese workers, men, women, and children, suffered from some of the most inhuman conditions of labor that obtained in any part of the globe. 12 hours and more 7 days a week, no time for meals, no sanitary conveniences in the older factories, foreign and native, overseers with loaded rifles to keep discipline, and all for a few pence a day. National liberation rested on the solid foundation of millions of workers, seeking a way out of intolerable conditions. What had been a small dispute about wages and a protest against administrative injustice became overnight a political weapon for the liberation of China. The 4 months and a half between May 1st to the middle of September showed like clockwork the class forces which would struggle for mastery in the coming revolution. "Down with the imperialists" was the slogan of the day. The Chinese government in Shanghai thought it was dealing with a riot, and demonstrations and meetings were met with the killing and wounding of scores of people. The allies of Chinese reaction, foreign imperialism, of necessity rushed to aid in the repression. On June 4th, the Allied imperialists, whose gunboats are always in Chinese harbors to protect property and rights and interests, landed a party and occupied the university and other buildings in the city. The Shanghai proletariat replied with the general strike. Nearly 250,000 workers came out and paralyzed the city, and as the mass force of the Shanghai proletariat showed itself, it drew in its wake, exactly as in France in June 1936, the petty bourgeois students, the artisans and the small traders, and, in the special conditions of China as a country struggling for national independence, even some of that treacherous brood, the liberal Chinese bourgeoisie. A special committee was formed, the Committee of Labor, Education and Commerce, which along with delegates from the trade unions had representatives from students' associations, the small shopkeepers and even some of the bourgeoisie. But the trade unions predominated and, far more clearly than in Russia, from the very start the Chinese proletariat was leading the nation. All classes seemed to support the strike. But in an industrialist country all classes never make a revolution, and as the strike developed, the necessity for Lenin's lifelong principle, the proletarian organizations and party retaining their independence, emerged with startling clearness. After 1 month, the Chinese bourgeoisie, who had never been very ardent, ceased to support the strike. During July and August, the petty bourgeoisie, the intelligentsia, the students, wobblers from the very intermediate position they hold in society, began to weaken. Nothing but immediate success and continued vigorous action can ever keep these to the proletarian movement. Aid from the international proletariat would have helped, but only the Third International agitated, collected money, made donations. The Second International, those perpetual preachers of self-determination, did nothing. The International Federation of Trades Unions behaved likewise. The British General Council, at this period consorting with the Russians in the Anglo-Russian Committee, refused even to answer telegrams of appeal from the Chinese unions. Realizing their limitations, the Shanghai leaders in good time fell back to the defensive. Some of their most pressing economic demands were satisfied. The strike was called off and the Shanghai workers retired in good order and with a living, vital experience to help them in the future. But so ripe was China that the Shanghai strike had acted as a detonator. There had been over 100 sympathetic strikes in various towns, and out of one of these developed the Hong Kong and Canton strike, demonstrating the fighting power and endurance of the proletariat in the manner that so constantly surprises even the most sanguine revolutionaries. The Canton strike. On June 23, a demonstration of protest against the Shanghai shooting took place in Canton. British police from the Anglo-French concession fired on the demonstration, killing and wounding scores of people. As in Shanghai, the Chinese proletariat replied with a general strike and their comrades in Hong Kong joined. The Chinese bourgeoisie in Canton rallied to the strikers and supported them, owing to the long revolutionary tradition in Canton and the much more important fact that the strike was accompanied by a boycott of British goods. From all the Chinese communities in the Philippine Islands, East Indies and America, money poured in. The British tried to prevent Chinese money coming into Canton, but failed. In Hong Kong, they unloosed all the forces of repression to break the strike. The Hong Kong workers were unshakable. In thousands, they began to leave Hong Kong for Canton. Estimates vary, but one Chinese writer claims that from start to finish about 100,000 Chinese left the island for Canton. There a strike committee was formed. The strikers organized propaganda meetings, study courses and lectures. They drew up regulations for workers and submitted them to the Canton Kuomintang government. They confiscated and stored contraband goods which British merchants tried to smuggle in. They captured, tried and imprisoned blacklegs. They organized pickets along the entire frontier of Guangxi province to keep out British ships and British goods from Hong Kong. They formed a workers' guard which led the picketing, fought against smugglers and fought with the Kuomintang government against counter-revolutionary Dujins. The strike ruined British trade with China. Between August and December 1924, the British ships entering Canton numbered between 160 and 240 each month. For the corresponding period in 1925, the number was between 27 and 2. British capitalism lost £500,000 per day. In 1926, the British Empire lost half its trade with China and 3/4 of its trade with Hong Kong. After 15 months, the British began to give way and sought to placate the workers, handling recalcitrant Britishers very roughly. No government can continue to fight against strikers who will not even stay to be imprisoned or shot at. After 1 year, the strike still continued as powerful as ever, the Communist Party of China playing a leading part, and the spirit of the workers all over China rose steadily. Trades union membership in May 1924, 220,000, reached 540,000 in May 1925, and in May 1926 over 1 million. In Shanghai alone, during the 1925 strike, it had reached 280,000. And this unprecedentedly rapid industrial organization of the workers was expressing itself in many strikes that were primarily political, which meant that the workers were looking to solve their industrial difficulties by the social revolution. The Communist Party, 800 in 1925, by January 1926 was 30,000, and to this powerful proletarian movement could be added the overwhelming revolutionary force of the starving Chinese peasantry. In Guangdong, a province typical of the South, 74% of the population held 19% of the land. In Wuxi in central China, 68.9% of the poor peasantry held 14.2% of the land. In Baoding in the north, 65.2% held 25.9% of the land. Of the Chinese population, on a rough estimate, 65% were driven by the most consistent and powerful revolutionary urge in all historical periods, the hunger of starving peasants for land. The permanent revolution in China. The fundamental task of the Communist Party was basically the task of the Bolshevik Party in Russia, to link the proletarian movement with the peasant, organizing the peasants into Soviets for the forcible seizure of the land. In no other way but on the basis of the proletarian and peasant revolution could China then or now achieve national independence. Sun Yat-sen had learnt that by hard experience, though he shrank from drawing the full conclusions. He had hoped somehow to bring the revolutionary masses into the struggle led by the nationalist bourgeoisie. The thing is impossible. Now, since the great strikes, when it was clear that the Chinese proletariat was challenging the bourgeoisie, it was inevitable that at the first opportunity the Chinese bourgeoisie would join with imperialists and militarists and crush the revolution. The farther east the bourgeoisie, the more cruel and treacherous. The powerful French bourgeoisie in 1789 had joined with the counter-revolution. How much less likely was the weak Chinese bourgeoisie, far weaker than the Russian, to ally itself with a proletariat which had shown its power? That was the whole theoretical prognosis of the Bolshevik Party, amply confirmed by the course of the Russian Revolution. After 1917, the main strategic line of the Chinese Revolution could only be as follows. The Chinese Revolution would begin as a bourgeois democratic revolution, but only as an immediate slogan. While the Communist Party of China would not oppose this slogan, it would be aware that for a backward country with an advanced proletariat, we shall see it in Spain, the bourgeois democratic regime is impossible. The revolution would conquer as the dictatorship of the proletariat or not at all. The Communist Party had already shown that it knew how to link industrial with political demands. It had to strive to popularize the ideas of Soviets among the peasantry on the simple slogan, "The land for the peasants," and, as the party which urged the seizure of the land, would ultimately have the firm support of the peasantry for its political demands. Guarding its own independence, the Communist Party would boldly raise the slogan of national independence based on the revolutionary demands of the proletariat and the peasantry. If the movement developed, there could have been no doubt of this after the Hong Kong strike, and in Hubei in 1926 the peasants were already seizing the land. The anti-imperialist pretense of the Chinese bourgeoisie would be exposed, and the Chinese petty bourgeoisie, the traders, the students, and some of the intellectuals would be swept in the wake of the proletarian movement and follow the proletariat as leader of the national revolution. A Congress of Soviets would appoint a provisional revolutionary government and call a constituent assembly, arranging the franchise to secure the predominance of the poor. In this assembly, the Chinese proletariat, organized in the Communist Party and in the trade unions, would occupy a dominating position. According to the strength of the movement and the dangers of the revolution, the dictatorship of the proletariat might be established immediately. But either the bourgeoisie would establish their dictatorship, or conversely the proletariat would establish theirs. It was this strategic line which would guide the Communist Party, already superior in the towns. It would jealously maintain its independence as the party of the proletariat and, if it could draw the hundreds of millions of peasants behind it, it would be the most powerful political force in the country. There was the danger of foreign intervention, but nothing would bind revolutionary China so firmly together as the sight of the Chinese bourgeoisie, but yesterday lovers of their country, attacking China along with the hated imperialists. China could stand a blockade far more easily than Russia. A Soviet China linked to a Soviet Russia, supported by the far-flung Third International, would alter the whole relationship of the capitalist and revolutionary forces in the Far East. Such a bloc would not only throw British and Japanese economy into the gravest disorder, but would unloose movements in India, Burma, and even Egypt and the Near East which would set the whole structure of capitalism rocking. The movement might perhaps not develop so powerfully, but there was a chance that, at least in a substantial part of China, the revolution might hold power and use it as a base for future extension. At worst, it might be totally defeated. The proletariat was ready. But the boldness of its slogans, the strength of its attack would depend on the strength of the peasant movement it could develop. Even if it failed, as the Russian Revolution of 1905, the Chinese proletariat would have acquired an invaluable experience. The more advanced elements in the peasantry would have had time to recognize with which party their future lay, and the party, with tried and experienced leaders, would be able to prepare for the inevitable return of the revolutionary wave as the Russian party prepared for the new revolution on the basis of 1905. Such is the theory and practice of the permanent revolution. Lenin, alive and well in Moscow, would from day to day have analyzed the development of events and through the Chinese Communist Party would have made the road clear for the Chinese masses. The Chinese proletariat had, by 1926, shown what it was capable of. Starting in 1929, nearly 100 million peasants were to show for 5 heroic years how ready for revolution was the Chinese peasantry. It was not only the objective conditions which were so favorable. The Russian Revolution and the Communist International exercised an enormous subjective influence. The Chinese workers and peasants knew broadly what the Russians had done and wanted to do the same. They trusted the Chinese Communist Party, which they knew to be guided by the now world-famous leaders in Moscow. And yet it was the communist leadership in Moscow which led the revolution in China to disaster. Step by step Stalin mismanaged it with such incompetence and dishonesty that, 1 year after the final defeat in December 1927, the name of the International stank in Shanghai and Canton. In April 1927, the party had nearly 60,000 members, including 53.8% workers. By July, the percentage of workers in the party was 75%. On November 8, 1928, a circular of the Central Committee stated, "The party does not have a single healthy party nucleus among the industrial workers. In 1930, not 2% were workers." In 1935, at the 7th Congress of the Communist International, the secretary admitted that they had failed to make progress in organizing the industrial workers. The blight that Stalin and Bukharin cast on the Chinese Revolution in 1925-27 is still upon it. Stalin's two-class party. Stalin had had as little to do with international politics as with economics. Now, in his important position as Lenin's successor, he continued the role he had begun in October 1924, when he prophesied the imminent revolution in Europe. In May 1925, the month in which the Shanghai strike began, he spoke at the University of the Peoples of the East and expounded his Leninism for the revolutionary movement in the Orient. There he put forward, for such countries as Egypt and China, what is from the Leninist point of view the most singular of all Stalin's conceptions, surpassing even the relegation to the dust heap of basic capital. He proposed a two-class party, a party of workers and peasants, after the model of the Kuomintang. Not all the Red professors in Russia could find him any quotations from Lenin to support this doctrine, and the speech is remarkable as one of the few in the collected volumes which is not interspersed with "Lenin said." They will have to transcend the policy of the United Nationalist Front and adopt the policy of forming a revolutionary coalition between the workers and the petty bourgeois. This coalition may find expression in the creation of a single party whose membership will be drawn from among the working class and the peasantry, after the model of the Kuomintang. But such a party should be genuinely representative of the two component forces, the communists and the revolutionary petty bourgeois. This coalition must see to it that the half-heartedness and duplicity of the great bourgeoisie shall be laid bare, and that a resolute attack shall be made upon imperialism. The formation of such a party, composed, as we have seen, of two distinct elements, is both necessary and expedient, so long as it does not shackle the activities of the communists, so long as it does not hamper the agitational and propagandist freedom of the communists, so long as it does not prevent the proletariat from rallying round the communists, so long as it does not impair the communist leadership of the revolutionary forces. But the formation of such a party is neither necessary nor expedient unless all these conditions are forthcoming. Otherwise, the communist elements would become absorbed into the bourgeois elements and the communists would lose their position as leaders of the proletarian army. In that muddled, blundering paragraph lay the germ of all the muddles and blunders which were to come. It is difficult to say where he got the idea of a party representing two classes from. It was due most probably to a misunderstanding of the phrase, the revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry. That there can be only one proletarian or communist party, that a peasant may become a member of a communist party only by adopting the proletarian policy of the Communist Party, that a peasant party would be a separate entity led by the proletarian party, as the Social Revolutionaries formed a minority party in the Soviet Union between November 1917 and July 1918, that to talk about a party composed, as we have seen, of two distinct elements, in which communists would not be shackled by peasants was the very antithesis of all that Lenin had fought for, was in complete opposition to what the Communist International stood for, was, in fact, the most dangerous nonsense, especially in the mouth of the leader of the international proletariat. To point out all this, of course, was Trotskyism. Given Stalin's obstinacy and the servility of his subordinates, we can see today that from that moment the Chinese Revolution was doomed. For Stalin and Bukharin, the revolution, according to Leninism, was a bourgeois democratic revolution against the foreign imperialists, and therefore was to be carried out by the bourgeoisie organized in the Kuomintang and the nationalist army of the Canton government which Borodin was training. The business of the proletariat and the peasantry, therefore, was to do nothing which would impede the bourgeoisie and the Kuomintang in their struggle. Not for nothing had they spent the previous 2 years abusing the permanent revolution and all its teachings as the main vice of Trotskyism. After the imperialists had been driven into the sea by the United Nations, by all classes except the biggest of the bourgeoisie, then the proletariat and peasantry would turn upon the bourgeoisie and conquer. This in 1925, after 1905 and 1917, after over 20 years of reading and expounding Lenin. The Kuomintang. The two-class party Stalin envisaged on the model of the Kuomintang quickly developed into the four-class party of the Kuomintang. The Kuomintang, whatever Sun Yat-sen and his wife might think, was a government party ruling a large extent of territory in southern China. By 1925 its membership consisted of about 250,000 big bourgeoisie, factory owners, petty bourgeoisie, professional men and petty traders, landowners, gentry, rich peasants and also, after the reorganization by Sun Yat-sen, working men and poor peasants. But the proletariat was being organized in trade unions under the leadership of the Communist Party. We have watched its steady growth. And the Kuomintang, as organized, could from its very nature have nothing to do with a revolutionary seizure of land by the poor peasants. There might be a right wing and a left wing. In January 1926, there were 168 lefts to 45 rights and 65 centrists out of 278 delegates. But such a party could never lead a revolutionary proletariat and a revolutionary peasantry. Why should it? Not only in Lenin's thesis at the Second Congress, but also in supplementary theses presented at the Fourth Congress in 1922, the proletarian parties in the colonies had been warned against such parties, and in both sets of theses the Kuomintang had been mentioned by name as one of the specially dangerous. Trotsky therefore continued to demand that the Communist Party leave the Kuomintang. Whatever remote justification there might have been for its being in before, now that the revolution had begun, at all costs it must come out. It might be driven underground for a time. So had been the Bolshevik Party. The rise of the revolution would bring it out again with renewed force. Stalin and Bukharin condemned this as Trotskyism and bound the Communist Party and the Chinese Revolution to the Kuomintang. During 1925, the left wing of the Kuomintang had been following Sun Yat-sen's directions, and like good liberals displayed much sympathy for the workers' movements. They had organized peasant leagues to fight against the Mintuan, a sort of fascist militia on the countryside. But they warned the peasants against the seizure of land. That would come after, duly arranged by law. But even the formation of these peasant leagues had been causing dissatisfaction among the right elements in the party. The executive committee, however, was left, and the executive committee ruled between congresses. Stalin and Bukharin, through Borodin, supported the left against the right, that is to say, supported the petty bourgeois traders and small capitalists against their greater brethren. The political bureau of 9 members was left. Wang Jingwei, the same who was prime minister to Chiang Kai-shek until a few months ago, a bullet caused his retirement, was head of the party and of the Canton government. He was absolutely left, and Borodin, the Russian representative, was high in favor with Wang Jingwei. Borodin, with Wang's support, drafted programs for Kuomintang conferences which sounded revolutionary enough, and the Chinese Communist Party worked and grew within the shelter of the left Kuomintang. But as the Shanghai strike began and unloosed the hundreds of thousands of striking workers on Canton itself, the Chinese bourgeoisie and landowners grew frightened and demanded the expulsion of the communists. The communists had now either to leave and fight for the revolution according to Lenin, or stay and fight for it according to the left Kuomintang. Stalin chose the left Kuomintang, and Borodin organized a plan of campaign to suit. The Northern Campaign. In the North, Zhang Zuolin, the pro-Japanese warlord, had established a dictatorship in Peking and gathered some other military chiefs to oppose the nationalists in the south. Borodin and the left wing therefore outlined the national revolution as follows. In the coming spring, the nationalist forces in the south under Chiang Kai-shek would set out from Canton in the extreme south, raise the banner of revolution, conquering anti-nationalist Dujins, uniting with those who wished a liberated China, and end by defeating Zhang Zuolin and taking the ancient capital of Peking. Chiang Kai-shek was willing to lead this revolution, but he did not wish to go marching off to Peking and leave a radical Kuomintang government under the influence of Borodin behind him. Yet his party needed the temporary support of the International. It applied for membership as a sympathizing party. The Stalinists agreed, as usual, Trotsky alone dissenting. To the 2 plenums of the Executive Committee held in February and again in November, Chiang sent fraternal delegates. He and Stalin exchanged portraits. But on March 20, 1926, while Borodin was out of Canton, Chiang Kai-shek coalesced with the right Kuomintang, staged a coup d'état, seized power, and forced Wang Jingwei and other radical members of the Kuomintang to fly from the country. He had acted too early. He had control of the army, but the nationalist movement was too weak as yet to progress without mass support. There was a sharp reaction against Chiang, and in May left and right wing were reconciled. But Chiang Kai-shek became head of the party in place of Wang Jingwei, and at the May plenum in 1926 he laid down harsh terms. The Communist Party was pledged not to criticize the anti-class struggle doctrines of Sun Yat-sen. It was compelled to give a list of its members in the Kuomintang to Chiang Kai-shek, so that he could put his hands on them when he wanted them. It was forbidden to allow its members to become heads of any party or government department. In all important committees, its members were limited to 1. Members of the Kuomintang were forbidden to join the Communist Party. Borodin, under Stalin's orders, agreed to all these conditions. In return, Chiang Kai-shek expelled some of the members of the right wing. They went to Nanking to await him there. Thus, at the moment when the revolution needed the leadership of the Communist Party, Stalin tied it hand and foot. Marxism apart, Chiang Kai-shek stood revealed. Stalin, however, follows his policies to the end and never gives away to Trotskyism. The news of this coup d'état would have reinforced Trotsky's insistence that the Communist Party leave the Kuomintang at once. Stalin proved his own policy correct by his favorite method of argument. He suppressed the news. When news of the coup d'état eventually leaked out, the international press correspondence of April 8, 1926, called it a lying report. In the May 6 issue of the same journal, Voitinsky, one of the Russian delegation under Borodin, called it an invention of the imperialists. Thus encouraged, Chiang made all strikes in Canton illegal, Borodin agreeing. With his rear tolerably safe from revolution, Chiang set out in July to the north, ostensibly to fight the militarists. He carried with him printing presses and a huge propaganda apparatus, developed and run by communists, who put forward Chiang's slogans. Believing him to be the leader of the revolution, the masses rushed to his support and the anti-nationalist armies crumbled. As he gained confidence, Chiang suppressed trade unions, the peasant leagues, and the communists. His support fell away. He recalled the communists, who came willingly, again did propaganda for him, using the prestige of the October Revolution and the Soviet state in the service of Chiang Kai-shek, the leader of the revolution. Where the Bolsheviks in Russia had called for Soviets and the confiscation of the land, the communists now agitated for better working conditions and a 20% reduction in rent. That was all Chiang would allow them to do. Chiang resumed his triumphant progress. By September, the Yangtze Valley was in his hands, and Stalin and Bukharin and the internationalist press were delirious with joy. By October, his army had captured the important triple town of Hankow, Wuchang, and Hanyang, known as Wuhan. The Kuomintang government was moved from Canton to Wuhan, and before it left Canton it called off unconditionally the Hong Kong-Canton strike. This had lasted with undiminished vigor for 16 months, and in all its aspects it is the greatest strike in history. In Canton also the Kuomintang provincial left wing was replaced by the right, the famous Workers' Guard was disarmed, revolutionary workers were arrested, workers were forbidden to agitate among the peasantry, anti-English demonstrations were prohibited, and the gentry or small landowners in the villages encouraged. The Communist Party leadership submitted to everything. And as the news of all this leaked through to Russia, in Moscow the internal struggle between Stalin's Leninism and Trotskyism was now extended to Stalin's Kuomintang policy. Revolution for rent reduction. In July 1926, Radek, a member of the opposition, rector of Sun Yat-sen University in Moscow, wrote to the Politburo of the CPSU and asked for answers to a series of questions so that he might bring his lectures into harmony with the policy of the International in China. The questions were awkward. What was the attitude of the party to the military dictatorship of Chiang Kai-shek initiated after the coup d'état of March 1926 and supported by Borodin? What work was the Kuomintang doing among the peasantry? A manifesto had been issued by the Central Committee of the Chinese Party, part of which ran, "We must carry on a minimum of class struggle, and when the policy of the Communist Party is designated as Bolshevik, it is not a matter of Bolshevism but of Bolshevism in the interests of the whole nation." Did Stalin approve of this as Leninism? Radek received no reply. He wrote a second letter in July. There was no reply. He wrote again in September. Still no reply. Stalin and Bukharin dared not as yet say openly that they were responsible for the instructions to the Communist Party of China to do nothing which would accelerate any conflict with Chiang Kai-shek. But in November 1926, after the 7th plenum of the ECCI, at which a fraternal delegate from Chiang Kai-shek took part, the executive issued a manifesto. Stalin had proposed a two-class party. Martinov, one of his henchmen, made the Kuomintang into a three-class party. Now this manifesto defined the revolutionary movement as a block of four classes, comedy in the mouths of liberal bourgeois seeking to deceive the masses, but a shameful crime coming from Lenin's International not 3 years after his death. The proletariat is forming a bloc with the peasantry, which is actively taking up the struggle for its interests, with the petty urban bourgeoisie and a section of the capitalist bourgeoisie. This combination of forces found its political expression in corresponding groups in the Kuomintang and in the Canton government. Now the movement is at the beginning of the third stage on the eve of a new class combination. In this stage, the driving forces of the movement will be a bloc of still more revolutionary nature, of the proletariat, peasantry, and urban petty bourgeoisie, to the exclusion of a large section of the big capitalist bourgeoisie. This does not mean that the whole bourgeoisie as a class will be excluded from the arena of the struggle for national emancipation, for besides the petty and middle bourgeoisie, even certain strata of the big bourgeoisie may, for a certain period, continue to march with the revolution. What pen wrote this we cannot say. But there can be no mistake about the originator of these ideas. It was the same who called the struggle between Lenin and Trotsky a storm in a teacup, and urged support of the provisional government in 1917. On the future Chinese government, Stalin had traveled far since the two-class party. The structure of the revolutionary state will be determined by its class basis. It will not be a purely bourgeois democratic state. The state will represent the democratic dictatorship of the proletariat, peasantry, and other exploited classes. It will be a revolutionary anti-imperialist government of transition to non-capitalist, socialist development. All of which meant that the Kuomintang would govern henceforth. Boldly, the manifesto came out for the agrarian revolution. The national government of Canton will not be able to retain power. The revolution will not advance towards the complete victory over foreign imperialism and native reaction, unless national liberation is identified with agrarian revolution. This sounded grand enough, but it was only one of the flourishes which Stalin habitually uses as a preface to the blackest reaction. The next paragraph was many flights lower. While recognizing that the Communist Party of China should advance the demand for the nationalization of the land as its fundamental plank in the agrarian program of the proletariat, it is necessary at the present time, however, to differentiate in agrarian tactics in accordance with the peculiar economic and political conditions prevailing in the various districts in Chinese territory. This meant simply that the views on property of Chiang Kai-shek and the Kuomintang leaders of the revolution were to be respected. What, therefore, was the revolutionary program? It had to be a program that Borodin and Chiang could carry out peacefully together. The Communist Party of China and the Kuomintang must immediately carry out the following measures in order to bring over the peasantry to the side of the revolution. And the first of a long list of demands was A. To reduce rents to the minimum. Stalin and Bukharin were asking the peasants of China to make a revolution in order to reduce rents to the minimum. Not once was the word Soviet mentioned, and the manifesto took good care to exclude every possibility of the organization of one. The apparatus of the National Revolutionary Government provides a very effective way to reach the peasantry. The Communist Party must use this way. The Kuomintang, therefore, was to make the peasant revolution. Chiang had severely limited the participation of the Communists in the organization of the Kuomintang. Stalin and Bukharin, having hidden this from the International, with their tongues in their cheeks, proceeded as follows. In the newly liberated provinces, state apparatuses of the type of the Canton government will be set up. The task of the Communists and their revolutionary allies is to penetrate into the apparatus of the new government to give practical expression to the agrarian program of national revolution. This will be done by using the state apparatus for the confiscation of land, reduction of taxes, investment of real power in the peasant committees, thus carrying on progressive measures of reform on the basis of a revolutionary program. They then dealt the now traditional blow at Trotskyism. In view of this and many other equally important reasons, the point of view that the Communist Party must leave the Kuomintang is incorrect. The manifesto showed that they knew quite well the nature of the Kuomintang government in Canton. Since its foundation, the real power of the Canton government has been in the hands of the right-wing Kuomintang. 5 out of the 6 commissars belong to the right wing. But they called on the communists to enter this government to assist the revolutionary left wing against the right. As if for revolutionary classes were not enough, they envisaged 5. The Communist Party of China must strive to develop the Kuomintang into a real party of the people, a solid revolutionary bloc of the proletariat, peasantry, the urban petty bourgeoisie, and the other oppressed and exploited classes, which must carry on a decisive struggle against imperialism and its agents. Stalin and Bukharin might talk about bourgeois democratic revolution and the democratic dictatorship of proletariat and peasantry and the remaining classes which made up the 5, but the Kuomintang Canton government with 5 right-wingers out of its 6 commissars was quite good enough for them. The Canton government is a revolutionary state primarily owing to its anti-imperialistic character. The industrial program of the revolution was to be A. Nationalization of railways and waterways. B. Confiscation of large enterprises, mines and banks having the character of foreign concessions. C. Nationalization of land to be realized by successive radical reform measures enforced by the revolutionary state. 7. For 12 years before 1917, the Bolsheviks had tirelessly preached the simple slogans, the Democratic Republic, the 8-hour day, the land for the peasants. Yet, with the Chinese proletariat already in action and millions of hungry peasants ready to fight, this was the program and policy imposed on them with all the authority of the October Revolution and the Communist International. This cruelly deceptive and dangerous document went to Borodin and the Communist Party of China, through them to demoralize the ardent but trusting Chinese masses and lead scores of thousands into the death trap of the Kuomintang. The revolution chained. But it was all that Borodin and the Communist Party could do to hold back the Chinese masses. By January 1927, the membership of the CP was nearly 60,000, the Young Communist League of China was 35,000, and the organized workers, 230,000 in 1923, were now 2,800,000, a greater number than in the Russia of October 1917. However much Stalin might wish to hold them down in order not to displease Chiang Kai-shek, the masses in Canton and Wuhan could feel on their backs the blows of reaction. In the southern provinces by March 1927, 10 million peasants had been organized in the peasant leagues. In Hubei, the peasants were already seizing the land on a large scale. Furthermore, Chiang Kai-shek's treachery, made so clear in March, was now becoming open to the masses. In the early months of 1927, he was carrying on negotiations with the Japanese and the pro-Japanese reactionary warlords, and the Communist Party knew it. The nearer he got to Shanghai, the more he threw off the thin mask. Since December, he had been in open conflict with Borodin, Galen, and other communists. But their only strength lay in the mass movement, and this they had, by Stalin's manifesto, to subordinate to the Kuomintang. Suddenly the masses broke away. On January 3rd, the workers and petty bourgeoisie of Hankow were holding a meeting near the British concession. The British authorities got into conflict with them, and the masses spontaneously occupied the concession, organized a workers' guard, and maintained control. The revolution in the South flared up again, and so powerful wave of nationalist sentiment flowed through the country that even the Japanese supporter, Zhang Zuolin in Peking, found it politic to speak of the return of the concessions. Chiang Kai-shek, now at Nanking, then as today a stronghold of reaction, afraid of the militant workers in the South, demanded that the government seat should be transferred to Nanking. But the left Kuomintang, between whom and Chiang there had always been almost open hostility, insisted that according to a resolution passed in Canton the government should remain at Wuhan. For weeks there existed practically two Kuomintang governments, two central committees, two political bureaus. Chiang, not yet ready to come out openly against the International, praised Trotskyism because the Trotskyists were demanding the withdrawal of the party from the Kuomintang. In the Russian delegation, three young communists, all anti-Trotskyists, Nasonov, Falkin, and Albrecht, were chafing at the suicidal policy of Borodin. The bold action of the Chinese proletariat at Hankow had given Borodin an opportunity. The left Kuomintang rallied round him and stiffened its resistance to Chiang Kai-shek. But Borodin, shackled by Stalin, did not know what to do. To the masses holding Hankow, neither Borodin nor the Chinese party gave any directives. Instead, they rebuked the workers who had formed the guard and were keeping order in Hankow. Nasonov, Falkin, and Albrecht urged Borodin to leave Shanghai and go to Wuhan to rally the left Kuomintang, initiate a broad mass campaign on the rising militancy of the masses, explain that the quarrel over the government seat was not personal but political, and demand openly from Chiang Kai-shek a clear and distinct political declaration. Borodin stuck to Stalin's manifesto. Chiang took the offensive, and he and the bourgeois and imperialist press brought the struggle against Borodin into the open. On February 21, Chiang delivered a pogrom speech against the party, and the conflict could no longer be hidden. Borodin and the party remained silent before the bewildered masses. Urged to unloose the peasant movement against Chiang, they declared that the peasants did not want land. The revolution murdered. In Shanghai, the revolutionary proletariat, roused to fever heat by the victories and approach of Chiang Kai-shek, the leader of the revolution, received the news that Chiang had defeated Sun Quanfang, the reactionary feudal general who dominated Shanghai and the surrounding area. The joy of the workers broke out on February 18th into a spontaneous general strike in which 300,000 workers joined. A section of the petty bourgeoisie shut up their shops and joined in the strike, The fleet came over to the side of the workers and the strike developed into an armed uprising. A detachment of Sun Quanfang's troops in the city broke under the strain. Some began to loot and pillage, others wanted to join the nationalist revolution. But the Chinese Central Committee, which did not expect the strike, deliberated as to whether the rising should take place or not, even while it was taking place. No directives were issued. The slogans were "Down with Sun Quanfang" and "Hail the Northern Expedition," "Hail Chiang Kai-shek." Not one anti-imperialist slogan was issued in Shanghai, the center of foreign imperialism in China. The movement collapsed. Nasonov, Falcon, and Albrecht, seeing the revolution being destroyed by those who were supposed to lead it, sent to Moscow a long and bitter complaint against the leadership of Borodin and the leaders of the Chinese Communist Party. The slogan of the Democratic National Assembly, which we had advanced shortly before the strike, was conceived of as a new means of combinations at the top, and was not launched among the masses. As a result, we let slip an exceptionally favorable historical moment, a rare combination of circumstances, where power lay in the streets but the party did not know how to take it. Worse still, it didn't want to take it. It was afraid to. Thus, the right tendency, which has already contaminated the party for a year, found a crass and consummate expression during the Shanghai events, which can only be compared with the tactics of the German Central Committee in 1923 and of the Mensheviks during the December uprising in 1905. Yet there is a difference. It lies in the fact that in Shanghai the proletariat had considerably more forces and chances on its side and, with an energetic intervention, it could have won Shanghai for the revolution and changed the relationship of forces within the Kuomintang. It is not by accident that the leadership of the Chinese Communist Party committed these errors. They flowed from the right-wing conception of the revolution, the lack of understanding of the mass movement and the complete lack of attention towards it. But the right-wing conception of the revolution which had contaminated the party for a year had come from Stalin. Stalin dealt with the protest against his policy in the usual manner. He suppressed the letter, recalled Nasonov in disgrace and banished him to America, while the Shanghai proletariat fought Chiang Kai-shek, but 2 days' march outside the city would not enter. He waited while the soldiers of the reaction bled the workers. The military governor of Shanghai was later to receive a command in Chiang's army. Instead, Chiang spread terror in the outlying provinces. Nasonov and his friends had written their despairing letter on March 17th, in the belief that the Shanghai proletariat was crushed for some time to come. But on March 21st, the workers of Shanghai again rose spontaneously, and this time drove out the northern forces. Millions of workers all over the globe have suffered at the hands of the Stalin-dominated International, but none so much as the valiant proletariat of Shanghai. For 3 weeks they held the city. By this time the masses knew that Chiang Kai-shek meant mischief, for his army had stood outside the gates for several days while they fought with the reactionaries inside. The majority of the workers wished to close the gates to Chiang and fight him. But Stalin's orders were rigid. Mandalian, a communist official in Shanghai at the time, has written that the orders to the workers were not to provoke Chiang, and in case of extreme necessity to bury their arms. And Bukharin, in his Problems of the Chinese Revolution, has confirmed this. From Chiang's army itself came a warning of the coup that Chiang was preparing. His army was not homogeneous and contained elements devoted to the revolution. Certain sections of Chiang's army entered the city but took no action. The 1st Division was led by Shui Yu, who had been promoted from the ranks, and he and his division were in sympathy with the mass movement. Chiang Kai-shek knew this and hated Shui Yu. While the main army stood outside the gates of Shanghai, Chiang called Shui Yu to headquarters, received him coldly and proposed that he leave the city and go to the front. Shui Yu sought the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party and told them that he would not go back to Chiang Kai-shek because he feared a trap. He was willing to remain in Shanghai and fight with the workers against the counter-revolutionary overthrow which Chiang was preparing. Chen Duxiu and the leaders of the Chinese Party told him that they knew the overthrow was being prepared, but that they did not want a premature conflict with Chiang Kai-shek. Shui Yu therefore led his division out of the city. But the split in the Kuomintang ranks and the coming treachery of Chiang were now no secret and were openly discussed even in the imperialist press. The Chinese party, holding fast to Moscow, reassured the doubting Shanghai workers. On April 6, Stalin addressed a meeting in Moscow and the meeting unanimously adopted a resolution condemning Trotskyism and endorsing the line of the Chinese Communist Party. This meeting considers the demand that the Communist Party of China leave the Kuomintang to be equivalent to the isolation of the CP of China and the proletariat from the national movement for the emancipation of China, and further considers this demand to be absolutely false and erroneous. All over the world, the Communist International, drugged by the Stalinist policy and the Stalinist lies, was waiting for the victory of Chiang Kai-shek. On March 23, the Communist Party of France held a great meeting in Paris at which appeared Cachin, Simard, and Monmusso. They sent a telegram to Chiang Kai-shek. The workers of Paris greet the entry of the revolutionary Chinese army into Shanghai. 56 years after the Paris Commune and 10 years after the Russian, the Chinese Commune marks a new stage in the development of the world revolution. But the Shanghai workers knew that Chiang was a traitor. The British and Americans bombarded Nanking and killed 7,000 Chinese, and the imperialists were openly inciting Chiang against the workers. To allay feeling, therefore, Communist Party and Kuomintang issued a joint manifesto in Shanghai on April 6. In all the misleading literature of the Stalinist International, this manifesto is perhaps the most criminal. The national revolution has reached the last basis of imperialism in China, Shanghai. The counter-revolutionaries both inside and outside China are spreading false reports in order to bring our two parties in opposition to each other. Some say that the Communist Party is preparing to form a workers' government, to overthrow the Kuomintang and to recover the concessions by force of arms. Others say that the leaders of the Kuomintang intend to make war on the Communist Party, to suppress the labor unions and to dissolve the workers' defense organizations. Now is not the time to discuss the origin of these malicious rumors. The supreme organ of the Kuomintang declared at its last plenary session that it has not the least intention of attacking the Communist Party or of suppressing the labor unions. The military authorities in Shanghai have declared their complete allegiance to the Central Committee of the Kuomintang. If differences of opinion exist, they can be amicably settled. The Communist Party is striving to maintain order in the freed territories. It has already completely approved of the tactic of the national government not to attempt to force a return of the concessions by armed force. The Trades Council of Shanghai has also declared that it will make no attempt to enter the concession by violence. At the same time, it declared that it fully approved of the cooperation between all oppressed classes through the formation of a local government. In face of these facts, there is no basis whatever for these malicious rumors. On April 12, Chiang Kai-shek, having concluded his arrangements with the imperialists, launched the terror on the Shanghai workers. Chiang's longsword detachments marched through the streets, executing workers on the spot. Some of the strikers in the railway department were thrown into the furnaces of the locomotives. Communist Party, trades union movement, all workers' organizations were smashed to pieces and driven into illegality. The Chinese counter-revolution, backed by imperialism, reigned triumphant in Shanghai, while Stalin and Bukharin in Moscow led the whole Communist International in an ear-piercing howl of treachery. Shanghai might be lost, but one thing had to be saved: Stalin's prestige against Trotskyism. In the following month, at the 8th plenum of the ECCI, Stalin exposed the mistakes of the opposition. The opposition is dissatisfied because the Shanghai workers did not enter into a decisive battle against the imperialists and their myrmidons. But it does not understand that the revolution in China cannot develop at a fast tempo. It does not understand that one cannot take up a decisive struggle under unfavorable conditions. The opposition does not understand that one cannot take up a decisive struggle under unfavorable conditions. The opposition does not understand that not to avoid a decisive struggle under unfavorable conditions, when it can be avoided, means to make easier the work of the enemies of the revolution. For at the 8th plenum, Stalin and Bukharin insisted that the communists should remain within the Kuomintang and should now support the left Kuomintang and the Wuhan government as leaders of the revolution. Wang Jingwei was substituted for Chiang Kai-shek. Borodin in China was sending urgent messages to Stalin telling him that the Kuomintang leaders in Wuhan were determined to prevent the growing agrarian revolution even at the cost of a split with Moscow. From Stalin's point of view, the only thing was to hold the agrarian revolution in. For him now, the left Kuomintang government at Wuhan, with 2 communists in it and supported by Feng Yuxiang, the Christian general, was now the revolutionary government, and its head, Wang Jingwei, was immediately baptized leader of the Chinese Revolution. It is at this stage that the personal responsibility of Stalin and Bukharin assumes international proportions. They could have changed the policy then. It is true that Stalin had the power he held because he was the ideal representative of the bureaucracy. But a change of policy did not in any way involve the internal position of the bureaucracy. Proof of this is that in a few months the policy was violently changed. But Stalin's stubborn ignorance and political blindness held the revolution down. 7 years before Lenin had said China was ripe for Soviets. Now, in May 1927, after 2 years of revolution, Stalin rejected outright the policy of Soviets for which the left opposition pressed. Now can we say that the situation in Russia from March to July 1917 represents an analogy to the present situation in China? No, this cannot be said. The history of the workers' Soviets shows that such Soviets can exist and develop further only if favorable premises are given for a direct transition from the bourgeois democratic revolution to the proletarian revolution. Trotsky, though conscious that against the Stalinized international arguments were useless, led the attack of the left opposition with undiminished vigor and courage. Stalin has again declared himself here against workers' and peasants' Soviets with the argument that the Kuomintang and the Wuhan government are sufficient means and instruments for the agrarian revolution. Thereby Stalin assumes, and wants the International to assume, the responsibility for the policy of the Kuomintang and the Wuhan government, as he repeatedly assumed the responsibility for the policy of the former national government of Chiang Kai-shek, particularly in his speech of April 5, the stenogram of which has, of course, been kept hidden from the International. The agrarian revolution is a serious thing. Politicians of the Wang Jingwei type, under difficult conditions, will unite 10 times with Chiang Kai-shek against the workers and peasants. Under such conditions, 2 communists in a bourgeois government become impotent hostages, if not a direct mask for the preparation of a new blow against the working masses. We say to the workers of China, the peasants will not carry out the agrarian revolution to the end if they let themselves be led by petty bourgeois radicals instead of by you, the revolutionary proletarians. Therefore, build up your workers' Soviets, ally them with the peasant Soviets, arm yourselves through the Soviets, shoot the generals who do not recognize the Soviets, shoot the bureaucrats and bourgeois liberals who will organize uprisings against the Soviets. Only through peasants and soldiers' Soviets will you win over the majority of Chiang Kai-shek's soldiers to your side. The plenum adopted a resolution against Trotskyism. Comrade Trotsky demanded at the plenary session the immediate establishment of the dual power in the form of Soviets and the immediate adoption of a course towards the overthrow of the left Kuomintang government. This apparently ultra-left but in reality opportunist demand is nothing but the repetition of the old Trotskyist position of jumping over the petty bourgeois peasant stage of the revolution. Barring a note which said that the line of the CI had been quite correct, no accounts of this May plenum were ever published until a year after, long after the opposition had been expelled and had made some of the documents public. For even while the plenum was sitting, the generals seized power in the province of Hunan. A month later Feng Yuxiang allied himself with Chiang Kai-shek, and before another month Wang Jingwei, the new leader of the revolution, and the Wuhan government had come to terms with Chiang Kai-shek and put to the sword the workers' movement in Wuhan. Even more bitter than that of the workers of Shanghai was the experience of the peasants in the revolutionary district of Changsha, an important revolutionary center near to Wuhan. The Kuomintang army in Changsha consisted of only 1,700 soldiers, and the peasants around had armed detachments consisting of 20,000 men. When the peasants heard that the counter-revolutionary generals had started to crush the national movement, they gathered round Changsha, preparing to march on the city. But at this point a letter came from the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. Faithful to their instructions from the great revolutionists in Moscow, they told the peasants to avoid conflict and to transfer the matter to the revolutionary government in Wuhan. The district committee ordered the peasants to retreat. 2 detachments failed to get the message in time, advanced on Wuhan itself, and were there destroyed by the soldiers of Wang Jingwei. Confusion in the opposition. The pitiless exposure of the false policy in China only intensified Stalin's attacks against the policy of the opposition at home, and confusion in the ranks of the opposition gave Stalin and Bukharin the opportunity to win ideological victories. In the early stages of the Chinese Revolution, Zinoviev, as president of the Communist International, had lent himself to Stalin's Leninism. When the Zinoviev-Trotsky bloc was formed, Trotsky's uncompromising stand for the immediate withdrawal from the Kuomintang, which he had maintained since 1923, was voted down by Zinoviev, and Trotsky was compelled for the sake of discipline to moderate his demand for the immediate withdrawal. Stalin and Bukharin knew quite well the differences between Trotsky and Zinoviev, but seized on this divergence and made great play with it against the opposition, while Chiang Kai-shek and Wang Jingwei massacred tens of thousands of deluded Chinese workers and peasants. After Wuhan, the Trotsky wing won over the Zinoviev wing and came out unequivocally for the withdrawal from the Kuomintang. Stalin still refused. The ebb mistaken for the flow. The proletariat had been totally defeated in Shanghai and Wuhan. The peasant movement, which was to show its force a year later, was still hobbled by the Stalinist policy. As always, this was the time chosen by Stalin to make a sharp turn to the left. Soviets, inadmissible in May, were in July proclaimed the immediate task. Prestige, however, had to be maintained. The first thing to do was to throw the blame on the leadership in China, which was condemned root and branch. Bukharin did the dirty work and let loose a stream of abuse on them. A new representative was sent to replace Borodin. Telegrams from Moscow called a hasty conference. A new leadership was set up and the course set for mass revolt. The left opposition raised a protest at the cruel massacres and disillusionment which would inevitably follow. They were now violently abused as liquidationists. On August 9th, a joint session of the Central Committee and of the CPSU made the following declaration. The Chinese Revolution is not only not on the ebb, but has entered upon a new higher stage. Not only is the strength of the toiling masses of China not yet exhausted, but it is precisely only now that it is beginning to manifest itself in a new advance of the revolutionary struggle. On this dreadful orientation, the defeated revolution was pounded to pieces. Rising after rising, doomed in advance to failure, destroyed some of the finest and bravest of the Chinese revolutionaries. On September 19th, after 2 risings had been crushed, the Kuomintang was abandoned at last. But Moscow still preached the rising of the revolution to a higher stage and inevitable victory. All in China who opposed this policy were driven ruthlessly out of the party. In Moscow, the left opposition were jeered at as counter-revolutionary. This was the Leninism that led to the ill-fated Canton insurrection in December 1927, when, without preparation, without a sign as yet of a mass peasant rising, with thousands of Kuomintang soldiers in and near Canton, the Communist International encouraged the workers to seize the city which they held for 2 or 3 days. The insurrection had been timed to coincide with the 15th Congress of the Russian Party, where Stalin was expounding the mistakes of the opposition. Over 7,000 workers paid with their lives for this last Stalinist adventure. From first to last, 100,000 Chinese workers and peasants lost their lives, making the Kuomintang Revolution. Some communists who escaped from the Canton Commune with other remnants of the revolutionary movement, insurgent peasant bands and ex-Kuomintang soldiers, razed the countryside in central China and formed Soviet China. With the proletarian movement dead, the Chinese peasant Soviets were bound to be defeated, but it took Chiang Kai-shek 6 years to do it and demonstrated what could have been accomplished in China by a combination of proletariat and peasantry. The remains of the Red Army are now wandering somewhere in North China. While Red China lasted, the Communist International, in writings and speeches, trumpeted. Not so Stalin. With the defeat of the revolution, his open role as revolutionary strategist came to a final end. In the second volume of his collected speeches, there is only one direct reference to the revolution. It is in the best Stalinist vein and deserves consideration. It is one of those revealing statements which explain so many things in the history of Soviet Russia. It is said that already a Soviet government has been formed there. If that is true, I think it is nothing to be surprised at. There can be no doubt that only the Soviets can save China from final collapse and beggary. Thus, the leader of the international proletariat in his political report to the 16th Congress. But not only on revolution in China has he been silent. Never since has he openly taken upon himself the responsibility for the policy of the International. He could send the opposition to Siberia and pass innumerable resolutions condemning their policy and justifying his own, which would have been successful but for the mistakes of the leadership in China. But nothing could wipe away his responsibility for the hideous failure there, and he would not run that risk again. What explanation can be given of the policy in China between 1923 and 1927? Bukharin's share in it may be neglected. Stalin has used one after the other of the old Soviet leaders as his mouthpiece, and then cast them aside if the policy failed. The policy was his. What lay behind it? Not conscious sabotage. That was to come later. Stalin spent enormous sums in China. He knew that a successful Chinese revolution would enormously strengthen Russia in the Far East. The failure would leave Russia in the position she is in today, with the Chinese Eastern Railway lost, threatened by both China and Japan. He wanted a Chinese revolution, but he had no belief in the capacity of the Chinese masses to make one. This man of steel, fierce Bolshevik, etc., is first and foremost a bureaucrat, and is therefore the representative man of the Russian bureaucracy. Like Blum, Citrin, Wells, Leipart, Otto Bauer, and the other Mensheviks, he believes in the bourgeoisie far more than he believes in the proletariat. He was prepared in 1917 to support the Russian bourgeoisie rather than depend upon the international proletariat. In 1925 to 1927, despite all facts and warnings, he stuck to Chiang Kai-shek and Wang Jingwei. The consequences, however, did not lead him to recognize error. It had the opposite result. The bureaucracy now not only in theory but in fact turned its back on the revolution. Henceforward the International had one exclusive purpose: the defense of the USSR. Chapter 10: The Platform and the Five-Year Plan. In preparation for the 15th Party Conference in December 1927, the oppositionists summarized their position in a document known as the Platform. It contained their charges against the Stalinist regime and their proposals for the regeneration of Russia. Such success as the Soviet Union has achieved it owes to working on the principles outlined in the document, as far as this was possible under the Stalinist regime. The opposition based its whole approach to the fundamental problems of the Soviet Union in the spirit of fearless facing of the truth before the party and the masses, which we have so insisted upon in this book. And the platform begins with a quotation from Lenin's speech at the last party congress he attended, where he told the Russian people quite frankly that under the new economic policy the Soviet state was slipping away from socialist control, and he did not know where it was going. Stalin's method, on the other hand, was to use the party and state apparatus to cover up failures and under a false appearance of success suppress criticism. By his incessant lying, he confused the party and the masses and made it difficult to find and follow the correct road. The proletariat weakening. Three hostile forces, the kulak, the Nepman, and the bureaucrat, had grown at an alarming rate between 1924 and 1927. They were the chief support of the Stalinist regime in its struggle against the opposition and now endangered the very existence of the socialist state. The difference between agricultural and industrial prices, between wholesale and retail prices, and the difference between domestic prices and world prices, the contraband goods which came steadily into the Soviet Union, all these were a constant source of private gain, creating capitalists. The role of indirect taxes had grown at the expense of the direct, by which automatically the tax burden moved from the wealthier to the poorer. The income of the kulak had increased incomparably more than that of the worker. Real wages in 1927 stood on about the same level as in the autumn of 1925, yet the national income had increased, that of kulaks, private capitalist merchants and speculators having increased with enormous rapidity. To mobilize the forces of the party and the masses against the dangers was neither panic nor pessimism, but the duty of the proletariat in the socialist state. A certain growth of the kulak, Nepman, and bureaucrat was unavoidable under the NEP. As long as Russia remained a small peasant country, there was a more solid basis for capitalism than for communism. But the capitalist forces could only be overcome by a steady systematic working-class policy, relying upon the peasant poor in union with the middle peasant, working on the preparation and development of the world proletarian revolution. It was necessary to maneuver, but under Lenin the maneuvering always remained upon the line of the proletarian revolution. Under him the party always knew why a maneuver was undertaken, the limits of it, the line beyond which the maneuver ought not to extend, and the position at which the proletariat should begin to advance again. Under Stalin in recent years the party was being led blindly, was weakening and confusing the forces of the proletariat. On many important questions the Anglo-Russian Committee, the Chinese Revolution, the kulak policy, the party and the working class found out the truth, or a part of the truth, only after the heavy consequences of a false policy had crashed over their heads. The result was that inside the country there was an immoderate growth of those forces which wished to turn the country back to capitalism, and outside a weakening of the position of the worker state in the struggle against world capitalism. Stalin aimed at destroying the opposition, to cut off from the party a troop of Bolsheviks who were fighting these disastrous policies, a step openly welcomed by all the enemies of the Soviet Union. Meanwhile, the very existence of capitalism in the form of the NEP, not restrained or corrected by a firm class policy, was preparing further dangers. 25 million small farms constituted the fundamental source of the capitalist tendency in the Soviet Union. The slow pace of industry vastly increased the tempo of class differentiation among the peasants and the political dangers arising from it. The criterion of success in a socialist state was the condition of the working class in the material sphere, elevation of real wages, living conditions, etc. In the political sphere, the power of the party, trade unions, Soviets, and in the sphere of culture, schools, books, newspapers, theaters. In the Soviet Union, the swollen and privileged administrative apparatus devoured a considerable part of the surplus value. During the period of Reconstruction, the number of workers and their living conditions had risen. But recently there had been a sharp change. The growth of the proletariat had ceased, and the relative weight of other classes in the community was increasing. The raising of wages was being more and more conditioned upon a demand for an increased intensity of labor. This could ultimately lead only to one conclusion: that the increase of social wealth due to a developing technique, increased productivity of labor, did not in itself lead to an increase of wages. The official number of registered unemployed in April 1927 was 1,478,000. The actual number was about 2 million. The unemployed directly or indirectly burdened the budget of the worker. The growing consumption of alcoholic liquor did the same, so did the rationalization of production. The 5-year plan was calculated to absorb no more than 400,000 steadily employed workers. With the continual influx of workers from the country, the number of unemployed by the end of 1931 would have grown to no less than 3 million men and women. The deterioration of the trade unions, noted at the 14th conference, had continued. The immense majority of the delegates to the trades union conferences were people entirely dissociated from industry. The dissatisfaction of the worker was being driven underground. We mustn't be too active. If you want a bite of bread, don't talk so much. In the trade unions, Communist Party members who were elected should not be removed because of inter-party disagreements, and the absolute independence of the shop committee and local committee from the organs of management should be guaranteed. An article should be introduced into the criminal code punishing as a serious crime against the state every direct or indirect, overt or concealed persecution of a worker for criticizing, for making independent proposals, and for voting. Agriculture. On the agrarian question, Bukharin, Stalin's chief theoretician at this time, had written that it is necessary to set free the economic possibilities of the well-off peasant, the economic possibilities of the kulak. These ideas and the attempt to insist on the cooperative plan of Lenin as the means of growing into socialism without the development of large-scale industry was the most dangerous symptom in the Soviet Union. In the last analysis, it was the lagging of industry that retarded the growth of agriculture and the growth of agricultural commodity production. The kulak was necessary, but the task of the party ought to consist in the all-sided limitation of the efforts of the kulak to exploit. He should not be allowed elective rights in the Soviets. There should be a sharply progressive tax system, and the state should introduce legislation for the defense of hired labor and the regulation of the wages of agricultural workers. The cooperative societies could under no circumstances lead to socialism unless they worked under the immediate economic and political influence of the socialist elements. A much larger sum ought to be appropriated for the creation of Soviet and collective farms. Maximum indulgences must be accorded to the newly organized collective farms and other forms of collectivism. Only a suitable attention to the hired hand, only a course based on the poor peasant and his union with the middle peasant, only a decisive struggle against the kulak, only a course towards class cooperatives and a class credit system in the country, will make it possible to draw the middle peasant into the work towards socialist reconstruction of agriculture, state industry, and the building of socialism. The Stalinist 5-year plan. After 3 years of constant struggle and the ridicule of the Stalinist regime, a 5-year plan of development, 1926 to 27 to 1930 to 31, had at last been produced by the State Planning Commission. The platform of the opposition condemned completely the limited scope of this plan. In it, capitalist investments in industry would hardly grow at all from year to year, 1,142 millions in 1927, 1,205 millions in 1931. In proportion to the general sum invested in the national economy, instead of increasing, the investments in heavy industry would fall from 36.4% in the first year to 27.8% in the last. The net investment in industry from the state budget would fall from 200 millions to 90 millions. Production is supposed to grow from 4 to 9% each year over the year preceding, the rate of growth in capitalistic countries during periods of great progress. The gigantic advantages involved in the nationalization of the land, the means of production, the banks, and the centralized organs of administration, that is, the advantages deriving from the socialist revolution, find almost no expression in the 5-year plan. The individual consumption of goods, already at a very low level, was to grow during the 5 years only 12%. The consumption of cotton fabrics in 1931 would only be 97% of the pre-war amount. The production of electric energy at the end of the plan would be pitiably small compared to that in the capitalist countries. The consumption of paper at the end of the 5 years will be 83% of the pre-war amount. All this 15 years after October. To bring forward on the anniversary of the October Revolution such a parsimonious, through and through pessimistic plan really means that you are working against socialism. The permanent revolution in economics. By basing itself on a policy of socialism in a single country, the Stalinist regime had no criterion of progress, no method of regulating the development of the country. The ultimate decision between socialism and capitalism would be decided by the relative productivity of labor under each system. Soviet production could not be isolated from world economy. The socialist economy could defend the monopoly of foreign trade only if it continually approached world economy in the matter of technique, cost of production, quality, and price of productions. And this could be done, not by developing a shut-in, self-sufficient economy, but by an all-sided increase of the relative weight in the world system, to be achieved by increasing the tempo of production in the Soviet Union to its utmost. It was necessary to understand the gigantic significance of export, now lagging so dangerously behind the development of industry, to change the policy towards the C.L.R, which enabled him to undermine socialist export by the hoarding of raw material, to develop the bonds with world economy by speeding up industrialization and strengthening the socialist element, not to scatter our limited accumulations in the near future, but gradually and with deliberate plan to pass over to a new form of production which will assure us, in the first instance, of a mass output of the most necessary and most available machines. Skillfully and thoughtfully to supplement and stimulate our own industry by systematically utilizing the achievements of the world capitalist technique. The theory of socialism in a separate country, of isolated socialist development independent of world economy, distorted the whole perspective and prevented a correct regulation of the relations of the Soviet Union with world economy. If this theory were renounced, it would mean in a few years an incomparably more expeditious use of our resources, a swifter industrialization, a more planful and powerful growth of our own machine construction. It would result in the increase of the number of employed workers and a real lowering of prices, and by this means a genuine strengthening of the Soviet Union in the capitalist environment. Would not the growth of bonds with world capitalism involve a danger in case of blockade and war? The preparation for war demands, of course, the creation of a reserve of the foreign raw materials necessary to us and a prompt establishment of the new industries vitally necessary, as, for instance, the production of aluminium, etc. But the most important thing in case of a prolonged and serious war is to have a national industry developed to the highest degree and capable both of mass production and of swift transformation from one kind of production to another. The recent past has shown how such a highly industrial country as Germany, bound up by 1,000 threads with the world market, could discover a gigantic life power and power of resistance when war and a blockade cut her off at one blow from the entire world. If with the incomparable advantages of our social structure we can, during this peaceful period, utilize the world markets in order to speed up our industrial development, we shall meet blockade or intervention infinitely better prepared and better armed. No domestic policy can of itself deliver us from the economic, political, and military danger of the capitalist encirclement. The domestic problem is, by strengthening ourselves with a proper class policy, a proper interrelation of the working class with the peasant, to move forward as far as possible on the road of socialist construction. The interior resources of the Soviet Union are enormous and make this entirely possible. Ultimately, however, it was only the world proletarian revolution which would give the Soviet Union the possibility of really creating socialism. That is, a class-free society based upon the most advanced technique and upon the real equality of all its members in labor and in utilizing the products of labor. Where were the means to be found for this development? By severe taxation of all excess profits, a forced loan from the well-off kulaks of 150 million poods of grain, cutting down the growing expenses of the bureaucratic apparatus. The Stalinist bureaucracy had attempted a regime of economy the year before, which was to yield 300 to 400 million rubles a year. But a bureaucracy could not check bureaucracy. A regime of economy was a class question, and could only be realized by the workers and masses themselves exercising this pressure. The monopoly of foreign trade, foreign credit, concessions, contracts, etc., would provide supplementary income if skillfully used. It is not true that the slow pace of industrialization is immediately due to the absence of resources. What is wanted is the right policy. The 5-year plan of the State Planning Commission should be categorically rejected and condemned as basically incompatible with the task of transforming the Russia of the NEP into a socialist Russia. The growth of the bureaucracy. In the state apparatus, the army of officials had been growing in recent years. The weight of the masses was decreasing. There was a growing penetration of the kulak and the Nepman into the Soviets through their influence with the administrative staff. The city Soviets, the fundamental instrument for bringing the workers and the toiling masses into state administration, were losing significance in recent years. There could be no administrative revival of the Soviets. This could be done only by a definite class policy, by a decisive opposition to the new exploiters. The tendency of the Stalinist regime to blind its eyes to this process could best be seen in the theory of Molotov that they could not demand a drawing together of the workers with the state and the state with the workers, because their state was already a workers' state. This was the most malignant imaginable formula of bureaucratism, sanctioning in advance every conceivable bureaucratic perversion. The struggle did not mean transforming a certain number of workers into officials. The apparatus itself could not deal with this matter. It was necessary for the party to separate itself from the apparatus and mobilize the masses in the old Leninist manner. The permanent revolution, foreign policy. The international situation was dangerous. The party should, therefore, bring into the foreground before the masses the problems of international politics, and to carry on a most intense and all-sided preparation of the Soviet Union for defense in case of war. The platform condemned the Menshevik policy of Stalin, and detailed all his mistakes on the Chinese question, the concealment of facts and falsification of documents concerning the Chinese Revolution, the policy which had first called the Chinese Communist Party a model section of the International, and then had attempted to throw all the blame for the failure upon it. At the 7th Enlarged Plenum of the CI on December 7, 1926, Stalin had based the policy of the International upon the expectation of continued stabilization in world capitalism. Wrongly. The general strike in England, the Chinese Revolution, the workers' uprising in Vienna, showed that the stabilization was breaking up and would soon show the falsity and folly of a theory of socialism in one country. A general strike in England, and only 5,000 members in the English Communist Party. A workers' insurrection in Vienna with enough victims for a whole revolution, and only 6,000 members in the Austrian Communist Party. A military uprising of the worker-peasant masses in China, and the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party turns out to be a mere appendix to the Kuomintang. These are the facts which support and prolong the stabilization of capitalism. Our greatest problem is to help the communist parties to raise themselves to the height of the gigantic demands which the present epoch makes upon them. But this assumes, in the first place, a correct understanding of the character of the world situation on the part of the Communist International itself. War was an imminent danger. We are bound to try to buy ourselves off from war, if that shall be possible. But just for that purpose we must be strong and united, unwaveringly defend the tactics of the world revolution, and reinforce the international. Only thus have we a serious chance of gaining a really long postponement of the war without paying a price that would undermine the foundations of our power, and at the same time, in case war proves inevitable, of gaining the support of the international proletariat and winning. We must consistently, systematically, and stubbornly wage the struggle for peace. We must postpone the war, buy ourselves off from the war threat. Everything possible and permissible must be done to this end. At the same time, we must get ready for war immediately, not folding our hands for one instant. There should be an all-sided preparation of our entire economy, budget, etc., for the event of war. For the Leninist Party. But all this could not be done without the regeneration of the Communist Party. In the last year and a half, the party had lost some 80,000 members, industrial workers, and in return, since the 14th Congress in 1925, 100,000 peasants had been admitted into it. Bureaucratism in the party could best be seen by the following quotation. We have members of the party who still inadequately understand the party itself, just what it is. They think that the party arises from the local is the first brick, then comes the Rayon Committee and so on higher and higher until you arrive at the Central Committee. That is not right. Our party must be looked at from the top down. And this view must be adhered to in all practical relationships and in the entire work of the party. This was typical of the attitude of party members like Molotov and Kaganovich. The election of officials was dying out, and the organizational principles of Bolshevism were being violated at every step. There was only one question in the party: opposition or anti-opposition. Three groups, however, were clearly defined. The center, consisting of Stalin, Molotov, Kaganovich, Kirov, controlled the secretariat, dominated the administration, the state apparatus, etc., with numbers of worker bureaucrats who had lost all connection with the toiling masses. To the right was a group headed by Rykov and Kalinin with Kulak tendencies, supported by Tomsky, who was heading towards closer cooperation with the Second International. Bukharin wandered about between these two groups. The third group was the left opposition. The platform demanded the unity of the party. Our task is to preserve the unity of the party at all costs, to resist decisively the policy of splits, amputations, exclusions, expulsions, etc., but at the same time to guarantee to the party its right to a free discussion and decision, within the frame of this unity, of all debated questions. The party should be conducted according to the spirit of the following words of Lenin. Every member of the party should begin to study dispassionately and with the utmost honesty. First, the essence of the disagreements, and second, the course of development of the conflict. It is necessary to study both the one thing and the other, unconditionally demanding that absolutely accurate documents should be printed and open to verification on all sides. All this Stalin and his apparatus had destroyed. Instead, they persecuted the opposition and used their control of the secretariat to circulate lies about the opposition's policy and its personnel. Finally, the platform demanded the unity of the party. That they wanted a new party was only a Stalinist lie. The dangers were great, and it was to the party that they were appealing. To cut off the opposition and to continue to destroy its membership was to weaken the party against the very dangers which threatened it. The fact that the party had a monopoly in the political field, a thing unconditionally necessary to the revolution, created special dangers. Lenin, at the 11th Congress, had pointed out that there were already in the party persons who under different circumstances would have been social revolutionaries or Mensheviks. Through specialists and the upper categories of the clerical workers and intelligentsia, and these were absolutely necessary, there penetrated a stream of non-proletarian influences. In contending for a definite tempo of industrialization, in contending against the growth of the Kulak and his aspiration toward rulership in the country, in contending for an improvement in the living conditions of the workers and for democracy within the party, the trade unions and the Soviets, the opposition was contending for ideas which would bring the working class nearer to the party and reinforce the foundation of unity. If the opportunist mistakes were not corrected, there would be nothing but a show of unity which would weaken the party, and in the case of war compel it to reform its ranks on the march and under fire from the enemy. The attempt to introduce into the party methods of direct physical violence would ultimately react against its own organizers. The most important, the most militant question, and the one which troubles all the members of our party, is the question of party unity. And in truth, it is upon this question that the further fate of the proletarian revolution depends. Innumerable class enemies of the proletariat are listening intently to our inter-party disputes and, with unconcealed delight and impatience, are awaiting a split in our ranks. A split in our party, a formation of two parties, would mean enormous danger to the revolution. We, the opposition, unqualifiedly condemn every attempt whatsoever to create a second party. The slogan of two parties is the slogan of the Stalin Group in its effort to crowd out of the All-Union Communist Party, the Leninist opposition. Our task is not to create a new party, but to correct the course of the All-Union Communist Party. The proletarian revolution in the Soviet Union can win through to the end only with a united Bolshevik party. We are struggling within the Communist Party for our views, and we decisively condemn the slogan "two parties" as the slogan of adventurers. We will struggle with all our force against the formation of two parties, for the dictatorship of the proletariat demands as its very core a united proletarian party. It demands a single party. It demands a proletarian party, that is, a party whose policy is determined by the interests of the proletariat and carried out by a proletarian nucleus. Correction of the line of our party, betterment of its social composition. This is not the two-party road, but the strengthening and guaranteeing of its unity as a revolutionary party of the proletariat. The fate of the platform. This was the platform. When it appeared, it was met with derision inside and outside the Soviet Union. This was the policy for which the opposition was expelled from the Stalinist Party in November 1927. The Stalin regime, of course, condemned it root and branch and said it was an anti-party document, accused the opposition of wishing to form two parties, and meanwhile kept the document away from the party and the masses. What is more important to remember today is that the policies it outlined were met with derision and contempt not only by the Stalinists but by some very learned bourgeois. Paul Schaeffer, the Russian correspondent of the Berliner Tageblatt, had spent many years in the Soviet Union. Let us see what he thought of it. The book sounds to our ears like a dirge over lost illusions, a lost paradise, the end of a dream. One could not think of it as poetry exactly, and much rubbish of the same sort. To all these people Stalin was the realist, practical, level-headed. Trotsky was the romantic revolutionary, harking back to the gallant days of 1917. For them, the permanent revolution, in the sense of the permanent economic reconstruction of Russian economy, was mere theorizing. For Trotsky and the Marxists, it was a question of the life and death of the revolution. Russia would embark on a great campaign of industrialization or perish. Trotsky has written, and his whole career before 1927 and since is evidence of the truth of the words, that he and the opposition had realized long before the fate that awaited them, but nevertheless had decided to spread their ideas without compromise and with all their energy. To do this, they were driven to all sorts of subterfuges which laid them open to the charges of anti-party activity, imprisonment and exile. The majority never flinched. If only their ideas could but penetrate deeply enough, objective circumstances which they knew were coming might enable enough in the party to see the correct line and save the revolution. Nor were they disappointed. When NEP broke down in 1928, it was the fact that a policy consistently fought for during 3 bitter years was ready to hand that enabled Russia to make the turn, even though the clumsy regime went to the opposite extreme, caused deep and needless suffering and suffered heavy loss. When Stalin did make the turn, the liberal bourgeois pundits and friends of the Soviet Union blinked, groped, and then faithfully trotted behind their new messiah. There are other aspects of the permanent revolution which many of these followers of Stalin against Trotsky and Trotskyism will have an opportunity of studying in the flesh before very many years have passed. But in 1927, for Stalin and the bureaucracy, the platform and all it stood for was not only nonsense but mutiny. It was necessary to act quickly, for the Stalinist policy had had a resounding defeat in the Anglo-Russian Committee and in China, while Moscow and Leningrad were restless under the pro-Kulak policy. Further, despite the years of slander, Trotsky's popularity with the great masses outside the party, though diminished, was not killed, could not be killed. In October, at a demonstration led by the Central Executive Committee in Leningrad, Zinoviev and Trotsky and other oppositionists found themselves on one platform with the Stalinists on another. The crowd of the days of October, recognized them, shouted greetings and surged around, deserting the official platform so completely that its occupants had to come and stand with Zinoviev and Trotsky. Stalin suppresses the platform. Stalin ensured victory in the ideological struggle by suppressing the platform. While his henchmen in speeches and articles condemned it, the platform itself was refused publication as an anti-party document. When opposition members tried to duplicate it on a hectograph, they were imprisoned and exiled for fractionalism and underground activity. On September 9, 1927, the first American labor delegation questioned Stalin about the differences between himself and the opposition. He referred them to speeches by Rykov and Bukharin. With this crude subterfuge, one delegate was not satisfied. He asked for the platform itself. Stalin replied, "I did not sign that platform. I have no right to dispose of other people's documents." Laughter. 2 months later, he was telling a delegation of foreign workers that, "If it is a question of freedom of the press for the proletariat, then I must say that you will not find another country in the world where such broad and complete freedom of the press exists as in the USSR. But Stalin is a genius in his own line and would not lay himself open to the charge of suppressing a document entirely. He merely wanted time to inoculate the party with arguments against the platform and against Trotskyism. It was the custom before a party congress to publish theses and counter-theses for discussion in the party. Stalin kept the platform until the discussions in the party locals had begun and delegates in the outlying districts of Russia had already left for the Congress. He then published one section of it in Pravda of November 5, 1927, with copious annotations. On the November 15th, the opposition were expelled from the party for fractional activity, underground work, having an illegal party press, etc., with the whole government apparatus in full blast against Trotskyism. 2 days after, on the November 17th, Stalin published in Pravda another small section of the platform, again with copious notes. Thus the proprieties were observed and the way was prepared for a smashing victory over the opposition at the conference. Zinoviev and Kamenev, true to type, how well Lenin knew them, capitulated, confessed their sins, were put on probation, denounced Trotskyism as counter-revolution, and were later readmitted to the party, to be expelled, to confess, be readmitted, etc., etc. Trotsky and the other leaders took the road to exile, while the Stalinist terror fell on the worker oppositionists. The opposition vindicated. We may seem to have devoted a disproportionate amount of time to the platform. In reality, after Lenin ceased to write in 1923, no document in the history of the Soviet Union is of more importance and shows more convincingly the superiority of Marxist analysis over bourgeois empiricism and Stalinist ignorance. The 15th Party Conference, which rejected the platform and sanctified the expulsion of its authors, took place in December. 1 month afterwards, in January 1928, the first danger against which the opposition had warned so unceasingly shook the whole fabric of the Soviet Union. Throughout the winter there had been difficulties in the grain collections from the peasants, and as soon as their main enemy, the opposition, was out of the way, the kulaks made the famous bloodless revolution. They challenged the whole power of the proletarian state by refusing to give up their grain except at the prices that they demanded, and unless goods were sold to them at prices equal to those of the far cheaper goods of capitalist countries. The proletariat in the towns, the Red Army, could not get the necessary supplies, and the dictatorship of the proletariat had either to collect the grain by force or, in Stalin's own words, face the inevitability of a profound crisis in the whole of our national economy. What, asked Stalin, had to be done in order to make up lost ground? It was necessary, first of all, to strike hard at the kulaks and the speculators who were screwing up the price of grain and creating the danger of famine in the country. This was his statement to the plenum of the Central Committee of the CPSU on July 13, 1928. It was to this dangerous pass that his ignorance, his ideological victories and organizational measures, his long persecution of the opposition had led the country. Long before July, he had been eating every one of his words. The Central Committee had met in March and diagnosed the causes of the crisis: the increased income of the kulak, too low a rate of taxation on the kulak, the aggravation of the political situation by the capitalist elements in town and country, kulak and Nepman. It is from this time, with the gulf at their feet, that dates the beginning of the industrialization. In May, Stalin was thundering against the kulak. All talk about the kulak being no worse than the capitalist of the town, that the kulak is not more dangerous than the town Nepman, and that therefore there is no reason now to fear the kulak. All such talk is sheer liberal chatter which lulls the vigilance of the working class and of the great mass of the peasants. To fail to understand the significance of large-scale kulak farming in the countryside, to fail to understand that the specific gravity of the kulaks in the rural districts is 100 times greater than the specific gravity of the capitalists in urban industry, is to have lost one's senses, to have broken with Leninism and deserted to the side of the enemies of the working class. The Stalinist policy exposed. The Stalinist regime from 1924 to this day in national and international affairs foresees nothing and is aware of a wall only when it bounces its head upon it. It had denied the permeation of the party apparatus by bourgeois elements. The accusation of Thermidorian degeneration had been the most fiercely resented of all the opposition attacks. In 1928, the Shakti trial, whatever elements of a frame-up distinguished it, revealed that in the very highest offices of the Soviet Union there were representatives of the counter-revolution actively plotting for the overthrow of the Soviet Union in close collaboration with world capitalism. Stalin himself told the Central Committee, "What did the Shakti trial reveal? It revealed that our economic, trade union, and, to a certain extent, our party organizations failed to observe the undermining operations of our class enemies, and that it is essential, therefore, to reinforce and improve our organizations by every means and method in our power and to develop and strengthen their class vigilance." During the next 2 years, events were to show how far the Thermidorian process had gone, while Stalin had been busy destroying the opposition. On January 1, 1930, only 9% of the apparatus of the All-Union Central Council of TUs were of working-class origin. In this council there were 41.9% formerly members of other parties. In the Central Committee of Metalworkers there were 37%. In the Central Committee of Printers there were 24%. On the staff of the newspaper Trud there were 19 persons of alien class origin, originating from merchants, nobles, and priests. There were 18 descendants of nobles and merchants in the apparatus of the Central Committee of the Soviet of Trades Union Employees. In 11 Central Committees of Trades Unions, 53 persons were found who had been actively alien and hostile to the proletariat in the past. In 1930, Centrosoyuz was employing 136 former Mensheviks, social revolutionaries, cadets, etc., 11 ministers of former governments, 109 former merchants, and 82 ex-officers, of whom 34 had served in the White Army. The opposition had condemned the timid 5-year plan. Before 3 months had passed, the Central Committee had met and hastily embarked on another revision, and the 460 millions for industry in 1928 had grown by 1929 to 1,600 million. Hasty plans were drawn up for the collectivization of 1/5 of the 25 million peasant farms on the countryside. In speech after speech, Stalin proclaimed the danger of a restoration of capitalism in the Soviet Union, the danger of the growing bureaucracy of the Soviet Union, the criminal policy of Bukharin in suggesting that the Kulak would grow into socialism. By October 1928, he was aware of the danger of a capitalist restoration. Do the conditions exist in our Soviet country that make the restoration of capitalism possible? Yes, they do exist. And to an audience that for the past 3 years had been hearing him prove by all sorts of statistics that this was impossible and that the Trotskyist opposition had been slandering the party in saying such a thing, he had the grace, a rare thing with him, to say, "That, comrades, may appear strange, but it is a fact." He quoted Lenin extensively to prove the dangers of the NEP. And he who, in the previous December, had fulminated against the opposition charge that the centrist group of Stalin and Molotov was acting in close collaboration with a right wing of the party and had sworn that never had the party been so united, now in October sounded a tentative note. Is there a right opportunist danger in our party? The long cold vistas of Siberia opened before Bukharin, Rykov, and Tomsky. The bureaucracy strengthens itself. The British General Council had broken off the Anglo-Russian Committee. Pilsudski had established a fascist regime, first Chiang Kai-shek and then Wang Jingwei had destroyed the proletarian movement in China. Stalin could not pursue these Leninist policies any longer because there was no one to pursue them with. Those who had told him that his line would end just there were in Siberia for their pains. Stalin still held the power. Now, however, to add to the external failures came the revolt of the Kulak which threatened the whole structure. The Stalinist regime was in serious danger. Something had to be done. Despite the difficulties under which they had labored, Trotsky and the opposition had done their work well. The party and the masses could be partially bluffed and befuddled about the Anglo-Russian Committee and the Chinese Revolution. But the grain crisis could not be hidden. Stalin turned rapidly, and the bureaucracy prepared a new 5-year plan and set itself to adopt a large-scale program of industrialization. Some of the left opposition in exile hailed this change as a sign of the regeneration of the regime and made their peace with Stalin. Trotsky and the more experienced Marxists, while welcoming the change, knew that the Stalinist clique had shifted to the left to save its own skin. It had been leaning more and more on the kulaks and netmen inside the country, the social democrats and the colonial bourgeoisie in its struggle against its own left wing. Now outside, and far more dangerous inside, Russia, these allies had grown strong enough to threaten and, if swift measures were not taken, destroy. The bureaucracy therefore mobilized the proletariat against kulak and netmen on the basis of the 5-year plan. But one thing the Stalinist bureaucracy could never do: restore the party to health. The colossal failures abroad had been hidden by lying on an unprecedentedly vast scale, as a preparation for the physical removal or destruction of opponents. The new turn could only be safely undertaken by the regime if all who had advocated it a few months before were silenced, and the policy made to appear as Stalin's special contribution, carefully thought out, to meet a situation long foreseen. The party was therefore thoroughly purged of every vestige of Trotskyism. But Stalin knew that he could not take his right wing over towards the left with him. He had to disembarrass himself of Rykov, Tomsky, and Bukharin, his allies for 4 years, who viewed the scale of the new turn with distrust. A campaign, slow and cautious at first but soon all over Russia and in the international in the best anti-Trotskyist manner, was launched against them. Rykov, Tomsky, and Bukharin, their supporters expelled and exiled, were accused of right-wing deviations. And later Stalin, losing all sense of respect for the cause he represented, ultimately accused them of wishing to restore capitalism in the Soviet Union. So complete was Stalin's ideological victory that Bukharin and his friends made it unnecessary for him to use the organizational. They capitulated, recognized their errors, confessed their sins, were put on probation. Thus Stalin and his clique, Molotov, Kaganovich, Manuelsky, Ordzhonikidze, even in making the turn, had tightened their grip on the apparatus. To bind the bureaucracy still closer to themselves, Stalin, as soon as Trotsky was exiled, introduced a system of allowances which gave extra privileges to the upper bureaucrats, and made the principle of the party member, however highly placed, having equal pay with the workman a fiction. Later he abrogated the law altogether, and party members were allowed to draw whatever pay the party might decide. Trotsky for years continued to believe that the extension and strengthening of the proletariat which would result from industrialization would be sufficient to restore the Bolshevik Party to its natural function as representative and protector of the masses. It was a vain hope. The process of bureaucratization had gone too far. Industrialization strengthened the proletariat but created hundreds of thousands of skilled technicians who fortified the bureaucracy. Stalin was their man. Their interests were safe in his hands and they supported him. And he, with the OGPU, manipulated the party, using it as the instrument of his personal power, through its means making himself and the ever-growing bureaucracy more and more independent of both peasantry and proletariat. Granted the almost ridiculously easy capture of the apparatus by Stalin in 1923, even before Lenin died, we have here a perfectly understandable historical process. The backwardness of Russia, the lack of education and experience of the workers who, after 10 years of the revolution, found themselves persons of authority. All this was reflected in the singular ignorance and incompetence in great problems of Stalin himself. The German defeat of 1923 had fortified the National Socialist tendencies of the bureaucracy and strengthened it against a weakened and disheartened proletariat. Stalin's economic policies and mastery of inter-party maneuvering had resulted in a still greater strengthening of the bureaucracy as against the proletariat. The defeat of the general strike in England, the ghastly failure of the Chinese Revolution, all drove the Russian proletariat still further from hopes of the world revolution towards putting its faith in the National Socialism of the bureaucracy. The drive against the kulak and netmen seemed to promise a restoration of the proletariat to its rightful place in a workers' state. But even while mobilizing the proletariat against its enemies, the bureaucracy, with promises of the classless society in 10 years, still further concentrated power in itself through Stalin and the manipulated party. Thus the industrial program and, as we shall see, its partial realization, could not and did not emancipate the Russian proletariat, but resulted in a tightening of its chains. The division into rulers and ruled, developing into privileged and oppressed, with its inevitable consequences on property relationships, that problem Lenin and Trotsky knew could never be solved within the boundaries of a national state, least of all a state which, despite its natural resources, was and for a generation would remain a backward agricultural country. Chapter 11: Industry and the Plan. 6 years too late. Official Stalinist history, retailed with a childlike confidence by the Webbs and all the learned friends of the Soviet Union, is that the division of the land in 1917 had checked the development of large-scale capitalist farming. The existence of 25 million small farms was not only leading to capitalist differentiation, but had also definite limits as far as production was concerned. Stalin had foreseen all this, but had allowed the kulaks to develop until the state farms and the collective farms were sufficiently advanced to fill the gap which the loss of kulak production would cause. During 1927, however, chiefly through the initiative of Stalin, the party decided that the time had come to initiate a large-scale campaign of collectivization, and the 15th Conference marked the official launching of this policy. The Trotskyist opposition had intemperately demanded the destruction of the kulaks, or alternatively the tickling of the kulaks. Stalin accuses them of both on the same page, when the kulaks were necessary. It is not only historically useful but politically necessary to expose this plausible packet of lies. True, at the 15th Conference one can point to bits of Stalin's speeches where he talked about large-scale farming as the only way out for Russia. But he had made similar statements before, and at that time less than 1% of the farms were collectivized. More to the point is a special report on agriculture by Molotov at that very conference, in which he said that the offensive against the kulak for the construction of socialism was actually going on at that time in the growing socialist construction, and he saw no need to talk about it. Stalin himself tells us that it was only in April 1928 that the Political Bureau of the Central Committee adopted a decision to organize in the space of 3 or 4 years a number of new Soviet state farms. Stalin himself tells us that it was in July 1928 that the Central Committee decided to carry out unswervingly the intensive construction of collective farms decided upon at the 15th Conference. And, most conclusive of all, in the midst of the crisis which followed the breakdown of NEP, Bukharin, Stalin's right-hand man for 4 years, summed up the blindness and incompetence of the regime and destroyed this legend of collective farming carefully undertaken, at the right moment. We did not tackle the problem of our specialists until after the Shakhty affair. The problem of the Soviet and collective farms was practically left till after the grain supply crisis and its resultant convulsions, so that it had then to be attacked from a dead point. We have, in a word, acted pretty much in accordance with that characteristically Russian proverb, "Unless it thunders, the peasant does not cross himself." And for one moment he gives us an indication of what the Leninist leadership of the party and the country had been. At the time of our transition from war communism to the new economic policy, we began to regroup our ranks in the most courageous and decided manner. This gigantic regrouping of forces, combined with the determined propaganda of such slogans as "Learn Commerce," was the prerequisite for our economic successes. In April 1929, Stalin had at last been battered into recognizing what Trotsky's theses had stated 6 years to a month before. The key to the reconstruction of agriculture is the rapid rate of development of our industry. Russia, under any leadership, was destined to many crises and upheavals, but they could have been foreseen and mitigated. The opposition had foreseen them. The party and the proletariat could have been educated, and although of necessity with many mistakes and setbacks, the country would have been far more developed, far more powerful than it is today, and its political life, even if harsh and backward, not the thing of terror and disgrace to the socialist ideal that it is. The successes of the plan. Let us at once make one point clear. The amended 5-year plan saved the Russian Revolution. By 1932 to 1933, collective ownership had demonstrated its capacity for increasing production on a scale unprecedented in the most expansive periods of capitalist economy. The world knows the successes. The capacity of electric power stations has increased 6-fold since 1913. The total production of electricity in 1936 is over 32 million kilowatt-hours, or 17 times as much as in 1913. Coal production, 29.1 millions in 1913 and 35.5 millions in 1928, was 108.9 millions in 1935. Oil, 9.2 million tons in 1913, 11.7 in 1928, was 26.8 millions in 1935. Iron, 4.2 million tons in 1913, was 3.3 millions in 1928, and in 1935, 9.4 millions. These are the basis of the modern state. If even the Soviet Union goes down, that is to say, back to capitalism, collective ownership has demonstrated how much capitalism retards the possibility of production. But Trotsky and the left opposition, though fighting for a large-scale plan and intensive industrialization, never had any illusions that these would bring the millennium or could do more than strengthen the proletariat in its position as dominant class in the workers' state. Stalin first opposed industrialization, and then, driven to adopt it, encouraged extravagant hopes about what it would bring. The illusion spread to Western Europe. Official Stalinists and friends of the Soviet Union pointed to the rising indices of production and encouraged the belief that they were an infallible indication of the near approach towards the classless society. The health of a society depends not only on a rising economy. In the last analysis, the socialist society depends on a productivity of labor far beyond anything that we have yet seen. But for many years, the decisive factor will be not an absolute standard of economy, but the constantly shifting relationships between the different social groups in the state. When the social and political tension in the Soviet Union were revealed in the last half of 1936, it came as a grievous shock and disillusionment to many quite sincere well-wishers of the Soviet Union in Western Europe. Not only is socialism, a balanced, harmonious economy, impossible in backward and isolated Russia. Today the country moves and will continue to move from crisis to crisis, whatever the successes of collective ownership. Collective ownership works. It wins great successes, but the struggle between collective and private ownership continues. Crises as great as capitalist crises shake the country, and today collective ownership is on the retreat. It is these things that lay behind Lenin's ceaseless warnings against the dangerous illusion of a national socialism. The attempt to put socialism in a single country into practice cost the lives of millions. The economic blindness of socialism in a single country. Planned economy, much more than the actual overthrow of capitalism and the political seizure of power, is the most difficult task that faces a revolutionary party. In the Soviet Union in 1928, it would, under the best of conditions, have been difficult to plan and difficult to carry out. The Stalinist regime inevitably turned it to chaos. To begin with, socialism in a single country, at first chiefly a weapon for use against Trotsky's theory of the permanent revolution, now formed the basis of all the economic and political plans of the Stalinist bureaucrats. They had determined, in defiance of all economics, capitalist or Marxist, on the building up of an economy absolutely independent of the rest of the world. Yet every word they spoke about international capitalism, the rivalries of imperialism, the international division of labor, proved the falsity of trying to separate the economic destiny of one part of the modern world from the rest. Molotov solved the difficulty in the best Stalinist manner. He said at the Sixth International Congress that the Soviet Union would build its socialism on an independent economic basis, but after the World Revolution, presumably coming all at one stroke, they would rebuild it on an international economic basis. Dangerous nonsense as this was in words, it was trebly dangerous when embodied in plans. Stalin aimed in the two five-year plans at establishing the classless society, the first to lay the foundation, the second to achieve it. The result was a plan not so much beyond the capacity of the country, but a plan that refused to understand that Soviet economy was still a part of world economy. Says Arthur W. Just Moscow correspondent of the Kalnish Zeitung, there is every reason to believe, for instance, that the government bodies entrusted with the task of formulating the foreign trade plans were so misinformed about economic conditions abroad that they were completely taken by surprise when the sudden shrinkage of values occurred in 1931 and when, later on, Russia's foreign trade slumped badly. Right down to the spring of 1931, the Soviet press and official quarters were still quite convinced that the USSR would be relatively untouched by the world trade depression. It was not misinformation. Since 1928, in the International, the Stalinists had been announcing a world crisis and coming revolution. That was the basis of the new theory of social fascism. But at the same time, all who insisted, with the platform, that in the last analysis Soviet economy was subject to world economy, were Trotskyists and risked peace and liberty. The plan was based on exports of 923 million rubles and imports of 880 million rubles for 1929. Steadily increasing to imports of 2,627 millions and exports of 2,040 millions in 1932–33. But by 1931 exports were only 811 million rubles, imports 1,105. The catastrophic fall in world prices which followed the crisis vitiated the whole scheme of the plan and, to make matters worse, While the prices of heavy machinery which the Soviet imported were comparatively unaffected by the crisis, it was the prices of agricultural products which paid for this machinery that fell by 50%. Thus, while Russia was continually increasing exports, it was getting less and less in return. Then, in 1930–31, war threatened from Japan. The Stalinist regime was compelled radically to recast the plan and build war factories in territory strategically safe both from Western Europe on the one hand and Japan on the other, territory hundreds of miles away from the industrial centers and lacking means of communication. Money had immediately to be appropriated for armaments. World economy and world politics which rest on it were teaching Stalin some simple but costly lessons in the elements of Marxism. While on the one hand it was simple Marxism to govern the plan always in the closest relation to world economy, on the other such a plan could be adequately realized only in cooperation with the masses, and particularly the proletariat working through its Soviets and trade unions, exercising a constant check and test by the effect of the plan on its living conditions and the qualities of articles it used. The plan both on paper and in propaganda aimed at improving the living conditions of the masses. A worker state rests on the workers, and any plan which did not in actual fact improve their conditions from year to year was thereby condemned. The masses themselves were the best judges of this, and a Soviet regime should have boldly drawn their full strength into cooperation. For a system of planned economy embarked upon by a socialist state involved such dangers of bureaucratic rigidity and consequent error, that it demanded a ceaseless and vigilant check from below. But the Stalinist regime was based on bureaucracy. Its only idea of fighting bureaucracy was to admit workers into its ranks and create more ill-educated and incompetent bureaucrats. Stalin has never understood the role the workers must increasingly play in a worker state. An early step of the swollen bureaucratic regime was to take the plan as an excuse for destroying the few remaining privileges of the workers so as to ensure control over them in the difficult days that were ahead. The trade unions were deprived of the status they had at least nominally enjoyed since NEP and made mere appendages of the state. The remnants of workers' control were wiped away. Stalin found that the workers of 1930 wanted to give up their privileges. The workers again and again complain. There is no master in the works. There is no system in the works. We can no longer tolerate our factories being transformed from productive organisms into parliaments. Our party and trades union organizations must at length understand that, without ensuring one-man management and strict responsibility for work done, we cannot solve the problems of reconstructing industry. For the moment, however, under the barrage of propaganda promising the millennium, the workers in the factories submitted and girded themselves for what seemed the final sacrifice. Hitherto wages had varied between fixed proportions in an effort to lessen inequality. Stalin introduced a system of shock brigades, bodies of workers who received better pay and valuable privileges for more intensive effort. It was, in a country still so backward as Russia, quite justifiable though a retreat. He announced it as a step forward towards socialism, and the requisite quotations and interpretations from Lenin were loosed on the workers. Yet such is the vitality of collective ownership and planned economy that in many respects industrialization triumphed over all these handicaps. In the first year of the plan, the success was such as to astonish even the Stalinists themselves. The low quality of production, due not only to the backwardness of the country but to a vulgar haste for achieving paper records, the bureaucratic methods, added to the inevitable confusion which so vast a scheme under the best auspices must inevitably bring, the systematic lying for the glorification of the regime. When all these are discounted, not only the first year but all the years of the 5-year plan have proved that the socialist methods, even in the difficult internal and external circumstances of a backward country like Soviet Russia, are incomparably superior to capitalist economy. Stalin was jubilant. We are becoming a land of metals, of automobiles and tractors, and when we put the USSR into a motor car and the mujik into a tractor, then let the reverenced capitalists who pride themselves on their civilization try to catch up with us. It is still to be seen which country will then have to be considered backward and which advanced. This, for the time being, might be considered by those who knew him as the crude boasting of a fundamentally ignorant and commonplace mind. He forecasts the catching and outstripping of the most advanced capitalist countries in 10 years. As long as this remained words, it did not much matter, but by 1930 there was nothing in the Soviet Union to prevent these absurdities being translated into immediate practice. In late 1929, the ominous signs of the world crisis were already clear. The International was heralding the crisis as the beginning of doom. Under those circumstances, it would be all that Russia could do to accomplish the 5-year plan in the time set for it. Instead, Stalin decided to accomplish it in 4. The culmination of this hysteria was reached in his report to the Political Report of the 16th Congress in July 1930. He now seemed seriously to be expecting socialism or some tolerable substitute in 1932–33, whereas to the bourgeois expert in 1928, the platform seemed a romantic gesture. This 1930 report seemed to indicate that the strong, silent man and the clique who surrounded him had lost their reason. I will not speak of the bourgeois writers whose eyes simply bulge out of their heads at the very words 5-year plan. They boasted that they would soon abolish the market and begin the socialist exchange of goods. Russia's troubles were over. It must be admitted, said Stalin, that the Soviet government is the most stable in the world. Russia, he said, had entered into socialism, and he gave warnings to all who thought otherwise. Trotsky in 1926 had suggested that industrial growth in the Soviet state should be 12 to 18% yearly in comparison to the average 6% of capitalist countries. Stalin abused Trotsky as a defeatist and enemy of socialism. The reactionary character of Trotsky's 18%, he proved by the figures of 1929–30, which he said were 32%. Trotsky and the opposition in exile, while welcoming the drive, were now warning against the exaggerated tendencies which had so soon appeared. From his exile for Trotskyism, Rakovsky, after Lenin and Trotsky, perhaps the ablest and certainly the most brilliant of all the Bolsheviks, in one of the most masterly surveys of Russian economy ever published by the opposition, summed up the Marxist view. He told the Stalinists that they were overstepping their limits, that there were no resources for this catching up and outstripping, that industrialization could and must be continued, but that this mad attempt to build socialism was piling up incalculable dangers and would bring a heavy retribution. Stalin in his report wrote many pages condemning the right-wing deviation of Trotskyism, hailed the unprecedented rates of development, set 47% as the increase of industrial growth for the coming year, and met argument with terror. Once more, the errors of the bureaucracy were paid for by the workers. Deprived of means of defense, the full weight of the unprecedented rates of development fell on them in cut wages, low standards of living and remorseless speeding up. Their resistance was met by terror. On January 15, 1931, Izvestia published the decree giving up to 10 years of prison, not to class enemies, but to socialist workmen for infraction of discipline which provoked or caused deterioration of the rolling stock, delays in the departure of trains or boats, and all other incidents which might impede the execution of official plans for transport or compromise the regularity and security of traffic. In case of premeditation, the penalty was death. But no brutality, no terrorism could check the steady fall in prices in Western Europe, where it took almost 2 tons of Soviet raw material to buy what one had bought before. The platform had demanded that the one concrete check on the confusion inevitable in this initial experiment was a stable monetary unit. But as soon as the Stalinist regime felt the pressure, dishonest to the core, it let the ruble go. At the end of 1933, according to the plan, the circulation of rubles was to have been 3,200,000,000. At the end of the first year, there were 2,642,000,000 rubles in circulation. At the end of the next year, 4,263,900,000. In November 1931, 5,181,700,000. By means of wage statistics calculated in these rubles, the Soviet press proved to the starving workers the steady improvement in their standard of living. The Japanese menace followed, and then on the groaning country came the final burden, the collapse of agricultural economy under collectivization so long neglected and now carried out in the Stalinist manner. The liquidation of the kulak. Since the days of Engels, it had been socialist policy that the collectivization of peasant agriculture was never under any circumstances to be forcibly carried out. At the 4th Congress of the International, speaking of the crisis which had led to NEP, Lenin told the delegates of the disaffection not only of the peasantry, but also of large numbers of workers. It was the first and I hope the last time in the history of Soviet Russia that we had the great masses of the peasantry arrayed against us, not consciously but instinctively as a sort of political mood. Lenin understood the backward millions of ignorant peasants, ruthless against all whom, as Spain has once more recently proved, are far more ruthless than he in pursuit of privilege and property. He was permeated by a deep humanitarianism, as unlike the sickly frothings of liberalism as his revolutionary doctrine is different from their bleatings about democracy. We are in favor of communal farms, but they must be run in such a manner as to win the peasants' confidence. And up to that time we are not their teachers but their pupils. Nothing can be sillier than the mere thought of forcing the average peasant to change his economic relations. Our task is not to expropriate the average peasant, but to take account of the special conditions of their lives, to learn from themselves the methods that may lead them to a better social order and least of all to order them about. It was electrification, by which he meant large-scale industry and all the benefits it would bring to the countryside, which could make the peasant change his immemorial habits, realize the inadequacy of peasant civilization, and willingly take the road to socialism. Nothing else could ever do it. But after the Kulak offensive in 1928, as we have seen, the Stalin regime revised its plans and announced that 20% of the peasantry would be collectivized at the end of 5 years. Huge sums were apportioned and, on the basis of the coming industrialization, the provision of tractors and other forms of mechanized assistance, it was planned that there would be a steady rise in Soviet agricultural economy by 1932 from 73.7 million tons in 1927 to 106 million tons in 1932. The plan itself was, with due regard to the national and international situation, not unworkable. But Stalin was now seriously trying to transform socialism in a single country from a propaganda weapon against Trotskyism into economic reality. What should have been carefully and persistently carried out during 4 years was now being rushed through without preparation. With that brutality which Lenin had noted and feared so many years before, and which now characterized the whole terrorist regime, the poorer peasants, having nothing to lose, were mobilized against the kulaks, and under the guidance of party members from the town's collective farms were created by the simple method of violence against all who resisted. While the whole Soviet press screamed of the miraculous turn of the peasants to socialism, millions of peasants were being forced into the commune, that highly developed form of collective production and cooperative living which can come only on the basis of the very highest development of production. Despite all subsequent denials, Stalin's speeches show that he gave his authority to this irreparable folly. In little more than a year 15 million peasants poured into the collectives, while Stalin announced a series of brilliant victories on the grain front. The kulaks were deported to Siberia or driven off to swampy land. Stalin celebrated the success of his new policy of liquidating the kulaks, the last capitalist class, and by so doing ushering in the classless society. He would accomplish by administrative decree and terror what only an industrialization beyond the strength of Russia for the next 50 years could accomplish. Just for a moment an inter-party struggle checked the mad race. The pressure of the proletariat, combined with the pressure of the peasantry, strengthened the old right wing, and in early 1930 Stalin's position was in serious danger. He had to retreat, wrote an article called "Dizzy with Success," in which he rebuked his astonished janissaries for carrying out his orders, and quoted Lenin amply to prove that there should be no forcible coercion of the peasantry. There were torchlight processions in the villages. The peasants cut out the article and pasted it in their homes. Collective peasantry dropped from 15 million to 5. But Rykov, Tomsky, and Bukharin, in helping to destroy Trotskyism, had forged a perfect weapon which Stalin knew how to use. Setting the machine to work, he cleared the party of his enemies, and by July the old 100% collectivization and the liquidation of the kulak policy was again in full swing, except that the main form of collectivization was to be, not the commune, but the artel where only the land and the cattle are held in common. In his report to the political conference in July, in the section dealing with agriculture, Stalin reached the summit of his career as an economist. After the dreadful exposure of all his forecasts which soon followed, he ceased to pontificate on the economic prospects of the Soviet Union. Before the end of the plan he had confined himself to vague and extremely cautious generalities, and for years he has been as silent about the future of economic schemes as the Chinese Revolution has made him about the prospects of any revolution. Socialism round the corner. Today, this July 1930, report reads like delirium. Stalin told the Soviet people of the state farms, the program is surpassed 100%. It turns out that the people who laughed at the decision of the political bureau, of our Central Committee, were actually laughing at themselves. The 5-year plan in 3 years. Let the bourgeois scribblers and their opportunist imitators talk now about it being impossible to carry out and surpass the 5-year plan of Soviet farm construction in 3 years. B. As regards collective farming, we have an even more favorable picture. Followed a flight of statistics. It turns out that the people who laughed at the decision of the Central Committee were laughing at themselves. This means that we have already surpassed the 5-year program of collective farm construction in 2 years, and by more than 50%. Applause. The 5-year plan in 2 years. Applause. Let the opportunist old women mumble now about it being impossible to carry out and surpass the 5-year plan of collective construction in 2 years. Following the chief builder, a frenzy of collective farm building seized the country. Bands of armed Stalinists descended on the countryside to help those peasants who were still unconvinced by Stalin's speeches. Kulaks and their families were deported by millions. Then the fiction of the kulak was dropped. At the Congress of Soviets in 1931, Molotov told the peasants that all henceforth had to decide, for or against the collective. Against the collective means supporting the kulak against the Soviet power. By the autumn of 1931, over 60% of the farms had been collectivized. The peasant, said Stalin, has now turned to socialism. The style of this campaign can be judged by a statement of Molotov's early in 1930 that in the previous 30 days they had made more collective farms than in the previous 12 years. What happened is known far and wide. The bourgeois press and publicists have seen to that. Civil war raged on the countryside. The peasants refused to produce. They ate the seed rather than plant it. They slaughtered the livestock rather than take them to the collective farms. Thousands were shot, and these and those deported were the more successful farmers. No economy in the world, capitalist or socialist, could stand such maladministration and such brutality. A ghastly famine seized the country. Grain production, 83 millions of tons in 1930, was 69 in 1932. Sugar beet fell from 14 million tons to 6.56. Horses, 34 million in 1929, were 16.6 million in 1932. Large-horned cattle, 68.1 millions in 1929, were 38.6 millions in 1932. Sheep and goats fell from 147.2 millions to 52.1 millions, a loss of nearly 75%. Pigs from 20.3 millions to 12.2, and to this shrinkage was added the burden of meeting the foreign commitments on the shrinking prices of the world crisis and the factories and armaments against Japan. The Soviet authorities had to take from even the little that there was. Millions died, and long after the famine, until January 1935, the Russian masses queued for bread. On the 8th of August 1932, Izvestia published the decree which imposed the death penalty on the wretches who stole socialist property from the railway wagons or any collective farm property whatever. In case of extenuating circumstances, the punishment would be at least 10 years, and there was to be no amnesty. The workers and peasants, starving and held in the iron grip of the Stalinist terror, could only make sporadic revolts, but as the regime heaved and cracked, disaffection began to appear in the bureaucracy itself. To the mass shootings of workers and peasants were now added a series of proscriptions against professors, secretaries, collective farm officials, workers, all who dared to utter a word of criticism while, in a vain attempt to drown the somber rattle of the bullets, Stalin and the Soviet press sang unceasing panegyrics to the brilliant and amazing victories of peasant socialism. But by the middle of 1932, the country could bear it no longer. In May, the amount of grain to be collected from the peasant was reduced by a quarter, the number of cattle to be given over to the state reduced by a half. And far more important, the attempt to abolish the market and introduce socialist exchange of commodities was abandoned finally and for good. The peasant was allowed to buy and sell. The Russian Revolution was once more on the defensive before the mujik. Then, in October 1933, Fascist Germany left the League of Nations. The defensive became a retreat, and the Russian Revolution is retreating to this day. Chapter 12. After Hitler, our turn. The International purged. As the Stalinist regime destroyed the Bolshevik Party by slander and organizational terror, not against class enemies, it must always be remembered, which all history proves to be necessary, inevitable, and not in the least confined to communists, but against honest, intelligent, and devoted members of its own ranks. So it automatically transferred these methods to the International. With the final expulsion of the opposition in 1927 went the expulsion engineered from Moscow of all Trotsky sympathizers. Souverain had gone before. Now Manat, Laureate, Trient in France. In Belgium Van Overstraeten, in Italy Bordiga, in the United States Cannon, Swabeck, Abern, Schachtman. In Canada Spector, member of the executive of the International, later MacDonald, the party secretary. The method was Stalinist. Lies and slander, the ideological preparation. Breach of discipline, the pretext, and then ruthless expulsion of the offending Trotskyists and all their followers. For example, Moscow, wishing to clear up the mess in China, published the following in the documents for the Sixth Congress. Owing to a wrong conception of the tasks of the United Front, the leaders of the Communist Party of China committed a series of vital errors which considerably hampered the preparation of the revolutionary organizations for the fight and which, as later experience has shown, were the beginning of a whole chain of opportunist blunders which finally resulted in the bankruptcy of the CP leaders. They believed that Chiang Kai-shek had become a national figure, that his desertion of the revolution would weaken the revolutionary movement and that concessions must be made to him. His demands must be satisfied so that he might be preserved for the revolution. Who didn't subscribe to this interpretation had to go. Thus, by July 1928, the way was cleared for the great turn to the left inside the Soviet Union and the International. At the Sixth Congress in July, called after 4 years, Bukharin, already out of favor, still played a prominent part and announced the new policy. He was mainly responsible for the program of the International, a document based on socialism in a single country and therefore valueless. The stabilization of capitalism was denounced as ended, which was true enough. The opposition had been pointing out long before that the general strike in England and the revolution in China were the precursors of new upheavals. The Stalinists denied it first, then proclaimed it as a new discovery. But from this they drew conclusions, based not on reality and Marxist understanding but solely on the necessities of Stalin's policy and the sycophantic ignorance of men like Manuelsky and Pyatnitsky. Comfortable nonentities, their only qualifications for revolutionary leadership were their support of Stalin, to whom they owed all. He, on the other hand, could be sure that their lack of distinction in the days of Lenin and their personal mediocrity would never aspire to challenge his position as supreme leader and chief theoretician. It is this subservience among his henchmen that prevents any check on Stalin's theories, however fantastic, however ridiculous, however dangerous. The Congress laid down that the world revolution was imminent, that the masses were becoming radicalized, that they had lost faith in social democracy, and the communists should prepare to lead the masses to victory. After 4 years, the International had met, only to be still further confused and misled. The crisis was undoubtedly coming, and the masses would ultimately seek a revolutionary solution to their difficulties. But the first stage would most certainly be a growth of the social democracy. As a crisis deepens after a period of comparative prosperity, the first move of the masses is towards the trade unions and so under the political leadership of the social democracy. The recent rise in France of the unions from less than 2 million to 5 million is an inevitable phenomenon, predictable and predicted. The Russian masses followed Kerensky first. The Spanish masses from 1931 followed the Republican leaders. Except possibly after the tortures of a fascist regime, and then not with any certainty, the masses never move straight to a communist party but rally to the mass organizations. The Communist Party knows this and fights for its place in the mass movement, warning the workers of the inevitable treachery of the reformist leaders, laying bare the realities of each development, and guiding the growing disillusionment of the masses towards itself. Instead of foretelling this process, Stalin, through his mouthpieces, proclaimed the loss of faith of the masses all over the world in social democracy. The MacDonald government in Britain was still to come. Millions stuck to the German social democracy to the end, the steady swing of the masses to communism and the imminent revolution. It is in this way that Lenin's successor, wielding more than Lenin's power without Lenin's brains, step by step, both in broad orientation and day-to-day direction, wrecked every opportunity of successful revolution. A correct orientation does not mean victory. Incorrect orientations so glaringly false lead to certain defeat. Over the new turn, however, hung the previous 3 years of revolution with Chiang Kai-shek and Wang Jingwei, Pilsudski and the Anglo-Russian Committee. Resourceful in falsehood, the Stalinists announced that a new period in post-war history, the third period, had begun. The first period was the period which had ended in 1924, the second period had ended with the defeat in China, now had begun the third and final period. The social democracy, who had been the chief friends in the second period, were now the chief enemy in the third. The same social democracy, the same parties, the same men, were yet to become, as they still are today, even better friends than in 1925 to 27. But behind all this verbiage one solid reality existed, the determination of the bureaucracy to use the International for the defense of the USSR. That was openly stated to be the first aim. The conference took this to mean by means of the revolution. Stalin and the bureaucracy, however, meant in place of the revolution. The International purged again. In addition to this ideological confusion, the International, wounded already by the long series of expulsions, was now drained again by another organizational onslaught. All who could not pass immediately from the social democracy being the chief friend to the social democracy being the chief enemy were expelled as right-wing deviators with abundant personal calumny. In the USA, Lovestone, Gitlow, and Wolf, with the confidence of 90% of the party, were driven out by the purse controllers in Moscow. In Italy, Tosca, Ferocai, Santini, and Blasco. In Czechoslovakia, Heiss and Jilic. In Austria, Strasser and Schlamm. In France, Doriot, then C.L.R. with all their supporters. In China, Chindushio, the founder and leader of the party. In Sweden, the bulk of the party and the leader, Kilbom. In Spain, Nin, Andrade, and Morin, prominent leaders of the Spanish Revolution today. In Germany, Brandler and Thalheimer, and many good workers. The International has been stabbed and stabbed again by Stalin so that its growth has been stunted. The education, which can come only from experience guided but independently undertaken and independently studied, denied it. And all in the name of discipline, orthodoxy, centralism, Leninism. Whereas Lenin, great disciplinarian as he was, understood history and men too well to expect a blind obedience even from men of his own party. If you insist on obedience, he wrote to Bukharin in 1921, about the International you will get only obedient fools. Unshakable on questions of principle, he allowed a wise laxity except at rare moments when a revolution was in danger. He trusted to events to prove him right, and they generally did, whereupon the offenders were always accepted back on the old terms. Witness his treatment of Zinoviev and Kamenev. If he was wrong, he admitted it fully. But Stalin, incapable of correct analysis, was always wrong, has never once in the whole history of the International ever admitted it, but always put the blame for failure on subordinates and covered up the old failures and the preparations for the new by abusing his opponents and then expelling them. He wanted obedient fools, and since 1929 he has had them. The expelled members formed different small groups. A right opposition was added to the left opposition, both, but more particularly the Trotskyists, being the target of the whole communist press, neither time nor money being spared to destroy them. Some, unable to find a footing in revolutionary politics, drifted back to the social democracy, others, like Souverine, to anarchism, some like Doriot even reached fascism. Some of these men were not of the stuff of which revolutionaries are made, but many of them and their followers would, under a different regime, have added their particular gifts and experience to the revolutionary movement. That they deteriorated was triumphantly pointed out by the Stalinists, though they themselves were the cause of this deterioration. Social fascism. The new policy of the third period was promulgated in numerous official documents, and the attack on the social democracy was crystallized in the once famous phrase, that the Stalinists would give millions to bury today, the egregious folly of social fascism. In its day, Stalin had all the credit for it. But like all his theoretical essays, it was stolen from his chief henchman of the time. Summing up the German failure of 1923 and blaming equally Brandler and the social democracy, Zinoviev, deprived of Lenin and therefore theoretically helpless, declared that fascism had already conquered in Germany by the aid of the social democracy. What is Pilsudski and the others? Fascist social democrats. Were they this 10 years ago? No. Of course at that time they were potential fascists, but it is precisely during the epoch of revolution that they have become fascists. What is Italian social democracy? It is a wing of the fascists. Turati is a fascist social democrat. Could we have said this 5 years ago? 10 years ago we had opportunists, but could we say that they were fascist social democrats? No. It would have been absurd to say it then, sick. Now, however, they are fascists. The international social democracy has now become a wing of fascism. So Zinoviev in January 1924 When in September 1924 Stalin, still expecting immediate revolution, wrote his first article on international affairs, he merely copied Zinoviev in his own way. He paraphrased and elaborated thus. Firstly, it is not true that fascism is only a fighting organization of the bourgeoisie. Fascism is not merely a military technical matter. Fascism is a fighting organization of the bourgeoisie dependent upon the active support of social democracy. Objectively, social democracy is the moderate wing of fascism. There is no ground for supposing that a fighting organization of the bourgeoisie can reach decisive results in its struggles, or in a government of a country, without the active support of social democracy. There is just as little ground for supposing that social democracy can achieve decisive results in the struggles or in the government of a country without active support by the fighting organization of the bourgeoisie. These organizations do not exclude but complement one another. They are not poles apart, but immediate neighbors. Fascism is the unformed political bloc of these two basic organizations, which arose under the critical after-war conditions of imperialism, and is intended for the struggle against the proletarian revolution. Fascism dependent upon the active support of the social democracy being unable to govern without the active support of fascism. This is Stalin. We must emphasize it over and over again. No one will ever understand the history of the Soviet Union and the International since 1924 unless he can grasp, and it is a difficult thing to grasp, this unique combination of economic and political ignorance and stupidity, Tammany Hall ability and ruthless determination. Stalin wrote this in September, but a month later he proclaimed socialism in a separate country. Social democracy became the chief friend, and the Stalinist paraphrase and embellishment of Zinoviev was conveniently forgotten. Now, with the new policy of the third period, this discarded folly was fished out and hailed as the summit of human wisdom. The actual phrase social fascism seems to have been Stalin's own, and the Stalinist gramophones at home and abroad, Pollet, Kashin, Therese, and Thalmann, vied with each other in bringing it in on every possible occasion and paying homage to the master. In July 1929, the ECCI held its 10th plenum. On page 8, the General Staff of the World Revolution analyzed fascism. In countries where there are strong social democratic parties, fascism assumes the particular form of social fascism, which to an ever-increasing extent serves the bourgeoisie as an instrument for the paralyzing of the activity of the masses in the struggle against the regime of fascist dictatorship. By means of this monstrous system of political and economic oppression, the bourgeoisie, aided and abetted by international social democracy, has been attempting to crush the revolutionary class movement of the proletariat for many years. Hypnotizing themselves with words, they saw millions of workers rushing from the social democracy to communism. Stalin had said it would be so, and therefore it was so already. As a result of their own experience, the German workers are abandoning their illusions concerning the Social Democratic Party. To be quite sure of destroying any liaisons which the leftward moving sections of the Social Democratic Party might seek to make with the Communist Party, the plenum categorically instructed all sections of the CI to pay special attention to an energetic struggle against the left wing of social democracy, which retards the process of the disintegration of social democracy by creating the illusion that it, the left wing, represents an opposition to the policy of the leading social democratic bodies, whereas, as a matter of fact, it wholeheartedly supports the policy of social fascism. Page after page of the report spoke of the radicalization of the masses, the coming revolutionary battles, the upward swing of the labor movement, etc., while under their eyes social democracy was in full control of its millions of voters and the millions in the trade unions. The trade union leadership was described as the social fascist trade union bureaucracy, nearly a dozen times in as many pages. All were warned against the ever-growing fascization of the trade unions. The plenum characterized social democracy as evolving through social imperialism to social fascism, and dismissing the trade union leaders as sufficiently disgraced, demanded the united front from below. The leaders were not even to be spoken to. All over the world, the obedient fools rushed to ruin themselves. Thus it was that the British Communist Party, already functioning in an atmosphere traditionally unreceptive, disgraced itself in the eyes of the British workers by reckless talk of insurrection. Pollitt and Tom Mann were charged with proclaiming the imminent revolution. Up to late 1934, the British Party continued with this glaring absurdity. In Mexico, in India, in China, in Africa, it was the same. The Spanish Revolution broke out in 1931. For nearly 4 years, the small Communist Party lost its chances by playing social fascism in every key. Revolutionary situations as in Spain, a solid bourgeois democracy as in Britain, Stalin whistled and his obedient fools danced. Ruinous as it was everywhere, in Germany it reached its highest scope and led the great German proletariat to its doom. Fascism. Fascism, say the liberals and social democrats, is provoked by communism, and therefore they put their trust in democracy. The cowardice of the one and the hypocrisy of the other are only equaled by their fertility in inventing absurdities. The violent destruction of the leaders and organizations of one class by another is a commonplace of history. The forms in which the different classes organize themselves politically will change according to the period. The reality of the class struggle remains. Tsarist Black Hundreds and F. E. Smith and his Ulstermen were active against their enemies before they knew anything about the world revolution and the dictatorship of the proletariat. Fascism, as we know it today, originates from post-war Italy, and its development there is instructive. Italy is that most unstable type of modern capitalism, a highly developed industry in the north in combination with a poor and backward peasantry. Cheated by Britain, France, and Belgium at Versailles, Italy faced the post-war dislocation with resources and psychology closer to the defeated than to the victorious nations. Orlando's government fell on June 20, 1919, and Nitti came to power to face the economic and political disorder which all European countries faced after the war. In July, there were riots due to the high cost of living in both northern and southern Italy. Soviets were formed, and although the movement collapsed after a week, yet the ruling classes had had a warning. The government reorganized the police, strengthened the gendarmerie, and created a special guard. But certain sections of the bourgeoisie realized quite clearly from what was happening all over Europe that the army and the police could not be depended upon to act against any powerful mass movement. For they, after all, are themselves part of the people. Various nationalist bodies full of patriotic emotion and hysteria, youths bitter at the degradation of Italy by Clemenceau, Lloyd George and Wilson, the excitement in view of the annexation of Fiume and Dalmatia, all thriving on the economic confusion in the country, could easily be organized into nationalists, futurists, arditi. Socialism was the enemy, and a mass press campaign resulted in the sacking of the offices of Avanti, the socialist paper. Economic and social forces expressed themselves through men. Italian reaction was fortunate enough to find Mussolini, ex-socialist of great organizing ability, gifts for demagogy, and yet utterly unlike Stalin in that he has exceptional political intelligence and judgment. He formed the Fascist Party in 1919, and fascist propaganda, a potent political force in our time, made its appearance. We can see its origins quite clearly. The old type of reaction, Kaiserism, Tsarism, House of Lords Toryism, has had its day and will never deceive the working class again. Capitalism, therefore, had to find itself a mass basis among the petty bourgeoisie and take on the protective coloring of a people's party. Yet lavish funds, the most intensive fascist propaganda, and all the weight of bourgeois society can never break or even seriously shake a working-class movement. It takes the cowardice and treachery of liberals and social democrats to do that. At the first elections held by the Nitti government, the socialist vote was 1,840,593 against 3.5 million for all the other parties put together. And properly organized, the social weight of workers and peasants in a nationwide struggle for power is always immensely greater than its electoral representation. Electoral victories are heady. In the presence of the king at the opening of Parliament, the 156 socialist deputies shouted, "Long live socialism! Long live the Socialist Republic!" When they left the building, they were attacked by nationalists and army officers, and the masses, ready for action, replied with a general strike in Rome, which spread to Milan and the industrial cities of the north. In Milan, the army fired on the demonstrators. In Mantua, the masses held the city. Thenceforward, it was a question ultimately either of the victory of the proletariat and the peasantry or the victory of the ruling class. But the masses could find no leadership. In April 1920, there was a general strike in Turin which lasted for 10 days. Nitti was succeeded by Giolitti, but Parliament could not govern. In September 1920, the Italian metalworkers, who had been negotiating with the Federation of Industrialists for the right of collective contracts, were threatened with a lockout. To prevent this, they seized the factories, and soon the movement had spread to the whole industrial region. The workers ran up the red flag and covered the walls with posters, "Long live the revolution." But with the inherent discipline of an industrial proletariat, they set up technical committees, administrative committees, organized militia which guarded the buildings and kept order, doing their best to carry on the work. From there, the step towards an attempt at the revolutionary seizure of power could not have been too difficult, given the political requisite of party, policy, and organization. But all these were absent. The Italian Socialist Party was split. On the 10th and September 11th, it held a conference to decide whether they should make this movement a starting point of the struggle for power. By 591,241 votes to 209,569, it decided that the occupation was merely for economic purposes, and in so doing it signed its own death warrant. The astute industrialists promised to grant some form of workers' control on paper, just as the Blum government today has given a 40-hour week, a rise in wages and other advantages to the workers, duly certified by law and passed through both houses. In addition to checking the onward movement of the masses, the Socialist Party split into two parts, the revolutionary and reformist. The Third International, though exercising a powerful influence, could not, through the inexperienced Italian communists, combine the necessary organizational and programmatic independence with the flexibility of tactic which wins the masses. It was at this period that Mussolini and his fascists, hitherto negligible, gained their opportunity. He had formed his society in March 1919. And much as Hitler was to disguise his reaction by calling himself a National Socialist, a significant testimony of the future social organization of mankind, Mussolini's program had the workers and the middle classes in mind: women's suffrage, abolition of the Senate, constitutional reform, 8-hour day ratified by Parliament, minimum wage, sickness and old age insurances, workers' control of production, progressive income tax reaching to confiscation in some cases, confiscation of war, profits to 85%, confiscation of the wealth of the clergy, abolition of the standing army and its replacement by a people's militia, etc., etc. But the big agrarians and industrialists who supported him knew quite well what this program meant. It is quite true that the Bolsheviks, for reasons which we have explained, were not able to carry out much of their program, have not been able to do so to this day. But the difference between them and Mussolini is the difference between a political movement that is hindered by economic and historical circumstances on the one hand, and on the other the crudest deception. And it is in this difference that lies the inevitable success of the one and the inevitable collapse of the other. Once the Italian proletariat had decided not to move forward to political power, members of the lower middle classes, and even many of the proletariat itself, turned to the fascist promise of immediate action which Mussolini was obviously ready to take. Other sections of the proletariat which did not join the fascists fell into indifference. Yet even the 1921 elections showed 1,569,553 votes for socialists and 291,952 for the communists. The General Confederation of Labor had grown from 500,000 in 1919 to 2 million. But the fascist militia were allowed to destroy the advance guard of the proletariat and peasantry with system and thoroughness. The communists were too few to fight and could not work the united front tactic. The Social Democrats and the liberals trusted to democracy, in this case the King of Italy and the Italian Constitution. To their horror, the king deceived them and Mussolini in 1922 marched on Rome in a railway carriage. But his position as prime minister was far from secure, and the brutality and corruption of his regime, culminating in the open murder of Matteotti, the courageous socialist deputy, on June 10, 1924, roused millions of working men and women and their petty bourgeois allies. On June 27 in Rome, there was a commemoration of Matteotti's death. Let a social democrat speak. Revolt was in the air and in the minds of men. The merest trifle would have been enough to make it break out in the streets. The parliamentary opposition had announced its secession. Filippo Turati had spoken of the murdered man before the 126 deputies elected by the people. Immortal words had been uttered. A stroll in the streets of Rome was enough to convince anyone that some decisive action was looked for. All the roads leading to the Tiber were black with people, all waiting for the opposition members of parliament to leave the chamber in a body, to betake themselves to Lungo Tevere Amaldo de Brescia, where Matteotti had been kidnapped, whither for a fortnight humble peasants, working men and women had been coming to say a prayer and to strew the symbolic tombstone with flowers. But the parliamentary section of the party was of opinion that its struggle lay in keeping within the law that was trodden underfoot by the government. Parliament, democracy, law, order. It is these words in the mouths of social democrats that demoralize workers, not fascist propaganda. The immortal words did not harm Mussolini. He consolidated his position on the backs of the battered working-class movement. Then came the settlement with the petty bourgeois dupes, not so spectacularly as Hitler on June 30, 1934. The case was not so urgent. There was civil war in the fascist party. In Rome, each of the two groups marched against each other with machine guns, and conflict was avoided with difficulty. In Turin, Genoa, Savona, they fought openly. As early as September 1923, Mussolini wrote in the Corriere Colorano, "Should we be unable radically to rejuvenate the fascist party, then it would be better to destroy it and to permit the healthy and fresh forces which live and work within it to merge powerfully into the freer and broader national stream." The lower middle-class elements were weeded out. Today, industrialists, landlords, militarists flourish in Italy. They have to submit to restriction and regulation by fascism, but that is a trifle to pay for the destruction of the working-class movement. Italy's rates of wages and living standards are lower than they have been for 50 years. But deprived of their organizations, the workers are helpless. Hitler in Germany in 1924 had aimed at doing for German capitalism what Mussolini had done for Italian. But the pusillanimous capitulation of the German Communist Party had ruined Hitler's chances. The big bourgeoisie, the militarists, have no love for these demagogic parvenus with their uncouth hordes of mercenary toughs. It is only when capitalists see that the workers, disillusioned by capitalist bankruptcy, may seize power that they turn to fascism as a last expedient. 5 years passed before Hitler got another chance. But he had the first requisite of any leader: belief in his cause. He continued with his agitation and his propaganda. He attacked capitalism but got few workers to join him. He attacked Marxian socialism and substituted his own brand, which, when explained to capitalists, induced some rich and influential ones to give him millions. He could not have published dozens of daily papers and kept some 500,000 brown shirts without their help. Only an economic crisis would give him his opportunity, and it came in 1929. The world economic crisis seized Germany first in Europe. Because of all the great countries of Europe, Germany was the most vulnerable. Since 1924, Germany had existed and been able to pay reparations chiefly by loans from America. In addition, trustification, monopoly capitalism, which had gone further in Germany than anywhere else, the consequent domination of the government by finance capital, rationalization, with its consequent increase of unemployment and loss of purchasing power by the masses, the whole historical development of Germany between 1914 and 1929, all these meant that in Germany terrific class battles would be fought with fateful consequences for Europe and the world. The clash had been avoided in 1924. Now nothing could stave it off. It would be as well here to point out at once the issues at stake. If the German proletariat were victorious, it meant the almost immediate victory of the Austrian proletariat. Fascism in Italy would receive a most serious blow. In Spain, the revolution which had broken out in 1931 would receive an enormous impetus and an enthusiastic ally. Most important of all, the bogey of German invasion, which is the main threat that French capitalism uses to the French workers, would disappear at a stroke, and the French bourgeoisie would be jammed between the German working-class movement and its own. The difficulties of economic construction in the Soviet Union would have been solved by the combination of Soviet natural resources and Germany's marvelous industrial organization, that alliance which Lenin had so hoped for. There was the possibility of an invasion of a Soviet Germany by France and Poland, of an invasion of a Soviet Austria by Italy. The Soviet army, ready to oppose intervention, would be a powerful barrier to this, and, given a certain development of the national class struggle, to suppose that the working classes of Britain and France, Belgium and Holland would idly allow a Soviet Germany to be crushed by imperialists is a mirage existing only in the minds of Tory diehards and, we know it today, the rulers of the Soviet regime. If the Communist International functioned as it could on the basis of the world crisis, every development in Germany would be followed by the world working-class movement and their responsibility to a Soviet Germany put clearly before them. It will be difficult enough for the imperialists to get wholehearted participation in an ordinary imperialist war. They would imperil their own existence if they tried to interfere openly in the affairs of a Soviet Germany. On the other hand, the defeat of the German proletariat would be a catastrophe for Europe. The greatest anti-war force under capitalism was the German proletariat. As long as it was powerful, the war against the Soviet Union would have to begin in Berlin. But the victory of fascism in Germany would mean, we see it today, the victory of reaction all over Central and Eastern Europe. It would weaken the Spanish Revolution and the French. It would mean inevitably war against the Soviet Union. It would mean all the things that face us today. This is not wisdom after the event. In the very first stages of the struggle, they were clearly set down by the expelled left opposition. The existing state of parties in Germany estimated, the course of action to be followed outlined. The warning. The first intimation of danger was the Reichstag election of September 1930. In May 1924, the Nazis polled 1,918,310 votes. In May 1928, 809,541 votes. Then came the crisis. Hitler had at last persuaded important sections of German capitalism that he could be depended upon to smash the German working-class movement. Backed not only by German but by international capital, he and his party drew to it the threatened middle classes by promising them to destroy the big chain stores, etc., the lumpen proletariat by bribery, and every unattached voter by playing on nationalist sentiment and promising everything to everybody. Now in September 1930, after 1 year of the crisis, he gained 6,406,397 votes, an increase of over 5 million. The blindest of the blind could see that not only the whole world but even the builders of socialism in a single country would have to concentrate on the developments in Germany during the next few years. The workers of Germany, whom fascism was aimed against and who alone could break fascism, were organized in the Social Democratic Party and the Communist Party. The Social Democratic Party during the stabilization had developed a huge bureaucracy. With the failure of the Communist Party in 1923, the workers had quite inevitably gone back to the social democracy, which had strengthened itself all over Europe on the basis of the temporary stabilization of 1924 to 1929. The Social Democrats had control of the Prussian government and thousands of posts in the government service. 2/3 of the police chiefs of Prussia were Social Democrats. There were nearly 100 Social Democratic members in the Reichstag and many in the other parliaments of Germany. They had jobs in state banks. There were thousands of trade union officials, workers in the party press, right down to posts that were much smaller but yet, in post-war Germany, safe. It has been estimated that the social democracy had actually at its disposal in 1931 nearly 290,000 actual posts. Anyone with the slightest experience of workers' organizations knows that this bureaucracy, basing itself on the layers next to it, with the organization, propaganda, and finances of the party and trade unions in its hand, could exercise an enormous influence on the millions on which they rested. But below these were nearly 20 millions of the German working people in town and country. In May 1924, the Social Democrats had had only 6 million votes, the Communists 3,693,000. But by December, in spite of the imminent revolution, the revolutionary problem is to turn enough of these away from their leaders. Wells, Leipart, Otto Braun, Severing, Noske, and the large majority of the German Social Democrats, no more than Citroën, Bevin, Attlee, Morrison, Jouot, Lyon Blum, and the others, would not prepare workers for any sort of struggle with capitalism. Before 1933, they were willing to come to terms with fascism if allowed. Now that fascism is exposed, they pretend that capitalists, faced with a choice between social revolution and fascism, will choose parliamentary democracy. They can always escape abroad. But the vast millions of social democratic workers have no choice but to fight fascism or be crushed by it. They listened in Germany as they will always listen to the speeches of their leaders. They hope that these will do something. They have faith in the organizations that they have built up with so much sacrifice. Their leaders teach them to have faith in democracy, in the King of Italy, in Hindenburg, in the Popular Front, in God, Walter Citroën, in everything except their own organized strength. It is usually only when the enemy is upon them that they realize that their social democratic leaders have scattered to the four winds and never intended to fight fascism at all. It was the business of the Communist Party of Germany to expose these social democratic leaders for what they were, and win enough of the social democratic workers, or at least neutralize the others so as to be able to make the attack on fascism. Whatever Hitler said, Mussolini in Italy had shown that fascism aimed at destroying the workers' organizations and bourgeois parliamentary democracy, leaving the workers defenseless. The army and police cannot be trusted to do that. The bourgeoisie can no longer trust the bourgeois state, so it organizes its bands. But it is this very factor which makes the social democratic worker under skillful leadership ready to fight. He is not a revolutionary. If he were, he would join the Communist Party. But he, in certain circumstances, will fight in defense of what he considers to be his lawful constitutional rights. Whenever a ruling class has to take away by violence these rights, the revolutionary situation becomes a possibility. The German Communist Party votes in 1930 had jumped from 3,300,000 to 4,600,000, nothing in comparison to the fascist increase. But in Germany, with 25 large towns of over 500,000 people, with the workers dominant in the economy of the country, the combined communist and social democratic vote represented the dominant social force in the country. In highly industrial countries like Germany and Britain, the organized workers hold the fate of the country in their hands. The other political parties in Germany, nationalists, Catholic, Center Party, etc., might be numerically imposing, as they were in Russia even after October 1917. Lenin did not fear all their votes, contemptuously dismissed the Constituent Assembly in 1918, and held the power. The ruling class v. the working class is the issue, both fighting for the lower middle classes. Even the big capitalist parties were not homogeneous. In a crisis, the Catholic Party, for instance, would split, probably to the advantage of the workers, who, were their leadership strong and decisive enough, could count on drawing the bulk of the Catholic workmen to their side. In unity for action, the workers in the factories, transport, and other essential services would be masters of the situation. With the policy of the United Front against fascism, the social democratic worker, step by step, could be led on the basis of his own experience to fight against fascism. And the victorious struggle against fascism, not in parliament but in the streets, would lead directly to power. That was the task in the Germany of 1930. It is the task in France today, and ultimately, accepting the complications of a war, the task in Britain tomorrow. The German Communist Party had to point out every maneuver of Hitler and the capitalists and at the same time prove to the workers that their leaders would not fight. Not by telling them this, but by challenging the leaders to fight. At the same time, they had a quite special responsibility to give the workers confidence that the Communist Party was not only willing but able to lead that fight. For a very noticeable thing in the elections of 1930 was that, though the communist vote had increased by over 1.25 million, the membership of the party had not correspondingly increased, which meant that, though many workers believed in the necessity of revolution and accepted the line of the Communist Party, they doubted the capacity of the Communist Party to carry out that line. 1923 remained in their minds. Trotsky, in an article written from his exile in Principe just after the elections, warned them that the situation demanded careful handling. The 6 million voters for the social democracy did not mean that the voters were unalterably attached to the social democracy. Millions of these could be won by the communists, as the Bolsheviks had won millions for the October Revolution, and the German Communist Party in 1923 had been able in a few months to get the majority of the German proletariat behind it. But the Communist Party would have to drop its exaggerations and absurdities and base itself solely on realistic estimations of the political situation. With the position as it was, to take the offensive would be disastrous. The Communist Party, with the advance guard of the workers, would be smashed to pieces, leaving the road clear for fascism. He suggested defensive battles and an unwavering struggle for the United Front. The social democratic leaders would clamor that they wanted to fight. What did they propose? The Communist Party would not ask the social democratic worker to leave his party. Let him demand of his leaders that they take joint steps for defense, each party its own banner, its own flag, but a simply defined program. If the Social Democratic Party leaders accepted, so much the better. The fight would go on, and the Communist Party would apologize for having misjudged them. But they would refuse. Then, as the fascist danger grew, they would have the task of explaining to their members why, in face of the growing threat, they continued to refuse the quite reasonable offers of communists who, after all, were fellow workers and were not proposing immediate revolution, but merely common defense against an immediate danger. There is no doubt that the leaders of the social democracy and a very small stratum of workers will prefer, in the last analysis, the victory of fascism to the revolutionary victory of the proletariat. But it was precisely this preference which gave the Communist Party an opportunity to break the ranks under the control of the social democratic bureaucracy. We must conclude agreements against fascism with diverse social democratic fractions and organizations, while placing clearly before the masses precise conditions for their leaders. This was in 1930, the United Front. So that there might be no misunderstanding of the colossal blundering and treachery which gave us a fascist instead of a Soviet Germany with all that will mean for Europe, we cannot do better for the English reader than use the example of the present tactics of the Communist Party of Great Britain in its effort to get into the Labour Party. The gentlemanly leaders of the Labour Party do not want them, for harmless as the communists are today, the very word communism compromises the social democrats with the bourgeoisie. The communist leaders know this as well as anybody else. But they make an open application to the social democratic leaders. It is true that they want to get in merely to agitate for an alliance of the Soviet Union with Britain and France against Germany and Japan, under the guise of the League of Nations and collective security. But we can leave aside their aims, which do not concern us for the moment. Naturally, Morrison, Citron, and the other Labour Party leaders refuse. But, small as the British Party is, it has, as every party always has, influence among the social democratic workers in certain districts where communists and militant social democratic workers have fought many fights together in the days when the Communist Party was a fighting party. Furthermore, at the present moment, the politically minded workers everywhere are profoundly stirred by the war danger and the unsettled state of Europe. The British communists are not asking for revolution. There are many good comrades among them. Why then should the social democratic leaders turn them down? In social democratic districts which are favorable to the Communist Party, resolutions are passed demanding the affiliation. Trade union conferences do the same. Social democratic intellectuals like Sir Stafford Cripps and G.D. H. Cole, who have not the typical trade union mentality and servility to bourgeois ideas of the labor leader risen from the ranks, are sympathetic and ask why not. The New Statesman comes out in support. In every section of the Social Democratic Party, on every possible occasion, the Communist Party urges its claim. Certain districts not only pass resolutions, but actually begin to take joint action with the Communists in defiance of headquarters. In the powerful South Wales Miners' Federation, a communist, Arthur Horner, is elected president. This is a strong lever. The Daily Worker of July 6, 1936, reports that 121 Labour Party organizations are for affiliation. In addition, in Hammersmith, the South Hammersmith Cooperative Political Council, the South Hammersmith Divisional Labour Party, in all 15 organizations in the borough, have voted for unity. This means that in that district unity for action is achieved. The Communist Party consistently offers plans for united action. The social democratic leaders consistently refuse. Yet the Communist Party is only recommending the same League of Nations, the same collective security as the Labour Party. The pressure embarrasses men like Morrison and Citron dreadfully. The Edinburgh Conference shows a Labour Party split ideologically from top to bottom. And if suddenly the war crisis were to come nearer, and the Communist Party once more puts a concrete program for unity before the social democratic leaders, these gentlemen have either to accept them or face the possibility of grave unrest and even a serious split in their ranks. For the Communist Party is irreproachable in its demands. It is not asking to make a revolution. It is merely taking the social democratic leaders at their word and suggesting that instead of talking they do something. In Germany by October 1923, the Social Democratic Party was breaking to pieces under similar pressure. And in the Germany of 1923, unlike the Germany of 1930, Hitler's bands did not stalk the streets. Marxism aims merely at foreseeing, foretelling, clarifying, and preparing in advance for what the workers will at a high moment of history instinctively respond to. The great millions of workers in Germany wanted to unite to fight fascism and fought to do so, and if a campaign of the sort the British Communist Party is waging today had been waged in Germany, after the September election of 1930 against fascism, Hitler could not have passed. The thin layer of the labor aristocracy would, in the moment of crisis, have been swept away like dust with a broom. How then did it happen that the German Communist Party pursued the exactly opposite policy? First, the German soil was particularly fertile for Stalin's social fascist stupidity. A bitter feud had divided the two parties since the murder of Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg and the accumulated treacheries of the social democracy. Secondly, the expulsion from the party of all who were not prepared to accept the party line, discipline, centralism, unity, etc. And thirdly, and more important than all these, the determination of Moscow at all costs to maintain a division between France and Germany, and to sacrifice the German Revolution for this end. The German Communist Party tried to break away from social fascism. Sections of the Social Democrats made offers for unity. That the Russian bureaucracy insisted on division, even to the extent of letting Hitler come in, is one of the most criminal blunders in history. Stalinist politics. As far back as the middle of 1931, Trotsky, watching anxiously the tactics of the Communist Party in Germany, had seen where the Stalinist policy was leading and hoped in vain for a change. Before Hitler came into power, Walter Duranty, Russian correspondent, had written in the New York Times of November 20, 1932, that the Bolshevist Kremlin today regards the growth of the revolutionary movement in Europe with real anxiety. He was seeing only a fraction of the whole truth, that the Kremlin was prepared to sacrifice the workers' movement, thinking thereby to save itself. That the German workers went down without a struggle when they had an even chance of victory was no fault of theirs. They were ruined by the ignorant and treacherous Soviet bureaucracy. The German social democracy had been declared the chief enemy long before the Third Period, since 1927. The Soviet bureaucracy feared the German Social Democratic Party for its support of Locarno. In 1922, Germany, rebuffed by Britain and France, had signed the Treaty of Rapallo with the Soviet Union. The division between France and Germany was naturally a very good thing for Russian foreign policy. But the Treaty of Locarno in 1925 seemed to Stalin and to the world at that time the beginning of a friendship, and the German social democracy, which pressed hard for this burying of the hatchet between France and Germany, became the special enemy of the Soviet bureaucracy. Stalin's second period had prevented this antagonism developing fully. But with the breakup and final exposure of the Anglo-Russian Committee and the tardy realization that the social democracy was no help against a war of intervention, with the imminent growth of the war danger, social fascism was directed with special ferocity against German social democracy. In the material collected for the Sixth Conference, we see the Stalinist bitterness against the social democracy. On questions of international policy, the attitude of German social democracy is in line with that of the rest of the Second International. Recognition of and collaboration with the League of Nations and bitter denunciation of the Soviet Union. German social democracy represents the Western orientation, and it takes advantage of every opportunity to extend the cleavage between the Soviet Union and Germany. Hitler proclaimed his hostility to Marxism in general, but also to France, and for Stalin, therefore, concerned with socialism in a single country and not with revolution, social democracy in Germany with its Western orientation was the main enemy. This ruined the German Revolution. Social fascism in July 1929, when a year before Hitler had lost 1 million votes, was merely another Stalinist folly preventing the Communist Party of Germany from exercising the influence it should. But after the elections of September 1930, it was criminal. For the responsibility of leading the masses against fascism rested and will always rest with the Revolutionary Party. The Social Democratic leaders are what they are, and for the Revolutionary Party to lay blame on them for what it knows they will do is the merest childishness. But lacking Marxist training, dead in the International since 1924, ignorant and bureaucratic, the Communist Party, under Moscow's firm guidance, professed itself quite untroubled at the results of the September elections and prophesied Hitler's early doom. On September 15, 1930, the Rote Fahne told the German proletariat, "Last night was her Hitler's greatest day, but the so-called election victory of the Nazis is the beginning of the end," and on the following day, the 14th of September was the high point of the National Socialist movement in Germany. What comes after this can only be decline and fall. The economic crisis. During 1931, the crisis steadily intensified. The communists could not see and the Social Democrats would not see that parliamentary government was doomed in Germany, and that this political crisis would end in a dictatorship either of the right or of the left. This had long been obvious to the shrewdest capitalists inside and outside Germany. Germany's creditors began to call in loans. Bank crisis followed bank crisis. The downward trend of production and trade was intensified, and Germany, instead of sliding, began to plunge. More and more groups of German capitalists began to see their way out in Hitler. The Social Democrats prated of democracy, the Communist Party redoubled their attacks upon the social fascists. The violence of the fascists grew daily with their increasing financial and popular support, and in the face of this, the bewildered social democratic worker was told a dozen times a day that the Social Democratic Party, social fascism and not fascism, was the main enemy. He was invited to form the United Front only from below, in other words, an ultimatum to leave his own party simply because the communists told him so. Red trade unions, an experiment already tried and a proved failure, were started again in opposition to the social fascist unions and served only to accentuate the division between the workers. In March, Brüning tried to unite Germany and Austria in a complete customs union. This would have helped German trade, given some moral confidence to Germany, and allayed for a time the specter of German communism. But it would have threatened the ill-gotten gains of France and the Little Entente. They forbade it. The Hoover moratorium on German debts could not check the disintegration. The Brüning government, armed with Article 48 of the Constitution, by dictatorial decree after decree made the workers and salaried employees bear the brunt of the crisis. But the Social Democrats clung desperately to Brüning and Hindenburg. Support Brüning against Hitler, they urged the workers. He is the lesser evil. The workers had organized themselves into the Reichsbanner, ready to fight for the defense of the Republic. It was all that the communists needed. They, while not identifying themselves with the fight for the Republic, could fight side by side with the Social Democrats against fascism. That road, as we see in Catalonia today, could lead only to the struggle for the dictatorship of the proletariat, the Social Democratic workers being driven to take it, not by propaganda but by the very logic of events. But for the communists, Hitler was the lesser evil. Destroy the social democracy, the dirty social fascists. Most probably unrealized by themselves, Moscow had shifted their propaganda slogans to compete with the Nazis in inciting all Germany to an antagonism against France, just as Moscow today has the French Communist Party inciting all France to antagonism against Germany. The Nazis claimed to be fighting for the national liberation of Germany from the Treaty of Versailles by war. The communists, instead of opposing this typical imperialist slogan with the slogans of international socialism, reinforced by the whole international, were made to compete with the fascists by putting forward the slogan of a popular revolution for national emancipation from the Treaty of Versailles. Adventurers of the officer type, men like Schuringer and Count Stenbock-Vermoy, thinking of nothing else but an imperialist war with France, fraternized with the Communist Party on the basis of this fight for national emancipation, and brought only further disorder and confusion into the Communist Party without the slightest gain. In this field, the Nazis were invincible. All this, however, had nothing to do with the struggle of the German workers, but with Moscow's foreign policy. Then, in August 1931, came an astounding interference from Moscow in the policy of the German Communist Party. The Red Referendum. The great stronghold of the Social Democrats was Prussia, where since 1919 they had ruled. They had had the uninterrupted command of the police, and Prussia, with Berlin, was the most powerful state in the Reich. But by the middle of 1931, the Prussian government was in serious danger, for the Nazis were sweeping everything before them, and it was certain that at the coming elections they would be the largest single party in the Prussian Landtag. The Social Democrats, therefore, with revolutionary courage, maneuvered and manipulated so as to continue governing if no party gained an absolute majority. The Nazis were furious and demanded a referendum, their only legal means of turning out the social democratic government. Despite 3 years of social fascism, the first instinctive reaction of the German Communist Party was to side with the Social Democrats against the fascists. The party leadership in Germany started to fight against the referendum. That, however, meant support of the Social Democrats with their Western orientation. Stalin made them stop their opposition to the referendum and support the fascists against the Social Democrats. Luckily, we have the evidence of Pyatnitsky himself, secretary of the Communist International. For example, that the leadership of the party opposed taking part in the referendum on the dissolution of the Prussian Landtag. A number of party newspapers published leading articles opposing participation in that referendum. But when the Central Committee of the party jointly with the Comintern arrived at the conclusion that it was necessary to take an active part in the referendum, the German comrades, in the course of a few days, roused the whole party. Not a single party except the CPSU could do that. Thalmann and his Central Committee are not entirely to blame for the German catastrophe. They meant well. The tradition of obedience and discipline, the faith of the German party leaders, were mercilessly exploited against the cause. On July 21, the Communist Party, suddenly forgetting social fascism, addressed a letter to the Social Democratic ministers Braun and Severing, demanding a united front for struggle on behalf of the workers' living conditions and threatening to form a united front with the fascists against them unless they agreed. The Social Democratic government had shot down workers demonstrating on May Day, had passed savage repressive legislation against the communists, banning the communist military organization, the Red Fighting Front, and saying openly that these actions were directed against the communists and not against the fascists. Like Walter Citron and Herbert Morrison, Braun and Severing did not want any united front. They therefore refused this proposal, as it was certain they would refuse. Social Democrats never form united fronts because of proposals addressed to them by revolutionary parties. These proposals only assume importance when backed by the mass agitation initiated by the Revolutionary Party among their own party members. On this refusal, the Communist Party called on its members to support the fascists in their referendum. During the campaign there appeared in the communist journal Fanfare on the August 1st a portrait of Schuringer, the rabid nationalist, with the following message: "Whoever opposes the popular revolution, the revolutionary war of liberation, betrays the cause of those who died in the World War and gave their lives for a free Germany." The same words could have been used by Hitler in the fascist campaign. Thalmann himself tells how workers, miserably confused, came to the Communist Party and asked if after all a Braun-Severing government was not better than a Hitler-Goebbels government. Thalmann told them they were not class-conscious enough. Had everything depended on them, the Moscow-driven communist leadership would have succeeded in getting the fascists into power in Prussia since the summer of 1931. But the common sense of the German workers revolted against the blind bureaucratic stupidity above. They refused to vote, and where 25 million votes were required to ratify the plebiscite, the fascists did not get half that number. In the autumn, with the fascist danger growing every day, and Brüning mercilessly slashing at the workers, as was inevitable, a section of the Social Democrats began to turn tentatively to the Communist Party. Breitscheid, a Social Democratic leader full of revolutionary words, a kind of Stafford Cripps, proclaimed openly that if things went on as they were going, the Social Democratic Party had been trying to negotiate with the center, which, however, was drawing to the right. The Social Democratic Party would have to form a united front with the Communist Party. Here was a chance that had come unasked, and in spite of all that had gone before. Faithful to Moscow, Thalmann rejected the offer with scorn and warned the workers against it. To those who suggested that the Braun-Severing government was better than a Hitler-Goebbels government, he said, "This influence exercised over revolutionary workers by the treacherous ideology of the lying Social Democrats, these relics of social democratic thought in our ranks, is, we declare, in full agreement with the decisions of the 11th plenum, the most serious danger that confronts the Communist Party. How great that danger is shown at the present time, among other things, by the latest maneuvers of social fascism. It is therefore undertaking a new demagogic maneuver. It is threatening to form a united front with the Communist Party. We have not conducted our fundamental struggle against social democracy with sufficient sharpness and clarity. Let us take a few examples." And his first example was the neglect of exposing, as the most dangerous type of reformism, some thousands of workers who, disgusted with social democracy, had decided to split off from the party and form a party of their own. It was not yet communist but was heading in that direction. Social fascism demanded that they should be violently repelled. Stalin sabotages the revolution. Moscow, seeing that the Red referendum maneuver had failed, threw all pretense aside and came openly out for letting Hitler in. On October 14, 1931, Ramelli, one of the three official leaders of the Communist Party, with Stalinist effrontery announced the policy in the Reichstag. Herr Brüning has put it very plainly. Once they, the fascists, are in power, then the united front of the proletariat will be established and it will make a clean sweep of everything. Violent applause from the communists. We are the victors of the coming day, and the question is no longer one of who shall vanquish whom. This question is already answered. Applause from the communists. The question now reads only, at what moment shall we overthrow the bourgeoisie? We are not afraid of the fascist gentlemen. They will shoot their bolt quicker than any other government. Right you are. From the communists. The fascists so ran the argument would introduce inflation, there would be financial chaos, and then the proletarian victory would follow. The speech was printed with a form asking for membership of the party attached and distributed in great numbers all over Germany. Stalinist parties are led from above. Their leaders get the line and impose it. Disobedience is labeled Trotskyism, right deviation and whatnot, and the dissidents expelled. But the situation in Germany was too tense, and violent protests from the left wing caused the policy to be withdrawn. But from that moment it was certain that the Communist Party leadership would never fight, and the "after Hitler, our turn" was the line on which they led the party. The German leadership did not follow blindly. Some of them carried on a ceaseless struggle to the very end. But built on Moscow, they faced isolation if they broke with Moscow, and the organizational vice silenced or expelled them. The bureaucrat and revolution. October 1931 is the actual turning point in the history of the international and therefore in the history of post-war Europe. It is usual to date this last intense period in which we live from the early months of 1933 when fascism came to power in Germany. From October 1931, however, we can see today is the time when it was certain that fascism would come into power. For if the Revolutionary Party in Germany would not give the lead to the great body of workers, then nothing could stop Hitler. The German proletariat, after the Russian the greatest anti-war force in Europe, would be stripped of its organizations and its leaders, and the greatest of imperialist wars would be unavoidable. The question is, why did Stalin persist in this policy? How could the Soviet bureaucracy possibly conceive that any useful purpose could be served by letting Hitler come into power? No question is more important not only for the past but for the present. In the answer to it lies the whole complex problem of the relationship between the international working class movement and the Soviet bureaucracy. The root of this suicidal policy, which has had such catastrophic consequences, lies in the very nature of a workers' bureaucracy, inside as well as outside the Soviet Union. And we shall understand the Soviet bureaucracy best by noting how closely it resembles the workers' bureaucracies with which we are more familiar. A social democratic bureaucracy believes first and foremost in a national socialism. It does not consider that the success of the workers in other countries is vital to its own. The basic doctrine of the Soviet bureaucracy, socialism in a single country, is essentially the same. Each is the ideology of a caste that is well satisfied with its own position. Each social democratic bureaucracy is far more hostile to its own left wing, the revolutionary socialists, than to its own imperialist bourgeoisie. Citroën will stand on the same platform with Winston Churchill but will not do the same with Pollitt. The Soviet bureaucracy is today far more murderous against Trotsky, Zinoviev and Kamenev and revolutionaries in Russia than it is to the bourgeoisie of France and Britain. The reason in both instances is the same. They wish to live on good terms with the bourgeoisie, if allowed, but the revolutionaries are enemies of their prestige, privileges and perquisites. Today the Soviet bureaucracy believes exactly the same. For both, the revolution of October 1917 was due to exceptional circumstances. The Soviet bureaucracy has not reached this position all at once, any more than the pre-war German social democracy reached its position of 1914 other than by a gradual process. In 1923 Stalin met opposition to his policy for the German Revolution. He maneuvered by saying, "Let the fascists attack first, though they are weak." 2 years later, China offers an opportunity for a victory of the world revolution. China seems to the Soviet bureaucracy a field where a revolution can take place without the immediate complications that would ensue in Germany. Stalin is sincerely desirous of guiding the Chinese revolution to victory. But the very qualities which make him so acceptable to the bureaucracy are the very ones which unfit him for leading a revolution. His stubborn stupidity prevents him correcting the policy, even after the disastrous experience with Chiang Kai-shek. He has to experience the defection of Wang Jingwei before at last he turns to the workers and peasants. The failure is complete and henceforth the bureaucracy, as the Sixth Congress shows, with its defense of the USSR as the first task, has lost all hope in the world revolution. The expulsion of the opposition, the consolidation of bureaucratic power by the administrative activity of the 5-year plan, intensifies the process of ossification. By 1931, the bureaucracy is fully mature. Every shred of the revolutionary ardor of 1917 has completely disappeared, driven ruthlessly out as Trotskyism. Incapable of visualizing a successful revolution in Germany, the choice appears to the bureaucracy to be between fascism and the social democracy. Given Stalin's foreign policy, it cannot be the social democracy, with its Western orientation and League of Nations policy. Can only be fascism. To do Stalin justice, the leader of the world proletariat is so incapable of independent theoretical analysis that he had no idea of what a fascist regime in Germany would mean. He had decreed that fascism could not rule without the support of the social democracy. They were not antipodes but twins. Could not much matter which twin was in power. But even this apparently characteristic Stalinist stupidity was shared by the social democratic bureaucracy. When Hitler came to power, Wells and Leipart, the German bureaucrats, offered to support him. They thought that they could accommodate themselves somehow to fascism. Citron, at the Brighton Trade Union Conference in 1933, gives us the view of the British bureaucrat not before but after the catastrophe. All I can say is that a general strike was definitely planned and projected, but the German leaders had to give consideration to the fact that a general strike after the atmosphere created by the Reichstag fire, and with 6.25 million people unemployed, was an act fraught with the gravest consequences which might be described as nothing less than civil war. The only thing, therefore, was to let Hitler in. The attitude of the Soviet bureaucracy was exactly the same, both before and after the catastrophe. In January 1934, at the 17th Party Conference in Moscow, though Hitler had been in power 1 year, Stalin explained his policy. Of course, we are far from being enthusiastic about the fascist regime in Germany. But fascism is not the issue here, if only for the reason that fascism, for example in Italy, did not prevent the USSR establishing very good relations with that country. He hoped to establish good relations with a Germany hostile to France. Almost at that very moment, Otto Bauer in Austria was crawling before Dollfuss. We declared that we would be prepared even to make concessions to the notion of a corporative organization of society and of the state, in order to make an understanding possible. It was all in vain. Dollfuss refused to enter into any negotiations. Bauer had to fight, but the workers forced it. "Why wait?" they said. "Let us strike now while we are still ready for battle. Otherwise, we shall share the fate of our comrades in Germany." 1 year after Hitler, Stalin and Otto Bauer were still hoping to come to terms with fascism. Being what they were, it is clear that before they had had actual experience of Hitler, the idea of the German workers fighting fascism would not have crossed their minds. After Hitler, our turn, is the concentrated expression of bureaucratic inertia, cowardice, ignorance, and short-sightedness. Stalin could not say openly what he meant. He had to dress it up in revolutionary words, to promise the deluded German workers that the revolution would come after Hitler had come to power. The foreign policy he pursued from that same October showed that nothing was further from his mind. One final difference between 1923 and 1931 should be noted. In 1923, Stalin could almost certainly have carried the bureaucracy with him for a forward policy in Germany. In China, he could have abandoned Chiang Kai-shek at any time without the slightest change in the stability of his position, except loss of prestige to Trotskyism. But by 1931, it is most probable that any attempt to encourage revolution in Germany would have resulted in an internal upheaval. Not that Stalin would ever have suggested any such policy. But it is necessary to emphasize that after 1931, Stalin leads the International along a predestined and acknowledged road. To expect a change is to expect Citron and Bevin to become revolutionary socialists. The Marxist and revolution. The left opposition was a small group incapable of exercising influence against two such powerful bureaucracies as the Communist Party and the Social Democratic Party. Trotsky at Principe, branded as a counter-revolutionary, offered directive after directive and uttered warning after warning. Handicapped as he was by being unable to keep his finger on the pulse of events from day to day, yet his collected writings on the German situation are perfect examples, forever to be studied, of Marxism applied to a living situation. On November 26, 1931, he finished a pamphlet, Germany, the Key to the International Situation. He had not yet learnt of the Romelli speech, but that Moscow had been counseling retreat was already clear. The coming into power of the German National Socialists would mean above all the extermination of the flower of the German proletariat, the disruption of its organizations, the extirpation of its belief in itself and in its future. Considering the far greater maturity and acuteness of the social contradictions in Germany, the hellish work of Italian fascism would probably appear as a pale and almost humane experiment in comparison with the work of the German National Socialists. Retreat, you say, you who were yesterday the prophets of the third period? Leaders and institutions can retreat, individual persons can hide. But the working class will have no place to retreat to in the face of fascism, and no place where to hide. If one were really to assume the monstrous and improbable to happen, that the party will actually evade the struggle and thus deliver the proletariat to the mercy of its mortal enemy, this would signify only one thing. The gruesome battles would unfold not before the seizure of power by the fascists but after it, that is, under conditions 10 times more favorable for fascism than those of today. The struggle of the proletariat, taken unawares, disorientated, disappointed and betrayed by its own leadership, against the fascist regime would be transformed into a series of frightful, bloody, and futile convulsions. 10 proletarian insurrections, 10 defeats one on top of the other, could not debilitate and enfeeble the German working class as much as a retreat before fascism would weaken it at the given moment, when the decision is still impending as to the question of who is to become master in the German household. Trotsky was a great executive, an organizer and administrator of the first rank. But the revolutionary temperament, fortified by intense study, is as strong as in 1917. We are in the presence of imponderables here. Some men have it and some have not. But the workers will find such leadership again. The times are propitious. It is Stalinism that blocks the way. Trotsky, in the same pamphlet, showed the relationship of forces in Germany and the overwhelming superiority of the proletarian forces to the fascist. In the meantime, the main strength of the fascists is in their strength in numbers. Yes, they have received many votes. But in the social struggle, votes are not decisive. The main army of fascism still consists of the petty bourgeoisie and the new middle class. The small artisans and shopkeepers of the cities, the petty officials, the employees, the technical personnel, the intelligentsia, the impoverished peasantry. On the scales of election statistics, 1,000 fascist votes weigh as much as 1,000 communist votes. But on the scales of the revolutionary struggle, 1,000 workers in one big factory represent a force 100 times greater than 1,000 petty officials, clerks, their wives and their mothers-in-law. The great bulk of the fascists consists of human rubbish. But the petty schemers in the Kremlin, intent on building socialism in a separate country and engaged in the life and death struggle with proletariat and peasantry, the fruit of their long neglect and terror against Trotskyism, with Japan threatening them on the eastern frontier, wanted only to be left alone. Trotsky made demand after demand for the United Front. The Communist Party should cease its babble about social fascism and offer to the Social Democratic leaders proposals for a concrete struggle against Brüning's decrees, for united committees to sweep the fascists off the streets, and for mutual protection. Wrote Fahn, the Communist paper, and Vorwärts, the Social Democratic paper, were bitter enemies. The party should propose to every Social Democratic worker in his district and openly to the Social Democratic leaders the formation of a defense corps. Much as the Communists detested Vorwärts, yet if the fascists attacked Vorwärts they would fight valiantly in its defense. Conversely, they would expect help from the Social Democratic workers if the fascists attacked, wrote Fahn. Every day, on every issue, in every conceivable manner, they should struggle for the United Front, and agitate among the Social Democratic workers to demand the United Front from their leaders, while themselves offering it. The Communist reply was, as always, a stream of abuse against the counter-revolutionary Trotskyists. The Social Democrats did make offers. All are not citrines and Bevins. The Communists brushed them aside. In the Communist International of March 15, 1932, Pyatnitsky wrote, "The Social Democrats too sometimes put forward the slogan of unity. And in this the renegade Trotsky hastens to their aid with his proposal for a bloc between the Communists and the Social Democrats. How is it possible to deduce the necessity of establishing a bloc with the German Social Democrats, say, for the struggle against fascism, when the Social Democrats are doing nothing but helping the fascists? Today, without a tremor, the members of the International will swear that they repeatedly offered the United Front to the Social Democracy and that the defeat was due to their refusal. The last phase, On March 13, 1932, at the first ballot for the election of president, Hindenburg received 18,661,736 votes, Hitler 11,338,571, Thälmann 5 million. The Social Democrats voted for Hindenburg as the lesser evil. Hindenburg had not polled a majority of the total votes and a second ballot was required. Before the second ballot, the Nazis terrorized Germany. Evidence transpired that despite Hitler's repeated assertions of coming to power by constitutional means, plans had been made for a coup d'état. On April 10, Hindenburg was re-elected with over 19 million votes. Hitler's vote had increased by 2 million, but Thälmann had lost 1 million votes. 3 days after Brüning dissolved Hitler's Brown Shirt organization, but left the Nazi Party untouched, the same kind of dissolution that the Popular Front government has recently applied to the Croix de Feu in France. On April 24, the Nazis won great victories in the state parliament elections, and on May 30 Hindenburg dismissed Brüning and made von Papen chancellor. It was a warning that the president was going to the right. Sooner or later he would reach to Hitler. Sections of the bourgeoisie were still hoping to hold power without Hitler, or subordinate him to their own purposes. Some of them still feared the socialism in his program. All parties were hoping for an alleviation of the crisis to fall from heaven. Ultimately, the bourgeoisie would have to come to Hitler, and the whole communist agitation now could have centered round that single point. We struggle for the United Front, but Hitler means the destruction of the working class movement, and the day the bourgeoisie place him in power we shall lead our workers and call on the Social Democrats for a mortal struggle. On June 16 von Papen, the aristocratic Junker, allowed the brown shirts once more to resume their activities, along with the Stahlhelm and the Republican Reichsbanner. We do not intend to go into the intrigues between Hitler, von Papen, and afterwards Schleicher. We have no time to spare for those who were horrified at Hindenburg, the old Prussian field marshal, betraying the Republic and making Hitler chancellor. Trotsky, in the middle of 1932, summed up the situation in words that ought to be branded on the foreheads of all social democratic, liberal, and other progressive persons. A block of the right wing with the center would signify the legalization of the seizure of power by the National Socialists, that is, the most suitable cloak for the fascist coup d'état. What relationships would develop in the early days between Hitler, Schleicher, and the center leaders is more important for them than it is for the German people. Politically, all the conceivable combinations with Hitler signify the dissolution of bureaucracy, courts, police, and army into fascism. By the middle of 1932, under the stress of the crisis, German production was 55% of what it had been in 1928. Nearly 75% of industry was at a standstill. Between January 1930 and January 1933, imports declined by 2/3 and exports by nearly half. In 3 years, £1.5 billion had been taken from the incomes of the workers. The average weekly wage in 18 months had been reduced from £2.2s, 2d, to £1.2s, 6d. Unemployment benefit was 37s a month. Tax after tax crippled the workers and poor, crisis tax, occupation tax, head tax, salt tax, turnover tax to the small trader. But on the other hand, the big magnates had been granted financial aid amounting to £144 million. By this time, the unemployed were nearly 7 million, and there were 300 suicides per week. But with Germany breaking up under their feet, the social democracy and all their kith and kin of the Second International stood firmly for their democracy, while the Third International persisted in its united front from below and assured the workers that they need not be worried about Hitler because fascism was there in Germany already. The workers were joining the Communist Party, but the absence of discussion, the stifling of criticism, the Stalinist unity of the party which had ruined the CPSU had the national communist parties in its grip. In the first quarter of 1932, 94,365 new members joined the party, but 53,879 left it. Elections to the state parliaments took place on April 14, 1932, and gave the Nazis 162 seats in Prussia, the Socialists 93, the Center 67, the Communists 57. The Nazis seemed all-powerful, but the workers, in the face of the opposition of both bureaucracies and the increasing terror of the Nazis, were forming battalions of proletarian defense, and wherever they were formed they drove Hitler's mercenaries off the streets. In the Prussian Diet, however, the communists joined with the fascists and other reactionary parties to pass a vote of censure on the coalition government, led by Braun. This government nevertheless still continued to rule as an interregnum government. The communists, still in alliance with the fascists, called for a new government. This obviously could only be the fascists with their 162 seats. In the Reichstag, von Papen, having no power behind him, but still hoping to maneuver without Hitler, had only one force to fear: the working-class movement. He knew, as all the bourgeois know, the stuff of which social democratic leaders are made. Yet the unity of the workers might be achieved over the heads of the makers of speeches and passers of resolutions, under the determined leadership of the Communist Party. The workers were fighting for it. But the communists were striving to turn a social democratic government out to put a fascist government in. Von Papen's road was therefore clear, and he determined to take control of Prussia before the elections of July 31st. The bitterest satirist of social democracy could not have invented what happened then. Social democracy militant. On July 20, 1932, von Papen sent for Severing and told him that the Prussian government would be dissolved and a Commissar of the Reich, responsible to von Papen and Hindenburg, placed in command. Severing said grandly that only force would make him submit. Basing his action on Article 48, Papen dissolved the Prussian government and proclaimed martial law in Berlin. Grzyszynski, the Berlin police president, a social democrat, was informed of his dismissal by General Stulpnagel and refused to accept it. The German general knew the dirty cowards he was dealing with. He sent a lieutenant and 4 men, who arrested Grzyszynski and his assistant, and while their subordinates stood around in tears, carried them off. They had had the Prussian police under their command for 12 years. They could depend on them. Berlin was over 70% red, and not only in Berlin, but in all the great towns the industrial workers were only waiting for the word. But before these 2 doughty warriors, how bravely they had shot down the communists. Had spent 2 hours in prison, they had promised in writing not to perform their duties. So much for the police. Next was the government itself. The new deputy commissioner with less than half a dozen soldiers went to Severing, who, before this manifestation of force, surrendered at once. And that was the end of the 12 years of social democratic government in Prussia. The masses were stupefied. They could not understand it. The workers in the large works waited all night for a general strike. During the night, the communists distributed an illegal leaflet calling for a general strike. But they had called for numerous general strikes before, and which social democratic worker would disobey his party and join them in a general strike for a social fascist government, which was the chief enemy, and which they had just joined with the fascists to weaken. In similar circumstances, in Russia between April and October 1917, every disillusionment of the masses with the Soviet leaders resulted in a doubling and trebling of the influence of the Bolsheviks. So close did these stand behind the Soviet leaders, kicking them forward, and ceaselessly showing the masses who were responsible for the failure to implement the workers' demands. July 20th had opened the eyes of the German workers. Say the Petrovs. A storm of indignation raged through the masses. They felt themselves to be shamefully misled, betrayed. But having been for long years bereft of any initiative of their own, these masses could not take action without their recognized leaders. So no hand moved, no shot was fired, not a single factory closed. July 20th passed, and it had brought to the masses only a boundless discouragement. But many a fist was clenched in the pocket. It was not quite clear against whom. The dismissed Prussian government later on appealed to the state court. But it aroused among the workers only a smile of contempt. It is at such moments that a revolutionary party which has followed a correct policy reaps its reward. That Braun and Severing had shot communists made no difference to the necessity for the united front. Lenin in hiding and Trotsky in prison offered it all the more. With every failure of the left, the right increases in audacity. The Nazi terror increased. There were 25 murders during the election weekend of July 31st. This violence and assurance on the one hand, the grievous failure of social democrats and communists to supply anything like a lead on the other, resulted in a great increase of Nazi votes, 13,700,239 seats. The Social Democrats still had 7 million, the Communists 5,300,000. In Parliament, the Papen government was so openly dishonest and so reactionary that it aroused the indignation of the sorely tried German working people, and the Nazis, by voting for it, compromised themselves in the eyes of their poorer supporters. Their violence during the election drove the proletariat still further to organize anti-fascist defense corps. Many workers, in spite of the bureaucracy, were fighting to organize themselves as workers, but Social Democrats and Communists fought to keep these on party lines. The workers had at last recognized that their disunity was the cause of their weakness. They energetically demanded the tearing down of all barriers. But their leaders always met their demands with dishonesty, hypocrisy, and sabotage. So it was with the Social Democrats. So it was with the Communists. One can no more quarrel with the Social Democratic leaders than one can quarrel with parasites for sucking the blood of the animals on which they live. That is their nature. But the Communist action was unnatural. Stalin had analyzed the situation. Let Hitler come in. He will soon collapse, and then will be the revolution. In September 1932, the 12th plenum of the ECCI was held, a plenum which should have had one subject on the agenda: the coming struggle in Germany. The executive studiously avoided giving prominence to Germany. Only by directing the main blows against social democracy, this social mainstay of the bourgeoisie, will it be possible to strike at and defeat the chief class enemy of the proletariat, the bourgeoisie. That the whole future fate of the International was trembling in the balance was far from the minds of these bureaucrats. One section of the report is grandiloquently headed, "The Development of the Revolutionary Upsurge and the Preparation of the Struggle for the Dictatorship of the Proletariat." But Germany is not even first among equals. China has 2 lines, Poland 2.5 lines, Germany 2.5 lines, as follows: an increase in the mass influence of the Communist Party. Social democratic workers, in spite of their leaders, have begun to resist the terror of fascist gangs. Belgium and India have more space than Germany. On the specific tasks of the major communist parties, Germany has just 1 more line than France, and Germany, France, and China are equally treated. The plenum was much more concerned with a resolution on the war in the Far East, and the tasks of the communists in the struggle against imperialist war and military intervention against the USSR. In the official guide to the plenum it is the same. True, they say, of exceptional importance to the fate of revolution in Europe and the whole world is the revolutionary upsurge in Germany. But Poland has more space than Germany, and we are informed that the growth of the revolutionary upsurge in Poland, along with the growth of the revolutionary upsurge in Germany, is the decisive factor for preparing the revolutionary outburst in the chief capitalist countries. Stalin and his minions in September 1931 put Poland on a level with Germany, and told the International that the revolutionary upsurge in these 2 countries was a factor for preparing outbursts elsewhere. The guide warned against exaggerations, but explained in detail why the chief blow should be directed against social fascism, and why the United Front be formed only from below. No call to the masses of the world, especially in Britain, France, Poland, and Austria, to stand by in defense of the German proletariat, as had been done in the first part of 1923 and when Chiang Kai-shek was leading the Chinese workers to victory. Independent thought having long been destroyed in the International, all its writers had developed the complementary quality of embellishing Stalin's great contribution to Marxism with loving and respectful ingenuity. The MacDonald government was fascist, so was the government of Hoover, and the government of the Gekvad of Baroda. Anarchists were anarcho-fascists, syndicalists were syndicalo-fascists, the Trotskyists were Trotsky fascists. All these puerilities, offshoots of the Oriental idolatry Stalin demanded from all in the Soviet Union, could only harm the movement everywhere. In Germany, however, it was helping to push the working class into the jaws of Hitler. The German Communist Party had been calling the Brüning government fascist, the Papen government fascist. Later they were to call the Schleicher government fascist also. In Germany, right opposition and left had been urging that this nonsense should cease. The left opposition wanted the various forms of government clearly analyzed before the workers, always pointing out that Hitler's coming into power would mean the destruction of the movement and should therefore be the signal for a nationwide struggle beginning with the general strike and ending, come what might, in revolution, said the guide to the 12th plenum. The Social Democrats and their Trotskyite and Brandlerite agents, while utilizing this clever maneuvering of the German bourgeoisie, deny the fascist character of the Papen-Schleicher government, attempting to implant among the masses deceptive illusions that the victory of the fascist dictatorship is impossible unless Hitler comes to power, unless the fascist domination is openly proclaimed, unless there is a German edition of the March on Rome. From between the lines peeped hints of Stalin's curious ideas on German class relations and international politics. The German bourgeoisie, said the guide, were afraid of Hitler. In addition, they are afraid that if Hitler comes to power, it will create an extremely intense international situation for Germany, and will hasten the maturing of a revolutionary crisis. Furthermore, why argue about names? Hitler was already in power. In Germany, social democracy has called on the workers 3 times in 6 months to smash fascism at the ballot box. The result is the Hitler government and the establishment of the fascist dictatorship. The voice might be the voice of Manuelski, but the ideas are unmistakable. That is the mentality of Stalin from his very first writings to the present day. The masses betrayed. In that very September, Trotsky finished The Only Road. It was one long plea for the united front. How much time has been lost? Aimlessly, senselessly, shamefully. How much could have been achieved, even in the last 2 years alone? Was it not clear in advance that monopolistic capital and its fascist army would drive the social democracy with fists and blackjacks toward the road of opposition and of self-defense? This prognosis should have been unfolded before the eyes of the entire working class. The initiative should have been retained firmly in our hands at every new stage. It was not necessary to shout, nor to scream. An open game could have been played quietly. It would have sufficed to formulate, in a clear-cut manner, the inevitability of every next step of the enemy and to set up a practical program for a united front, without exaggerations and without haggling, but also without weakness and without concessions. How high the Communist Party would stand today if it had assimilated the ABC of Leninist policy and applied it with the necessary perseverance. Millions were disillusioned with the Social Democratic Party, but for them to leave it or at least turn elsewhere there must be another party, and every action of the Communist Party drove them away instead of bringing them nearer. There was still time. If, however, the party did not mend its ways, then the Third International was doomed and the international proletarian movement would have to begin all over again. It was then that he forecast the new Fourth International, the very idea of which is such a thorn in Stalin's side and which he is striving to destroy. But the workers of both parties, so treacherously misled, were taking action together. Between September and November, the United Proletarian Front in the streets grew. In September, the Reichstag was dissolved. The reactionary nature of the Nazis, proved in the last Reichstag, and the instinctive strivings of the proletariat struck a great blow at fascism. In the elections of November 6, the Nazis lost nearly 2 million votes and 34 seats. The vagaries of history had given the communists one more opportunity to rally the forces of the proletariat. The right were conscious of the danger to themselves. Some of them had been opposing Hitler, but they realized that if the process of disintegration continued, German capitalism would lose its only mass support. Many of the lowest ranks of the Nazis would swing to the left, and capitalist Germany would be in serious danger. Hitler, playing for position, moved to the left, and Nazis and communists led a great transport strike in Berlin against the wishes of the Social Democrats. They also fought the police side by side. At the elections in November, the Communist Party increased its vote by 20%, and the bourgeoisie made yet one more move. On December 2, von Schleicher became chancellor. In addition to trying to win over the trade unions to his side, von Schleicher was careful to give free play to the Nazis, and granted them permission to hold a demonstration in the east of Berlin, the working-class district. The Social Democrats asked their followers, as usual, not to take part in the resistance organized by the communists. But many of them came out, and the Nazis, with all their bluff and bluster, had to be heavily protected by a huge force of police, armed with machine guns and armored cars. The workers, aware of the danger, were getting closer and closer together on the streets. But the communists, rooted in their social fascism and the United Front only from below, continued with their slogan of social democracy as the main enemy, and the Social Democrats were only too glad to point to the communists as the real enemy of working-class unity and shelter their own cowardice behind it. Then, on January 30, 1933, Hindenburg appointed Hitler chancellor. To the Communist Party, it was not a matter of great importance. Merely another fascist government. They issued one of their rhetorical appeals for a general strike. Failed as it was bound to fail. A general strike cannot be called for at will. As a deliberate act by a revolutionary party, it is the fruit of a long preparation among all classes of workers, revolutionary and otherwise. But they did not mean the general strike. Long before Hitler, they had been preparing to go underground. In December, Stampfer, a social democratic editor, had written in Vorwärts suggesting united action between the two parties. The Communist Party took no notice. In March, Hitler burnt the Reichstag. In those desperate days, Stampfer went to the Russian embassy asking for assistance, seeking ways and means to form some sort of united front. The communist leaders ridiculed the idea. Telegrams, letters, and resolutions poured in from all over the country asking them to resist. They had never had any intention of resisting. They left the masses leaderless. After Hitler, our turn. Meanwhile, the social democracy was still the chief enemy. Let the workers watch and see how the social democracy would be the chief support of Hitler. They said it when Hitler came to power and for 1 year afterwards. Hitler outmaneuvered his nationalist allies, and using the Reichstag fire as the basis of his propaganda, threw the whole force of the state into a new election. The results testify as to what was the strength of the working-class movement in Germany. All Hitler's propaganda, his violence and intimidation, could not shake it. Losses were negligible, but fascism has its duty to perform. At the last election in September, Hitler had only 1/3 of the votes. But he was powerful enough to begin and conclude the systematic extermination of every organization that was not Nazi. Power, it was once more proved, does not depend on an election majority. The ebb taken for the flow. Then began the most dreadful part of this dreadful record of stupidity and crime. The social democratic leaders, proverbially stupid, had no idea of what was about to happen to them, and even if they had, it would have made no difference. They were quite prepared to serve Hitler, and in the Reichstag had declared the Hitler government to be a constitutional and parliamentary government. Leipart, the trade union leader, was quite prepared to hand over the trade unions to Hitler and accept their reorganization on the Italian model. He offered the knowledge and experience of himself and his colleagues to Hitler. They had sent the funds abroad. Hitler asked them to bring them back. They obligingly did so. Wells, in the Reichstag, offered to support Hitler's foreign policy, a good beginning. It should be noted that the democracy these gentlemen defend is to be defended only from the left. Given their jobs and the opportunity to protest, they can accommodate themselves to any amount of inroads on democracy from the right. But the fascist boot they bent so dutifully to kiss was only seeking to consolidate its stance before kicking these worthless turncoats from the jobs and pensions to which they clung so desperately. On May 1st, Hitler ordered a National Socialist labor demonstration. The social democratic leaders recommended the workers to go. On that night, Hitler began the raids, the mass arrests, the murders, the confiscations of buildings and funds, directed especially against the trade union movement. The bureaucrats fled for their lives. But all through and right up to early 1935, the International learnt nothing, understood nothing, and literally sent thousands of German workers to torture, imprisonment, and death. This must be traced in detail, for it shows that Stalin, working out his tortuous policies, had no idea of what fascism meant, of what it would do in Germany. Stalin and the Stalinists really and honestly thought that Hitler was just such another as Schleicher or Papen. It was not only the demoralizing defeat without a struggle that has so crushed the German proletariat and broken the faith of all Marxists in the International. It was the policy of the International after the defeat which ruined German socialism for perhaps a decade, and started the movement to break with the Stalinists once and for all and build the new International. On April 1st, Fritz Heckert, as representative of the Communist Party of Germany, made his report to the executive of the Communist International. Stalin's prestige came first. As far back as 1924, the leader of the international proletariat, Comrade Stalin, gave an estimate unsurpassed in its exactness and perspicacity of the evolution of social democracy towards fascism, an estimate which lies at the basis of the program of the Comintern and the policy of the Communist Party of Germany. Fascism, said Comrade Stalin. And Heckert quoted in full the passage in which Stalin had proved to the satisfaction of the whole International that social democracy is a wing of fascism, and they were not antipodes but twins. Everything which has happened in Germany has fully confirmed the correctness of Comrade Stalin's prognosis. Hitler does not reject the support of social democracy. Never in history has been such degrading fanaticism. The first law of Stalinism is to praise Stalin. The second is to abuse Trotsky. It was on Trotsky that Heckert's wrath chiefly fell for the heinous crime of proposing the United Front, and writing in the Manchester Guardian that it was the refusal to form the United Front on the basis of defense of parliamentary democracy and of the mass trade unions which had caused the defeat. Trotsky, said Heckert, was a social fascist. Leipart was Trotsky's ally. Trotsky was the confederate of Hitler. The Welleses and Leiparts, however, do not come alone. They come to Hitler with Trotsky. It was he, Trotsky, who, carrying out the social orders of Hitler, tried to sling mud at the only party which is struggling against fascism in the most difficult conditions. The Presidium, having heard the report, declared that the political line and the organizational policy pursued by the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Germany, led by Comrade Thälmann, before and at the time of the Hitler coup, was quite correct. Then came a typical feature of Stalin's Leninism. Exactly as in Germany in 1923 and in China in 1927, having proved their previous follies, which had ruined the revolution, the International called upon the German workers to prepare for the coming revolution. The revolutionary upsurge in Germany will inevitably grow in spite of the fascist terror. The resistance of the masses to fascism is bound to increase. The establishment of an open fascist dictatorship, by destroying all the democratic illusions among the masses and liberating them from the influence of social democracy, accelerates the rate of Germany's development towards proletarian revolution. It is necessary to strengthen the party and strengthen all the mass organizations of the proletariat, to prepare the masses for decisive revolutionary battles, for the overthrow of the fascist dictatorship by an armed rebellion. This desperate folly, approved by the Presidium and persisted in for nearly a year, cost the lives of hundreds and the imprisonment of thousands of the finest and bravest German comrades. That Stalin and Litvinov did not believe a word of all this will, however, soon be made clear. All through that year of 1933, the ECCI led the German workers to believe that Hitler's defeat was near. The more Hitler battered the workers and concentrated power into his own hands, the more the International sent them into the open on strikes and demonstrations, delivering them to their enemies. In the middle of 1933, Piatnitsky published a document called The Present Situation in Germany. Hitler had already launched his attack on the trade unions, and Piatnitsky, still encased in the armor plate of social fascism, explained why. It was merely a matter of jobs. The fascists needed for their own supporters the 400,000 soft jobs occupied by social democrats. This, however, was no easy task. In order that this might be achieved, it was necessary to implicate the social democrats in the van der Lubbe affair, even if but for a few days, so as to provide the fascists with a pretext for closing down their press during the excitement, for they might possibly think of exposing the outrageous fascist provocation. At the same time, the fascists made use of the social democrats to penetrate through them into the working class, and this could be done much more easily if they thrashed them soundly first. Until Stalin gave the word that fascism and social fascism were no longer twins, his bureaucrats were physically incapable of seeing the wholesale destruction of social democracy going on before their very eyes. But it would be a great mistake to think that the Social Democratic Party has already been destroyed in Germany. Gradually the fascists will let it have its press back and will then permit it to continue the demagogy which it carried on before Hitler came to power. The CPG will have to put in a great deal of work to convince the Social Democratic workers that the Social Democrats are responsible for the fact that the fascists came to power in Germany. Anyone who thinks that the objective conditions will themselves do this work without systematic, bold and self-sacrificing effort on the part of the CPG is making a great mistake. A long experience has taught all Stalin's servants that the safest policy, the only safe policy, is to go on saying what he has said until he changes his mind. It is not facts but what Stalin says that matters. Piatnitsky claimed to see that the German proletariat was recovering from the fascist blows. The German communists have shown that they know no fear. They go out into the streets. They allow their names to be openly put forward as candidates at factory committee elections in spite of fascist terror, etc. One after another, still waiting for the communist revolution, the German comrades were driven straight into the concentration camps and the torture chambers. He admitted that there was a temporary retreat, but that, however, did not imply the collapse of the process of the maturing of the revolutionary crisis. The German bourgeoisie was turning and twisting like an animal wounded though not yet fatally. In proportion as the CP of Germany liberates the majority of the workers from the influence of social democracy and leads them to the struggle against the fascists, the conditions will mature under which armed insurrection will be converted from a slogan of propaganda into a slogan of action, under which the party will pass on to the direct realization of this slogan. So it went on all through the year. In December 1933, the 13th plenum of the ECCI was held. By this time, the working-class organizations in Germany had been crushed except for a nucleus of communists fighting magnificently but misguidedly for revolution. In its official report, the plenum still harped on social fascism. German social democracy was and still remains the banner-bearer of all the parties of the Second International, which follow the steps of German social democracy. Social democracy continues to play the role of the main social prop of the bourgeoisie also in the countries of open fascist dictatorship. In Germany, said the plenum, enormous revolutionary energy is being accumulated among the masses and a new revolutionary upsurge is already beginning. A special section was headed against social democracy and for a united front from below. The plenum confirmed that the policy had been correct. But here there was a hitch. Of the three leaders of the German Communist Party whose tactical line was held up as correct, Thälmann was in prison, and Ramelli and Neumann had escaped. These two men, less docile than the well-meaning but too loyal Thälmann, had opposed the line before Hitler came to power. Now, their eyes fully opened at last by the fate to which they had led their followers, they stated that the movement in Germany was defeated, that Hitler was firmly in the saddle, that it would take a long period to rebuild the movement, and that only on an honest and realistic investigation into the causes of the defeat. Others in the International were saying the same. This for Stalin would have been a disaster. The plenum condemned them and called on all sections of the Comintern to ruthlessly root out opportunism in all its forms, and, above all, right opportunism, Ramelli, Neumann, the defeatists in other countries in their estimate of the prospects of the German Revolution. For unless this is done, the communist parties will not be able to lead the working masses up to the victorious struggles for the Soviet power. Social fascism remained, and when it went, it was not on account of the working-class movement, but because Moscow's foreign policy had changed. Chapter 13: The Great Retreat. Inside Russia, the bureaucracy had made its first concessions in May 1932, and the rightward swing was accelerated by the German defeat. Beginning first with the peasantry, it spread to the proletariat, gathered strength and permeated the whole economic, social, and political life of Russia. Stalin now ruled supreme. Every rival had been disgraced. The party was his docile instrument. The bureaucracy, welded by the combined fight against peasantry and proletariat, was now a distinct caste of millions, through Stalin and the apparatus controlling all the organs of politics and economics. Deprived of trade unions and press, their Soviets being merely a screen for the manipulation of Stalin's monolithic party, the workers were helpless. The placation of the peasant. The first business of the regime was to placate the peasantry. Despite the entering into socialism, Stalin had realized even before the bombastic report of 1930 that the abolition of the market and socialist exchange would have to be put off for some little time. Early in 1930, the Central Committee had issued a circular prohibiting the closing down of markets, reopening the bazaars and warning party members, in large letters, not to hinder the sale by peasants, including members of collective farms, of their products in the market. As the fascist menace forced itself upon their consciousness, the Stalinists had to restore production and take measures to unify the nation. The peasant is not interested in statistics of collective farm construction. If collectivization had given him such a standard of life, such facilities for education and culture as would make him see that it was better than private property, he would have cheerfully given up his private ownership. But only Stalin could believe that Russian industry could do this for over 100 million peasants in 5 years. There was only one thing to be done: stimulate peasant production by encouraging him to sell. This meant the restoration of the market. The collective farms gave the state a broader basis from which to fight private ownership, but the struggle between the two continues, as it will continue to do until the socialized industry of Germany or Britain is thrown in the scale against the backwardness of the countryside. In January 1934, Stalin and Molotov signed a decree giving permission to the Central Consumers Cooperative and its chain of subsidiaries to buy 100 million poods, about 60 million bushels of grain, from collective and individual farmers. The decree established the principle that such purchase of grain should serve the interest of the sellers. Collective farms, collective farmers, and individual peasants retain the right to sell their grain at the market price in city and village markets and at railroad stations. Administrative pressure to influence the collective farmers and peasants to sell their grain is categorically forbidden. In that same winter, in the Far Eastern region most threatened by Japan, collective farms were exempted from delivering grain and rice to the state for 10 years, individual farms for 5. In a number of other districts, the quota of products was reduced by 50%. Exemptions were given all over the Soviet Union for 1934 to encourage trade plants, cattle trading, and collective farm trade. Collective farm trade became the slogan of the day and was proved to be socialism. But it is deeds and not words that count with the peasant, and in January 1935 came the new decrees restoring private property on the countryside. The collective farms were given to the owners forever and ever. It was a last desperate attempt to assure the embittered peasantry that never again would the Soviet regime interfere with them. Before the growing wrath of the proletariat, the bureaucracy needed some mass support. Socialism was defined anew. It is a deliberate attempt to mislead the working peasantry in the capitalist countries when they are told that the collectivization of the working peasantry deprives them of anything they have owned. On the contrary, it leaves them in possession to it. The collective farmer was given a plot of land for himself and allowed to cultivate it for his own profit. He need only do 2 days' work on the collective farm, and that on the basis of piecework. After the government tax is paid, the socialist peasant receives his share of farm produce, not in money but in kind, which he may sell where he pleases. The peasant may own 1 cow, 2 calves, 2 pigs with their litter, 10 sheep, 20 beehives, and an unlimited quantity of poultry. Such yearly surplus as he may have over this, he will certainly sell to his own private benefit. But this is only the lower limit. The private property allowed by law proceeds by upward stages to the districts occupied solely in rearing livestock, where the collective peasant will own 8 to 10 cows, 100 to 150 sheep, 10 horses, 5 to 8 camels, and unlimited quantities of small livestock. On the depleted countryside, this is a fortune. Behind the facade of the collective farm, the kulak, liquidated at such enormous cost, is on his way back. Nothing can stop him, and Stalin has learnt another lesson in Marxism, that only an industry far beyond the capacity of the Soviet Union for another generation can liquidate the kulak. His whole policy for 5 years, which brought so much loss and suffering, has not been able to prevent a process of differentiation which is growing and will grow with every succeeding year. But there is not only the differentiation between individual collective farmers. There is the differentiation between collective farm and collective farm. Great or lesser fertility of soil, distance from or proximity to industrial centers or easy transport, the free play of the market, means that certain collective farms are making rapid progress while others are falling behind. Pravda of September 30, 1935, has already spoken of millionaire collective farms. These can buy better equipment and thus increase their production. They can invest in state loans and draw interest. They can speculate on the market. Early in 1936, the state, in order to corner the market against the speculators, had to issue a decree offering inducements for sale to itself. From 50 to 100 double centners, the increase in price is 15%, from 100 to 150, 20%, and on a graduated scale to an increase of 90% for sales to the state of from 800 to 1,000 centners. Every collective farm which sells to the state over 1,000 double centners of wheat will receive double price for the entire quantity sold. Individual farmers will receive similar bonuses, but on a smaller scale. Speculation is rife. The division into rich and poor goes and will go ceaselessly on, with the inevitable social and political consequences. The downward trend in grain production has been checked by the large-scale organization of the collective farms, and there has been an increase since 1932. But the amount produced per hectare is still little more than it was in 1913, and even the Webs hesitate to say with certainty that the food position is safe for the future. Actual achievement can be easily measured. The original plan in 1927, envisaging a collectivization of 20% of the farmers by 1932, forecast 106 million tons of grain as the probable production. Thousands of millions of rubles have been spent on agriculture. Hundreds of thousands of tractors have been distributed over the countryside. The sown area has been increased by millions of hectares. The Kulak was liquidated at the cost of an administrative devastation such as has no equal in modern history. Yet the grain production for 1935, with 90% of the countryside collectivized, is 92 instead of the 106 million tons which Stalin, in July 1930, promised to achieve in less than a year. While the pigs have increased, the cattle are still 14 million less than they were in 1929, the horses still little more than half what they were in 1929, the sheep and goats still less than half. The Soviet Union is still an agricultural country, and a very backward agricultural country. It is on the basis of increasing class differentiation within low production, bitter disillusionment after fantastic hopes, that arise the present and future troubles of the Stalinist regime. The successes of the plan. And yet, the 5-year plan won great successes. In the actual achievements, the Stalinists in their propaganda have as usual shamelessly lied, and their claim to fulfillment of over 90% is so flagrantly false as not to be worth repeating. In addition to the monumental failure in agriculture, the plan was 28% short in coal, 62% short in pig iron, 74% short in steel, 82% short in rolled steel, 28% short in oil, 58% short in electric power, 90% short in motor cars, 81% short in tractors, 86% short in copper, 48% short in housing, and 62% short in railway building. It must be remembered, too, that Russia, a backward country, offered more scope for increased industrialization than a country already highly developed. Nevertheless, when every allowance has been made, the fact remains that in a world crisis, with an economy steadily falling, the Soviet Union, from its own resources, has shown a progress that has not been equaled by any capitalist country in its most expansive period. Whereas, if we take production in 1929 as 100, the industrial output of the USA in 1934 was 67, that of Great Britain 96, that of Germany 86, France 71, Italy 80, and the world as a whole 76, Russia went from 100 to 239. Had the Social Democrats had the courage to make Germany a Soviet state in 1919, the compensating economy of both these countries under collective ownership and the leadership of the German proletariat would have produced results which would have astonished the world. But the average production per head of the population is still low. Follows inevitably competition between the unskilled laborer and the skilled, between the skilled laborer and the petty bureaucrat, between these and the upper bureaucracy and the highly skilled technicians. Nothing can stop this, and a rise in productivity can intensify instead of lessening the economic and therefore political divisions in the population. The Bolshevik Party, intended by Lenin to regulate economics and politics in the interests of the workers, was now the instrument of the bureaucracy against workers and peasants, but chiefly against the advanced workers seeking to make Leninism a reality. And this was taking place in a country bearing the scars and deep wounds and festering sores of the most turbulent 20 years in all history. The social contradictions, and the contradiction between the promises of the bureaucracy and its actions, all could only be met by an increasing terror. The terror, the economic upheaval, the social crises, had been overcome, could only have been overcome by increasing terror and the grip of the ruling caste. Nothing could stop that process now. The fate of Trotsky, Zinoviev, Kamenev, Radek, Bukharin, Rykov, Tomsky warned all who dared to oppose. Their personal supporters would be ruthlessly cut away. They themselves would be accused of counter-revolution in the Stalinist-controlled press. Stalin's majority would condemn them, and they would have to take the road to exile or make humiliating confessions of penitence. In 1928, it was still possible to argue with Stalin at a Congress. But after his crushing of opposition in early 1930, the party itself sat and listened to his pronouncements in silent terror. Through cynicism or because a pretense cannot be eternally maintained, there were times when his speeches showed the true state of affairs. Announcing the return to 100% collectivization in July 1930, he showed to what a pitch of terror-stricken servility he had already reduced the party. Here and there voices can be heard to the effect that it is necessary to abandon the policy of mass collectivization. We have information to the effect that even in our party there are some who support this idea. But such things can be said only by those who, willingly or unwillingly, have joined forces with the enemies of communism. Party members, it was clear, not only dared not speak at the Congress. If they criticized even among themselves, Stalin was aware of it. And the phrase, joined forces with the enemies of communism, was not rhetoric. The critic, whoever he was, would be accused, like Rykov, of counter-revolution and wishing to restore capitalism. If that was the lot of party members, it could be imagined what scope was allowed to the ordinary worker. Through the years of revolution and civil war, Lenin had held the yearly congresses, with fierce debates for the clarification of policy and the education of the party and the country. But during the critical 4 years after 1930, Stalin held no congress. Then in January 1934 came the 17th Congress. He delivered a long report. It must be admitted that the toiling peasantry, our Soviet peasantry, has completely and irrevocably come under the red flag of socialism. There were thousands of delegates there from all over Russia who knew the state of the countryside. The decrees restoring private property were still to come. But no man dared speak. Stalin reviewed the work of the Central Committee. The privileges of the bureaucracy, now all-powerful, had been causing discontent among the masses, and Stalin explained the Marxian conception of equality. We need weary the reader only with the conclusion. To draw from this the conclusion that socialism calls for equality, for the leveling of the requirements of the members of society, for the leveling of their tastes and of their personal lives, that according to Marxism all should wear the same clothes, and eat the same dishes and in the same quantity, means talking banalities and slandering Marxism. What mortal had ever thought so? But this explanation sufficed. The report was typical, including the usual shrill abuse of Trotskyism. But what was most significant is that after this exhibition, the delegates, meeting to discuss the economic, political, and social results of the 5-year plan, the greatest economic experiment in history, made no single objection to Stalin's lies and evasions. Many spoke, but after the debate, in a speech lasting 3 minutes, Stalin summed up, "As you know, no objections whatever were raised against the report. Hence, an extraordinary ideological, political, and organizational compactness of the ranks of our party has been displayed." He modestly begged to be excused a reply. The delegates shouted, "Long live Stalin!" and all standing sang the Internationale. Nothing in the history of the Soviet Union so completely sums up the internal situation as this incredible session. Those who, like H.G. Wells, are begging the Soviet authorities to introduce free speech seem to think that free speech is introduced or withdrawn at the caprice of rulers. There was a moment in 1923 when the party stood at the crossroads. It took the wrong turning, and the session of 1934 was the culmination of an inevitable process. Stalin does not introduce free speech because he dare not. The cult of the leader in Italy, Germany, and Russia is today due to the same cause, the unbearable social and political tension in the country. Fascism is bankrupt. With the help of revolution in the West, Russia has a great future, and even without that revolution has won and still wins great successes. But that vast difference does not alter the proved quality of the Stalin regime, the reasons for it, the immense dangers it holds for international socialism. Trotskyism resurgent. The first plan was safely over, the solid industrial foundations had been laid. The remorseless economic pressure on the masses could be eased. More provision could be made for consumption goods. The standard of living began slowly to rise again to what it had been before the 1928 crisis. There are numerous indications that Stalin and the bureaucracy, imperialist war excluded, looked forward to the steady building of some sort of socialism and the liquidation of Trotskyism in an era of prosperity and internal peace. To their horror, they once again had to learn another elementary lesson of Marxism. The masses during the last years of the 5-year plan, half-starved and shivering, had been too cowed to fight. But as their standard of living began to rise, they gained strength and started on the inevitable struggle with the bureaucracy. For their political privileges destroyed by the bureaucratic domination of the Soviets, for their industrial privileges stolen from them by the merging of the trade unions with the state. Stalin regularly purged the party, and then announced that it was united as never before. But the discontent among the masses continually forced itself even into the bureaucratized party. And this mass discontent, as it realized what Stalin's socialism meant, began to center around Trotskyism. It was not surprising, for Stalin, haunted by Trotskyism, had never ceased to besmirch it, and he had done all he could to degrade Trotsky's name in the eyes of the Russian people. Ever since 1923, and indeed long before, Stalin's curious mind had conceived the idea of rewriting the history of the October Revolution so as to eliminate the part Trotsky had played in it and substitute himself instead. Year by year, the history of the party, of the revolution, of the whole country was rewritten. Trotsky's picture was taken out of the composite photographs where he stood side by side with Lenin. Year after year, Stalin's meager contribution to October became more and more. Year after year, Trotsky's less and less. Trotskyism had been finally liquidated in 1927, but every year saw the campaign against it steadily increasing. The bourgeois empiricists, who have seen in this nothing more than a personal vendetta, have once more proved their incapability to understand history, and particularly Russian history. Never was a campaign more solidly based on a political issue. Trotsky was expelled from the party in 1927, but all through 1928 the failure in China and the failure of the C.L.R policy had to be covered up with louder and louder blasts against Trotskyism. Industrialization and collectivization had to be purged of every memory of Trotskyism, which had advocated them so long. When Trotsky condemned the overstretched tempo of industrialization and collectivization and the lie of having entered into socialism, Stalin, confident of success, derided Trotskyism, but as party and masses recognized the limitations of Stalin's socialism, he of necessity had to destroy Trotskyism once more. Trotsky had ridiculed social fascism as the crowning example of Stalin's ignorance and stupidity and had fought for the United Front in Germany. The press of the whole International had condemned him. But when social fascism had to be dropped, and it became clear that the United Front might have saved Germany from fascism, the only thing to do was to fulminate against Trotskyism. Had Stalin been more cautious in attacking Trotsky and boasted less of all he intended to do after the 5-year plan, his control of the press would have kept Trotsky's name from the Russian people. Had Stalin's policy at home and abroad been successful, Trotskyism would have died a natural death. But, as it was, the masses were never allowed to forget Trotskyism. The permanent revolution seemed to haunt Stalin. Like so much of Stalin's policy, this reaped its own reward. Abuse of Trotsky had been drummed so steadily by Stalin into Russian ears that now at least one thing was certain: Trotskyism was the direct antithesis of Stalinism. Thus it was that the mass discontent in Russia, the opposition to tyranny in the party, the protest against the ceaseless terror, began to crystallize round Trotskyism. The left opposition had traced this process carefully. The first hint the outside world had was the terror after Kirov's murder in 1934. Marxism, Leninism, Trotskyism condemned terrorism, Marxism being concerned with mass movements and political and social revolutions, not with murder. This has been revolutionary policy for nearly 100 years. No single word of Trotsky or any Trotskyist can be found in all their writings advocating terrorism. The first reports of the trial spoke of white guards and a Latvian consul. The conjunction of Trotsky and terrorism might seem to be fantastic. But the left opposition knew the situation in the country and knew Stalin. As far back as 1929, Trotsky, after his expulsion, had warned the opposition that sooner or later Stalin would draw a trail of blood between the Soviet regime and the Trotskyists. He needed it for his campaigns. Stalin ordered mass shootings and arrests of all whom he suspected of opposition, under a general charge of Trotskyism. An opposition circular of December 10 warned Trotskyist groups everywhere to be on guard against a frame-up, and it followed within a few days. Trotsky was directly accused of organizing the murder. Zinoviev and Kamenev were implicated, banished, confessed to moral responsibility, and were sentenced to long terms of imprisonment. Stalin feared them as old associates of Trotsky who might form a rallying center for the militants in the masses and dissentient elements in the party. Ultimately, thousands of persons were deported from Leningrad, where Zinoviev had formerly been president of the Soviet, and people could not be bluffed with lies about Trotsky and the great part Stalin had played in October. To whoever had eyes to see, it was clear that the proletariat was on the march again, and that the advance guard was pressing the regime. The mass arrests, the shootings, would have been meaningless otherwise. January 1935 brought the abolition of the ration cards for bread. The last privilege of the socialist worker was now gone. for his few rubles a month now had to buy bread at the same price as that paid by the officials with thousands. In that same January came the decrees re-establishing private property on the countryside, and the announcement of the new constitution giving equal voting power to the peasantry, destroying the Soviets by making the unit of representation territorial instead of being based on the factories, and by direct election to a parliament placing the function of government as in bourgeois countries out of even the nominal control of the masses. The face of the Stalinist regime was now turned definitely to the right. The fate of Zinoviev and Kamenev, the terror in Leningrad, had shown that there was no legal way out of the tyranny and terror of the regime. More militant sections of the proletariat, and particularly the youth, began to fight the regime openly. So violent did the struggle all over the Soviet Union become that in April 1935, Stalin published the decree instituting the death penalty for children from 12 years of age and upwards. The regime, on the defensive against the proletariat, leaning on the peasantry, but cheating both proletariat and peasantry, could meet opposition only by terror. In May came the Franco-Soviet Pact, and Stalin gave his blessing to French war preparations. 300,000 were purged from the party to make the party united on this extension of Leninism. The decree in April had not checked mass dissatisfaction among the youth. Now, after this purge, Stalin struck at the whole youth movement. The Komsomol, the famous youth organization, over 5 million strong, 14 to 23 years of age, the Soviet citizens of the future, at one stroke of the pen were ordered not to concern themselves too much with production and were forbidden to take any part in politics. Henceforth they were to concentrate on education and read the classics. That sure barometer of discontent in Russia, the campaign against Trotskyism, rose higher and higher as Stalin began determinately to sweep away the whole ideology of revolution, and create an atmosphere which would give confidence to his new allies abroad and guarantee at home the peaceful enjoyment of their privileges by the millions of technicians, specialists, administrators, officials, secret police, etc., whose man he was. The army had been a socialist army under socialist discipline. The bourgeois paraphernalia of field marshals, generals, etc., had no place in it. Off-duty there was no saluting. In the early days officers and men had drinks together and fraternized in socialist fashion despite the strict discipline when on duty. Stalin abolished this. As in bourgeois countries regiments are the Duke of York's own or the Prince of Wales' own, so in the socialist state many regiments were linked to factories, knitting together army and people instead of striving to keep them apart as the bourgeois have to do. Despite all the bureaucratic distortions, some contact between army and people remained. It was the distinguishing characteristic of a socialist as opposed to a capitalist regime, one of the precious legacies from the days of Lenin and Trotsky. Stalin abolished it. There was no doubt now as to where he was tending. The Society of Old Worker Bolsheviks was abolished. The Old Political Convicts Association was abolished. The Communist Academy, the famous association for the study of Marx and Engels, was wiped away by a decree. The Stalinist bureaucracy was not only going to the right, it was seeing to it that there would be no means of turning to the left except by a violent overturn of the regime. The bureaucracy was assuring its privileges. In the academies, the students were given uniforms, and the czarist methods of discipline, including semi-military supervision, were restored so as to keep them under psychological and physical control. The cult of the family was reintroduced. It made for stability. It sanctified the privileges which the better-paid bureaucrats could give to their own children. Laws dealing with abortion and marriage, that could have been signed by Mussolini or Hitler, were clamped on Russia by decree. Stalin's crude mentality, which for so many years has lain like a huge shadow over Russia, dwarfed every healthy growth, did not leave even art or history untouched. The magnificent early films were replaced by jazz comedies. Shostakovich, the brilliant young modernist composer, was disgraced for writing leftist music, and instead a rival who wrote an opera with Cossack folk melodies was elevated in his place with Stalin's special approval. Pokrovsky, that clumsy but able and devoted Stalinist historian and stalwart arsenal of historical arguments against Trotskyism, was excommunicated, and his works written in an earlier and more revolutionary period were put on the index. Bukharin, who, as he had written and said 1,000 times, wrote that Russia had been a backward country before the war, was pulled up so sharply that he had to apologize. All history books had to be once more rewritten to suit the new nationalist conservative Russia. And side by side with this burying of the revolutionary ideas went the concentration of all power into the hands of the bureaucracy and the reduction of the workmen to units of labor. In the resolution on organization submitted to the 17th Conference by Kaganovich, covering 14 pages, orders for concrete leadership, personal responsibility, and one-man management occur no less than 20 times. The fiction of workers' control after 20 years of the revolution is dead. But the bureaucracy fears the proletariat. It knows none better the temper of the people it so mercilessly cheats and exploits. Furthermore, it was necessary to raise the productivity of labor. At these maneuvers, Stalin and his group are matchless. In August 1935, the Stakhanovite movement was hurled upon the Russian people as the greatest discovery of centuries. By means of a system of coordination of work, a commonplace under capitalism, certain individuals in industries were enabled and encouraged by careful manipulation to achieve record-breaking output. Norms of production doubled, trebled, and quadrupled. And as a reward, the Stakhanovites received fantastic sums with which they bought fur coats, like one a miner saw in a picture of King George V, gramophones, silk underwear, two-horse droshkis, etc., etc. But the rank-and-file workers knew what this would mean ultimately, a general raising of the norms demanded. Fierce fights broke out in the factories. Stakhanovites were attacked. The Stalinist overlord of the Ukraine says in Pravda of November 13th, "The struggle against the sabotageurs and those who are resisting the Stakhanovist movement is now one of the main sectors of the class struggle," and Zhdanov, ruler of Leningrad, in Pravda of November 18th warned the recalcitrant. In certain industries, the Stakhanovist movement has met with a certain resistance, even on the part of backward workers. The party will stop at nothing to sweep out of the road of the victory of the Stakhanovist movement all those who resist it. Economic realities cannot be entirely suppressed by terror. The workers continued to beat up the record breakers, to wreck their tools, even to murder some. But the Stalin regime has achieved one important aim. By giving the Stakhanovite workers not only high wages but privileges, such as special schools for their children and special seats in the cinema, it is splitting the workers and creating a labor aristocracy, thus helping to stabilize the position of the bureaucracy. And as the right turn inside the Soviet Union far exceeded the bounds that had been reached in 1924 to 1927, so the corresponding turn in the international, taking the social fascists of yesterday in its stride, has hailed liberalism as the ally of revolution and offered the hand of friendship to fascism. Chapter 14: The Revolution Abandoned. We have noted Walter Duranty's observation in November 1932, as to the attitude of Stalin and the bureaucracy to revolution in Western Europe. Stalin had been actively preparing for the German defeat before that. On August 27th to 29th, 1932, the International engineered the World Anti-War Congress at Amsterdam under the patronage of Henri Barbusse. It was the first of those feudal peace congresses with which Stalin, using bourgeois men of letters, pacifists, and all and sundry, have dragged the working-class movement more and more away from the only method of struggle against war, the struggle against capitalism. This Congress, however, did condemn the League of Nations and call upon the workers to turn imperialist war into civil war. Marcel Kashin and other communist speakers followed official communist policy. But a foundation had been laid for the future right turn. It would appear also that Stalin had been preparing the way with the bourgeois government since November 1931, that is to say, 1 month after Moscow had announced capitulation in Germany. While he assured the International that Hitler's coming into power was merely a preliminary to the revolution, he and Litvinov were acting in a way which showed that nothing was further from their minds. The road to Geneva. In that same November, Molotov, in Moscow, had for the first time expressed the Soviet faith in international capitalist law. Our policy of non-interference in this Manchurian question arises from our respect for the international treaties to which China is a party, from our respect for sovereign rights and the independence of other nations, and from our unqualified rejection of any policy of military occupation and intervention. This not at Geneva or to the bourgeois, but to the Russian proletariat. Now, as soon as Hitler came into power, Stalin hastened to edge himself still further into the capitalist camp and disclaimed publicly any further connection with revolution. On February 6, 1933, at the Disarmament Conference, Litvinov submitted a definition of an aggressor and made an attack on Japan such as any League of Nations delegate might make against another. That, in itself, was of little importance. For all revolutionary socialists have realized that a Soviet diplomat or statesman might have to do or say things to bourgeois statesmen which are obvious lies, such as, for instance, the time-honored fiction that the Soviet government has nothing to do with the Third International, but merely gives it a home. What is of importance, however, is what the Soviet government tells the Russian people and, through the International, the world proletariat. In March 1931, despite all the journeyings and diplomatic courtesies of Litvinov, Molotov was still preaching revolution. Our purpose is the establishment of socialism in the USSR and the carrying on of the world struggle for the cause of communism, for the complete victory of the causes of Marx, Engels, Lenin. A statement met with thunders of applause. But to Litvinov's declaration about international law, Stalin now gave wholehearted corroboration inside Russia. Said Izvestia of February 8, 1933. Litvinov's declaration not only is aimed against intervention in a country where there is a revolution, but in the name of the USSR undertakes the obligation not to intervene in a country where there is a counter-revolution. Neutrality in regard to Spain was therefore no surprise. Stalin had 3 years before openly joined the upholders of the status quo, that is to say, ultimately of the counter-revolution. The later stages followed with monotonous inevitability. In October, Germany left the League of Nations, and 3 months after Litvinov told the Congress of Soviets that the League, to which the Soviet attitude had never wavered since Lenin called it a thieves' kitchen, might now be a force for peace. He was preparing the country for the entry and the subsequent alliance with France. In September 1934, Russia joined the League. In May 1935, the Franco-Soviet Pact was signed. It was an open military alliance of doubtful value because France's adherence is subject to the approval of Great Britain. Yet none but a fool can object to the Soviet Union making non-aggression pacts, for what they are worth. Making an alliance with France or even entering the League of Nations, and revolutionary policy on this point should be made quite clear. Pacts with the bourgeois. Both Lenin and Trotsky in 1918 fully endorsed the acceptance of help from the British and French against the Germans. "Let us accept the help of the British and French brigands against the German brigands," said Lenin quite openly, but never ceased to call upon the proletariat of France, Germany, and Britain to carry on their revolutionary struggle against the bourgeoisie. Lenin never moved from that position. In 1920, he was in process of coming to arrangements with Britain. The British demanded the cessation of revolutionary propaganda in the East. Lenin agreed. But before the agreement was signed, the 8th Congress of Soviets met, and Lenin told the delegates of the negotiations, "But we are now prepared to make the utmost possible concessions, and we think that it is in our interests to obtain a trading agreement, and as quickly as possible by some of the main things that are necessary for the restoration of our transport, i.e. locomotives, for the restoration of industry, for electrification. This is the most important thing for us. If we get this, then in the course of a few years we shall strengthen our position to such an extent that, even if the worst comes to the worst, if in a few years military intervention takes place, it will break down because we shall be stronger than we are now. The policy of our Central Committee is to make the utmost possible concessions to England. And if these gentlemen think they can catch us on any promises, then we declare that our government will not carry on any official propaganda, that we do not intend to touch any British interests in the East. If they think they are going to get anything out of that, let them try, we shall not suffer. The British Foreign Office could read it if they liked." He was anxious for such support as the liberal bourgeoisie might give to a trade agreement with Russia. He knew that any arrangement that the bourgeoisie entered into was for its own benefit. He could tell them anything, but never would he deceive the international proletariat of which the Russian proletariat was a part. He was always ready to maneuver, with a political judgment and souplesse that Stalin's crude cunning has tried in vain to ape. He would have entered the League of Nations and signed a pact with France, but the International would have remained a revolutionary force. Was this impossible? The International did, for 1 year after the entry, continue its revolutionary propaganda. Russia was many months in the League when the British Labour Party met in conference at Southport and decided that, if necessary, it would fight a League of Nations war. The British Communist Party violently attacked this reactionary policy. Said R. F. Andrews in emphasized print, "The Soviet government is in the League of Nations to pursue the working-class objective of fighting for peace and exposing imperialist war plans. British imperialism, whether working through a Labour government or not, is in the League to pursue its own imperialist ends, which enormously increase the peril of war. If socialists ought to support the Soviet Union's work in the League, for that very reason it follows that they should expose the Labour Party's conception of the League as a collective peace system. Andrews asked himself the question, but supposing fascist Germany attacks the USSR, are you not in favor of the workers supporting the British or French governments in an attack on fascist Germany? The emphasized reply was, under no circumstances. Such action, said Andrews, would help the German capitalists to represent the war as one of self-defense. It would strengthen British capitalists and weaken British workers. It would put British imperialism in the event of victory in a favorable position for attacking the USSR. It would mean suppressing the inevitable revolts in India and the Empire. On the contrary, by supporting the workers in their struggle against exploitation, profiteering and oppression in wartime, a struggle which is unavoidable in any case, and developing it into a struggle against the war itself, the British workers would undermine Hitler's own front, which would be the most effective assistance British revolutionaries could give to the USSR in such circumstances. Harry Pollitt in Labour and War took the same line, ridiculed the notion of aggressive and defensive capitalist countries. Capitalist countries fought for markets by intrigue and peaceful means, until when peaceful means no longer served they used arms. Up to March, perhaps April 1935, Stalin's obedient fools were still on the line of the proletarian revolution. They know as well as any Trotskyist that what they wrote in 1935 is still true today, is an iron truth. But when their master spoke, they turned. Today they are shamelessly telling the British workers to fight with the British bourgeoisie if Britain allies itself with the Soviet Union. While fighting with the British bourgeoisie, the workers must in some miraculous way maintain an independent class policy. This, says J.R. Campbell, would clear the way for the defeat of our own capitalist class once the main fascist aggressor was defeated. As always, it is Stalin's foreign policy and not the workers' revolution that guides these paid agents. It is in France that we can see most clearly the results of Stalin's new maneuver, heading as always to the destruction of yet another working-class movement. February 6, 1934. The crisis seized France late. There was a steady decline but relative stability in French economy up to 1932, but by that time the country was in the throes and set out on the road which leads either to the fascist dictatorship or the dictatorship of the proletariat. One by one, every European country falls in line behind Russia, Italy, and Germany. The French struggle was the last opportunity that the International would have on the continent. The odds were against it. The German defeat and a fascist Germany were an almost irreparable blow. But France is a country with a great revolutionary tradition, and in addition the French workers had before their eyes the example of what had happened to the German workers. Success or failure, however, lies with the Revolutionary Party, and for 1 year the French Communist Party continued with the theory of social fascism. The International was tactically bankrupt. It had nothing to say. In the spring of 1933 it had made one hysterical effort to form the United Front. Without intense previous preparation, such an effort is doomed to failure. It failed, and the social democracy was again proclaimed the enemy. Trotsky, in this period of ebb, called for a program based on a demand for a single chamber, lowering of the voting age to 18, and full political rights for the army. He was abused as a counter-revolutionary. And all through 1933, while the class conflict in France sharpened, the French Communist Party remained blind as only the functionaries of the Third International can be blind. On the February 6, 1934, the French bourgeoisie, using the Stavisky frauds as a pretext, struck for power, aiming at taking the working class by surprise. Daladier, the radical, was at the head of the government, supported by socialist votes. The bourgeoisie wanted to break not Daladier but Parliament altogether. "Down with the thieves!" shouted the fascists. If they could succeed in entering the chamber and murdering some of the deputies, parliamentary government in France was finished, and a fascist regime would have the chance to rivet itself in the offices of government and destroy the French working-class movement. The utter imbecility of all Stalinists was never more completely shown than in the actions of the Communist Party of France in this grave crisis. The Jeunesses Patriotes, the Croix de Feu, the Solidarité Française, all the fascist bands were preparing for the event by demonstrations in the Place de la Concorde and the Champs-Élysées. Their aim was to set fire to the Palais Bourbon. High officers in the government and the police knew. The fascists demonstrated for 1 solid month, building up their forces and preparing the public. The Revolutionary Party must see and prepare. But the Communist Party, with its eyes on the social fascists and its ears cocked towards Moscow, ridiculed all warnings. André Marty, a member of the political bureau, told the French workers to be calm and not to concern themselves about the fascist demonstrations. Stoppage in a factory for a few minutes or leaving it in a body before the closing hour, wrote Marty in Humanite, have for the workers an importance 1,000 times greater than constant impulsive manifestations in a bourgeois neighborhood. He wrote this on February 3rd. 3 days after, on the morning of the 6th, the day of the attack, the Communist Party suddenly called on the workers to demonstrate in the Champs-Élysées, not, however, against the fascists but with them. The UNC, the Union Nationale de Combattants, is a fascist organization. The ARAC, the Association Républicaine des Anciens Combattants, is an auxiliary ex-servicemen's organization controlled by the Stalinists. Let us quote verbatim, said Humanite. The war veterans of the UNC will be at the side of the veterans of the ARAC to defend their lawful rights and arrest all the corrupt, all the robbers. Humanite therefore called on the workers to demonstrate and attack with the fascists against the Daladier government. The Daladier government, trembling in its shoes, shot down the demonstrators, and after one of the most critical street clashes in modern European history, beat them back. But the fascists were only checked, not defeated. They raised the slogan, "Down with the shooters," striving to get rid of the Daladier government. Humanite joined them again, calling on the workers to demonstrate and to demand the arrest of Daladier and Frott, and the downfall of their government for shooting fascists. The Social Democrats will always fight behind a bourgeois. Blum offered to stand by Daladier and sought a united front with the communists. The CGTU, the Red Trade Union, refused. The communists referred the socialists to the Amsterdam Pleyel committees, some vague offshoots of the anti-war conference under Barbusse in 1932. For the struggle against fascism, Stalin's theory still held good, and condemned the socialists as social fascist outcasts. God only knows what was in the minds of Kashin, Thérèse, and the other Stalinist heroes of the Central Committee in those few fateful February days. It is clear that when Stalin conceived the idea of "after Hitler, our turn," he had no idea of what fascism in an industrialist country really meant. But by February 1934, the whole world knew. It is possible that the French Stalinists had Stalin's orders to down the Daladier government, for Daladier was known to be favorable to a rapprochement with Germany. It is, on the other hand, possible that they had said social fascism and adopted the revolutionary pose so long that they instinctively acted on the absurdities they had so often repeated. Whatever the reason, Humanite for the 6th, 7th, 8th, and February 9th and the directives of the communist leaders are convincing testimony of the malignant influence which Stalin's monolithic methods, especially since 1929, had been exercising over the whole international. Bureaucratic stupidity, enthroned in the Kremlin, now has its little counterparts in every national communist party. On the 8th, Kashin and Thérèse woke up to what was happening and called for a communist demonstration for the 9th at the Place de la République. There could not have been a more criminal blunder, for the communists by themselves were too few to fight. They had rejected the socialist offer of the United Front. If the advance guard of the workers demonstrated without sufficient support, the police could break them and decapitate the working class movement at a stroke. Their own workers had not been prepared for struggle. Not a week before, these revolutionaries had been preaching that there was no need for alarm. It was the sure instinct of the Paris workers which saved them. There was fierce fighting that night and men were killed. The proletariat, the stock of 1789 and the August 10, 1792, of 1830, of 1848 and 1871, came out in their thousands, whether socialist or communist. It was in the streets that French parliamentarism was saved. The coup had failed. Marshal Lyautey threatened to march on the chamber with troops if Daladier did not resign, and Daladier crumpled. Doumergue took office to screen the preparations for the second assault. But the masses were on the alert. On August 12, socialists and communists called for a one-day protest strike, and got, all things considered, a superb response. But instead of building on this, the communists once more withdrew into social fascism. The Stalinists claim today that after February 6th they began to fight for the United Front. Never was such a lie. Stalinists never see anything until Stalin tells them. As late as April 13, 1934, in the international press correspondence Thérèse, oblivious to what was happening under his very nose, was as fierce an opponent of social fascism as in the days before Hitler. At this moment, some opportunists of the CP of France are proposing to the party that it abandon its policy of the United Front from below and carry out a policy of a bloc with the social democracy. At this moment, there are forces demanding that the CP of France shall finally abandon the positions of Bolshevism in order to return to the social democratic rubbish heap, etc., etc. They might have gone on with it to this day. The terrible blunder of it was that the social democracy had had its eyes opened by what fascism had done in Germany. Its workers were on the alert to fight. After February 6th, they formed thousands of United Front committees, in spite of both communist and socialist leaders. Blum and Jouot were in a position from which they could not extricate themselves if a revolutionary party had put itself at the head of the mass desire to struggle on a program of action. What the Stalinists did was to form a pact with Blum and restrain the masses, so as to facilitate the new foreign policy of the Soviet bureaucracy. Stalin blesses imperialist war. Suddenly, in the middle of the year, the French communist leaders set out with a will to fight for the United Front. It was a united front against the fascist danger. Today, when they are offering friendship to sincere fascists, the French masses can see how scurvy a trick has been played upon them. But for 2 years, the Communist Party raged against fascism. In June 1934, the National Conference of the Communist Party officially announced the new turn, began to work for it below in the ranks of the Socialist Party, and above by offers to the socialist leadership. The French masses, now growing more militant day by day, responded. Ultimately, on July 27, 1934, the Pact for Unity of Action was signed. But those who, in March 1934, considered the social fascists the chief enemy now displayed a suspicious friendliness. The socialists, those incorrigible wordmongers, wanted the word socialism put into the agreement. The communists refused. They proposed also that there should be no criticism by either side, breaking an unalterable principle of Leninism. The socialists, who had not expected this, agreed. Léon Blum was not deceived by them, and wrote in his paper that he could see what they were after. They were preparing mass support for Russia's new non-revolutionary foreign policy. Herriot went to see Stalin that summer. Pierre Cot, the air expert, visited Stalin. The Franco-Soviet Pact had been discussed, and Russia's foreign policy was now the social democratic foreign policy, and the communists were therefore ready to embrace Blum, and Blum had no objection since they obviously would now be as devoted servants of French capitalism as any social democrat. The communists had insisted on socialism being left out of the joint pact. They were after bigger game than mere socialists. They wanted the radicals, particularly Herriot, who was the sponsor of the Franco-Soviet Pact. Still making the masses believe that they were fighting fascism, they launched the slogan of the People's Front. And while they were looking to the radical bourgeois, the masses began to turn to them. Against the flagrant arming of the fascist Croix de Feu and the savage decree laws passed by the Laval government, the proletariat, drawing hundreds of thousands of the petty bourgeoisie in its train, began to turn to the Communist Party, that is to say, to look to direct action instead of parliamentary maneuvering. Demonstration after demonstration showed the rising temper of the French people. But though the strength and influence of the Communist Party grew and grew, Cashin and Thérèse, faithful to Stalin, were fighting to rope in the radicals. In May 1935, they succeeded and welcomed everybody except the fascists. The invitation to the fascists was to come later. But so little were they concerned with the class struggle that they offered the alliance to Flandin in his capacity as president of the Alliance Démocratique. Flandin, however, refused. Then in May Laval went to Moscow to cement the one-sided alliance, and he and Stalin issued the famous declaration. Stalin understands and fully approves the measures of national defense taken by France to raise its armaments to the level of its security. It was the end of the communist struggle against capitalism. For if France was to be strong against the foreign enemy, the class war at home could only weaken it. Henceforward the French workers were to be fed with propaganda, but carefully restrained from action. It is the belief that this came like a bolt from the blue to the communists in France. The confusion they were in for a few days was lamentable. But the declaration was a surprise only in the sense that Stalin had not informed them that it was coming so soon, and they had not made their ideological preparations for deceiving the masses. Months before, they had been laying the foundations. The first move came late in March, and it seems that the communist rank and file, perhaps the leaders themselves, did not know the reason for the new turn. In early March, the Stalinist youth signed a pact with the French socialist youth, which under the leadership of Fred C.L.R. was very much to the left. They agreed to form a united front to fight against the Dumergue government, against the sacred union of the nation, and the whole military apparatus of the bourgeois state. Both declared that the Soviet Union was to be defended by the revolutionary action of the international proletariat. To win the socialist youth of Paris and the Seine district to a revolutionary policy was a great victory for the Stalinists. For in this very month of March, Léon Blum, like all social democrats in this uncertain age, not being able to risk his workers having any illusions about his internationalism, was making his own pro-war policy unmistakable. In case of Hitlerite aggression, he told the chamber, the workers will rush to the frontiers. Against these and similar declarations, socialists and Stalinists organized a campaign. But before that month was ended, the Stalinist youth began to draw out of the pact. The French Communist Party ceased to struggle against the 2-year military service law and Circular 3084, also dealing with military service. They refused to demonstrate in front of the barracks. They refused to fight the fascists by independent working-class action. The Stalinist youth declared that it was not necessary to fight the fascists. In the 3rd and 4th arrondissements, they made pacts with the fascist youth and the jeunesse patriots. They formed the Grand Youth Community in order to struggle against war. They abandoned turn imperialist war into civil war. Early in April came Kosarev and Kamadanov, president and secretary of the Russian Communist Youth, sent to Paris by Stalin to turn the socialist youth against the pact they had signed a month before. Kamadanov, a typical product of official Stalinist Russia, impudent, brazen, and with specious arguments to prove his policy's true Leninism, argued as follows. If there is a war, it will undoubtedly be against the USSR. This will not be a war between classes. If Hitlerite fascism wages war against the USSR, it will be a war of fascism against communism. Your duty, comrades, is at the front. If in this period you make your revolution in France, you are traitors. Kosarev warned the French socialists against the Trotskyists, whose policy is at the present moment of great danger for the international proletariat. Léon Blum and the hardened social democratic schemers could accept all this. It made their own position much easier. But the French socialist youth rejected Kamadanov's advances. If in this period you make your revolution in France, you are traitors, was for them counter-revolution, and they repelled the Stalinist interpretation of Leninism. All this took place weeks before the Stalin-Laval communiqué, showing that Kamadanov had not been making any mistakes but knew quite well what he was about. Before a few months had passed, C.L.R. and his followers had joined the Trotskyists. The Communist Party now had its people's front against fascism. In Czechoslovakia there was no fascist danger, but there was need for a pact with Russia. There, too, the Communists became ardent lovers of their country, and having tied the revolutionary proletariat to the bourgeois war machine, Stalin called the 7th Congress in August 1935. The 7th Congress. 7 years had passed since the previous Congress. The German proletariat had gone down, and Stalin had called no Congress. But the obedient fools turned up in Moscow, and the new policy was consecrated in a series of resolutions with which we shall not weary the reader. By great good fortune, Dimitrov, the hero of the Reichstag trial, was available for the post of secretary. Sufficient to say that henceforth monopoly capitalism did not lead inevitably to imperialist war. War could be prevented. The world was divided into peace-loving democratic capitalisms like France and Czechoslovakia, and war-making capitalisms like Japan and Germany, Russia's enemies. The Congress, without debate, unanimously passed a resolution which declared the final and irrevocable victory of socialism achieved in the Soviet Union according to the Bolshevik theses of Lenin and Stalin against the counter-revolutionary theses of Trotsky and Zinoviev. There was method behind this madness. For while previously a communist had to fight to turn imperialist war into civil war, now the circumstances had changed. Socialism was achieved in Russia. It was a communist duty to save this curious socialism, even at the cost of sacrificing his own revolution. The defense of the USSR had reached its apotheosis. It would be diverting but useless to follow the confusion into which this transparent stupidity threw the International. Italy for attacking Abyssinia was a war-making fascism. But when Italy was being sounded as to whether she would join with France and Britain to guarantee Locarno, there was for a few weeks a possibility of her becoming a peace-loving fascism. But she joined Germany, and it seems has now become a definite war-loving fascism. Britain was a war-loving country under Baldwin. But she might become a peace-loving country under Eden. Sir Samuel Hoare came out for sanctions against Italy, and the French communists greeted this with joy and called upon Laval to do likewise, so that in France the International hailed Britain as a peace-loving country. But the British communists did not trust Sir Samuel, and were carrying on a campaign against the national government. They put their faith in Eden, whom they thought would fight for a League policy. Then Eden came out for a Western pact with Germany, omitting Russia. The communists dropped him, and Britain has remained a war-making country. Only thoughtful revolutionaries, however, realize how the International, following Stalin, missed the greatest opportunity in years of at best striking a powerful blow against the colonial policy of imperialism, and at worst rallying round itself the vanguard of the working-class movement in preparation for the coming war. Nothing was more certain than that the capitalists would ultimately do a deal at the expense, large or small, of Abyssinia. Liberals and social democrats will always follow Anthony Eden or any glib conservative behind whose words they can shelter and then claim to have been deceived. Communists have nothing to gain by such practices. The International from the first moment could have pointed out that nothing but working-class action could have saved Abyssinia, and as the whole dirty record of lies and greed and hypocrisy unfolded itself could have driven home nail after nail into the coffin of the League. The liberals, social democrats, particularly the social democrats, and pacifists with their desires to help, could have been challenged every time they opened their mouths with proposals for supporting action by the working class. Every day that the League further exposed itself, the emptiness of their words would have been made more manifest. Abyssinia might not have been saved. Abyssinia is not saved today, but the International would have had a chance to build up around itself a mass resistance to wars for collective security and international law and democracy and all the shibboleths, new and old, which would have given it a firm base for the internal class struggle and the international complications that were bound to ensue. Instead, they followed the new line, driven by the Russian bureaucracy's hope that a successful sanctions policy might be a useful precedent against Germany for Russia in the future. Could short-sightedness go further than to expect a British government to impose sanctions against Germany on behalf of Russia? The whole adventure ended in ignominious failure. The communists, however, retain unchecked their faith in the League. But there is one important episode, not generally known, which shows the Soviet bureaucracy approaching the end of the road which leads to the counter-revolution. In August at Brussels, the International Federation of Trade Unions was holding a congress. The Abyssinian question filled all minds. Eugen Gigot of the War Resisters International determined to make an effort to persuade these social democrats to make this last attempt to stop war by calling on their own workers instead of continually begging capitalist governments. He found sympathetic response among the lower ranks of trade union officials, but men like Citron, Jouot, and the other leaders were, of course, scared of doing anything which their capitalists did not approve of. Still, Gigot was making some progress. Soviet Russia might have turned the scale. If the Soviet Union, the worker state, had come out clearly for a boycott against all war material to Italy or any other country which interfered in Abyssinian affairs, the hand of those working at Brussels would have been strengthened, and Soviet Russia would have been in an immensely powerful position, the center of the whole anti-imperialist struggle. As in the general strike of 1926, while the Soviet government maintained the formal diplomatic proprieties, the Russian trade unions could have expressed solidarity with the reformist trade unions, collected millions, and offered concrete proposals to stop imperialist intervention by international workers' action. The Soviet workers could have put an instant embargo on the oil that Russia sent steadily to Italy all through the dispute. The mass feeling that had been aroused all over the world would have been directed into a single channel under the direction of the Third International. It was that pressure alone which could have checked Mussolini and weakened him at home, while the self-motivated protests of British imperialism could only strengthen him. It would then have been an urgent matter for British and French imperialism, and French imperialism in particular owing to the internal situation, to press for a solution in order to quiet the unrest at home. Abyssinia might have escaped with a certain loss of territory. At worst, the International would have doubled its influence for a revolutionary struggle, and the Soviet Union would have stood higher than ever as a basis for the struggle against imperialism. But a workers' bureaucracy cannot think in this way. Jagot and those others who were striving at Brussels for international working-class action counted on Soviet support. The Third International, in good Stalinist fashion, had been clamoring for unity of the workers, of the two internationals, etc., etc. Now, when there seemed a possibility of its realization, Stalin showed the real nature of the government he represented. From Moscow came categorical instructions to the communist delegates under no circumstances to support any kind of action except sanctions by the League of Nations. The scheme collapsed. Socialism in a single country had reached the stage where the leader of the international proletariat was as nervous of the action of the world proletariat as any fascist dictator. Stalin cannot stop now. The day is near when the Stalinists will join reactionary governments in shooting revolutionary workers. They cannot avoid it. For in the great crises of imperialist war, there is only one choice: with capitalism or with the revolutionary workers. There is and can be no middle way. The French Revolution appears. The revolutionary wave in France mounted steadily. The French workers, believing in the Communist Party tradition of action, determined to fight fascism, and ready for a large-scale offensive against the decrees of the Laval government, rallied around the Communist Party, followed the Communist Party line, joined the Communist Party. Following the 6th of February, the membership tripled in the course of 2 years, rising from 30,000 to over 150,000 in the middle of 1936. The Young Communist League, 4,000 in February 1934, was nearly 100,000 2 years later. The circulation of Humanite reached 250,000 copies daily. The Communists gave currency to the slogan, "The Soviets everywhere." It became the most popular slogan in the whole of working-class France, and for all worker Soviets mean the direct challenge to the bourgeois state. One feature of the workers' meetings which told an unmistakable tale was that the workers were ready for Soviets. They had come out for the general strike as on February 12th. They were ready always to pour out in hundreds of thousands to make a counter-demonstration against the fascists. But they would not respond to any talk about immediate demands or partial strikes. They were worn out. They had no resources. Strikes for higher wages would mean long drawn-out struggles when they might be defeated in sections or win small victories at great cost. They felt that they must move together in a united effort. It is such mass feeling that produces a revolutionary situation. Not that these millions were thinking in terms of revolution, millions of workers rarely do, but a revolution is made on the slogan of the day, and when the millions of workers are determined, if they feel above them the correct leadership, they will go to the end. But the communists were not thinking of revolution. They complained that both radicals and socialists would not support extra-parliamentary action against the decree laws. Herriot and Léon Blum were quite prepared to attend peaceful demonstrations, however. The communists sang the Marseillaise, they carried the tricolor, they became ardent defenders of the Republic, that very Republic which was allowing Larocque's armored cars and aeroplanes openly to prepare for the assault on the workers. In addition to the fight against fascism, they were supposed to be fighting the decree laws. But Herriot was a member of the government which had passed those laws. In the conflict between Herriot and the decree laws, Herriot was easily victorious. The communists groveled before the radicals. For the great demonstration on July 14th, the socialist youth decided to march in their uniforms of a workers' militia. At the Coordination Committee of the Socialist Youth and the Young Communist League, C.L.R, secretary of the Paris district of the YCL, threatened them. If on July 14th you insult the radical leaders, the tricolor and the Marseillaise will break your necks. In the typical style of Stalinist polemic, perfected in the many campaigns against Trotskyism, they called all who insulted the tricolor and the Marseillaise agents of the bourgeoisie, traitors, criminals, and counter-revolutionaries. The socialist youth, under Trotskyist influence, would not give way. The matter went to the organizing committee, where the Stalinists complained. The radical leaders, quite astonished at this zeal on their behalf, replied, "How can these young men marching in uniform affect us? Not at all. It's quite all right with us and does not embarrass us at all." The socialist youth marched in uniform, shouting revolutionary slogans, and had a great reception. Late in 1935, the fascist leagues were dissolved by parliamentary decree, a hollow fiction which deceived nobody. Meanwhile, the ferment among the masses continued. Negotiations were set on foot for the unity of the communist and reformist unions, the communists making all the concessions. Under the slogan of unity, every principle of the United Front was being broken. Whereas the United Front is designed to stimulate action, this Stalinist maneuver aimed at exactly the opposite. How great the temper of the French workers was is proved by their reaction to Hitler's marching into the Rhineland. The communists raised the loudest scares, the defense of the country, collective security through the League. But so indifferent were the French workers that Flandin and Surratt did not feel themselves able to take the countermeasures that they otherwise might have done. The right tried to exploit the Hitler scare at the elections. The workers, intent on the class struggle at home, ignored them. But despite the loud acclaims over the victory of the Popular Front, the elections were a serious blow to the communists. The results were too good. They had not wanted so many socialist votes. They did not want Blum as premier. They wanted Herriot, nailed irretrievably to the Franco-Soviet pact. Blum, they knew, was favorable to an agreement with Germany, every social democrat being always ready to make an agreement with capitalists. So was Daladier, the radical of the left. Had the radicals gained enough votes to be the dominating influence in the government, the communists might have gone into it, but they did not trust Blum and Daladier. That was their first disappointment. The second was what no one except a revolutionary of years of theoretical learning and practical experience could have foreseen in the years that had elapsed since February 6th, the sudden, mighty explosion of the revolutionary force that had been generated in the masses of France. With that instinctive discipline which any revolutionary knows is always to be found in the organized masses at the moment when they decide to act, the French workers went into the factories, refused to come out until their demands were satisfied, and by so doing challenged the whole force and pretensions of the bourgeois state. The stay-in strikes. It was not yet revolution, but it was a revolutionary act of the highest importance. The government, the communist bureaucrats in France, practically the entire world except Leon Trotsky and the left opposition, were taken entirely off their guard. For over 2 solid years Trotsky and the left opposition had been warning the Communist Party that France was approaching the revolutionary stage, that they should build a workers' militia, and ideologically and organizationally prepare the workers for the inevitable armed struggle. The communists called all this Trotskyist provocation, and continued with their pro-Herriot demonstrations and complaints in Parliament about the fascist leagues. Now the workers were in the factories, and the suddenness, the cohesion and the mass weight of the movement paralyzed the government. The workers received reinforcement. As always happens when the workers show courageous and decisive action, large sections of the petty bourgeoisie, the bank clerks, insurance clerks, waiters, the girls in the galleries Lafayette, all the yes, sir, and no, madam elements of the population who are, from the very circumstances of their employment, strongly subjected to the whole bourgeois regime, followed the proletariat and joined in the strike. The Soviets everywhere. The words shouted at meetings for years now acquired an immediate practical significance. On the countryside, the agricultural workers began to invest the farms. A communist party that had used the 2 previous years in adequate preparation would have been master of the situation with all its potentialities. The stay-in strike was spontaneous only in a limited sense. It was the product of the whole previous historical period which began on February 6th. If a communist party had placed openly before the workers the ultimate necessity of armed struggle, had prepared for it, but had at the same time given critical support to a popular front, their votes would have been no less and, though the suddenness of the workers' movement might have surprised them, the Soviets so thoroughly popularized would have been formed at once, and workers and state would have faced each other with the workers holding the initiative. Even as it was, despite all the previous misdeeds and treacheries, the Communist Party of France had the leadership of the nation in its hands. The revolutionary impulse of the united masses, always stronger on the day than all but the greatest of revolutionaries can hope for, had transformed the relationship of forces in a day. Breaking at once with the Popular Front, the Communist Party could have even then called for the formation of Soviets. The response would have been instantaneous. Less Soviets partout. The words were ringing through all France as liberté, égalité, fraternité had resounded in the days of July, 1789. Still more easy would it have been to demand the expulsion of the bourgeois from the government. The Soviets could have dealt with the economic demands as a whole, and linked with them political demands, the immediate arrest of the leaders and the disarming of the fascist leagues, the dismissal of the most reactionary officers, the improvement of the living conditions of the soldiers, and the democratization of the army, which would have split it for and against the workers at one stroke. The government was powerless. So it was on July 14, 1789, so it was in the early days of 1848, so it was when the Commune began, in the Great Strike in the Revolution of 1905, in the March days of 1917, in Germany in November 1918, in Germany on August 11, 1923, in Spain in August 1931, as it always is in the first spontaneous outburst of the masses in a revolutionary period. The masses act and create a situation. Revolutionary leaders must recognize it and act on it, for such chances come very, very rarely in history. In France in June 1936, the particular method of attack chosen by the workers, seizure of the factories, had made the situation absolutely impossible for the bourgeois. They could not send the soldiers into the factories to shoot 1 million workers out of them. How many factories would have survived the wreck? And in such circumstances no army can be trusted. It was not only the 1.5 million men in the factories and the middle-class strikers. The whole working class of France was supporting the strike. We have statistical evidence of that, for a few weeks after the trade union membership had moved from less than 2 million to over 5 million, joining up for the class war, as they told each other. Any movement so vast as to affect over 6 million of the population would inevitably have serious repercussions in the army, which would only show itself, however, when the army had been called upon to shoot the masses and these had refused to give way. The petty bourgeoisie could have been bound to the movement by linking the demands of their strikers to the workers' demands and refusing to treat separately. Blum, not to say Daladier, would have had to make an early choice with the workers or with the bourgeoisie, and either supported the Soviets or exposed himself at once to all his followers. The bourgeois press, frightened at what it saw, lied voluminously about the strike. The workers were polite to the employers, but in many factories always had one of them as hostages. In the warehouses for perishable foodstuffs, the food rotted while they went out and bought what little they could afford. Such was their scorn and contempt for the class they were fighting. And how ready for drastic action the men in the basic industries were can be judged from the following. On June 9, 537 factory delegates in the steel industry, representing 243 factories, met at Mathurinjero Avenue, discussed the situation with great passion, and sharply rebuked the trades union leaders who had negotiated the settlement of June 7. These delegates passed a resolution in which they specified that they could not accept the application of the agreement without a real upward readjustment of their salaries. They gave the owners 48 hours to accede, failing which they would demand the nationalization of the factories. On June 12, the general settlement for the steel industry all over France was to be signed. The factory delegates had entrusted the agreement to trade union delegates, nearly all communists. When they saw the terms, however, they refused to sign, and immediately 4 evacuated factories were reoccupied. From there to revolution is but a single step. The bourgeois gave in. They had to, for this was a very different thing from a British Labour parliamentarian threatening the Tories in the House of Commons with nationalisation of this or that industry unless the employers do this or that. To have led this movement towards revolution would need enormous courage, audacity, and fortitude. But how else was any revolution ever led? And Thérèse, Cashin, Marty, and the rest were fortunate in that they were not unknown, shabby men who had been to prison, as were Lenin and his band of Bolsheviks. All France knew them. They had a journal which was widely distributed and whose circulation would have doubled or trebled itself if they had taken the lead. Outside of France there was Hitler, but every modern revolution will have to face the possibilities of intervention, and the Spanish Revolution was waiting to help them. The proletariat of Belgium was to follow the French almost overnight. If a general European war were ultimately to develop, then it could not begin under better conditions for the Soviet Union and socialism than with the international proletariat in actual conflict with its bourgeoisie in 3 countries so closely linked as France, Spain, and Belgium. Lenin, in 1917, worked on just such a scale, and because of that was successful. For Marxists, the permanent revolution and international socialism are not propaganda phrases. They must form the basis of all revolutionary strategy. That is the reason for the existence of an international. Otherwise, the revolutionary words are not only meaningless, they are a positive danger. Only the actual development of events under the whip of their activity and their slogans could have told the French communists how far they could have gone. Agitation, says Trotsky, is always a dialogue with the masses. The party gives the slogans, and according to the response of the masses knows how far it can go. Such were the possibilities of the situation which developed in June. Ultimate conflict is inevitable, and whether it comes soon or late, the workers' leaders should have taken the initiative at once. But what they actually did, these infamous scoundrels, was to carry out to the letter the commands of their counter-revolutionary leader in Moscow and fight their hardest to break the strike and demoralize the masses. They did not want the workers to act, and they and the trade union leaders sabotaged from the first day. The Stalinists break the strike. Humanite of June 2nd came out with, "The trade union militants, as they have indicated, are using all their strength to achieve a rapid and reasonable solution of the conflicts that are in progress." What this meant the bourgeois knew. Powerless before the masses, they received unexpected help from these renegades. Passoir on the same day wrote, "Will they be able to stop the development of events? Those responsible for the trade union movement are undertaking this task with the hope of succeeding in it. The communists and the trade union leaders were not responsible for the movement. It had come from the rank and file, but thus early the bourgeoisie could see what they were after. When some eager workers began to run their factories themselves, the industrial editor of Humanite, for merely reporting it in the paper, was publicly dismissed from his post. But the strike continued, and on June 6 Humanite began to fear a possible insurrection. "It is a question neither of demagogy nor of insurrection," they pleaded. "It is simply a question of making the bosses give back a little of their purchasing power to the men who have for 4 years lost up to 30% of their purchasing power, and in some cases even more." They knew that at any moment the movement might overflow from economic into political channels and the struggle for state power begin. They fought to prevent it. "It is in the interests of the entire nation," said Valiant Couturier in the same issue. Thérèse, the general secretary, raised the slogan, "One must know when to end a strike." Every word weakened the workers and strengthened the frightened bourgeoisie. By June 7th they were almost frantic, seeking to drown the class struggle in the whole nation, fascists and all. Valiant Couturier, in Humanite of that date, said, "What is outstanding in this movement, which grows from hour to hour, is the reconciliation of the opinions and religious beliefs, from the communist and socialist to the national volunteer, from the Catholic to the unbeliever, and the speed which characterizes the work taken up again after victory. The national volunteers are fascists. Even the bourgeoisie were laughing at them. The inspirers of the People's Front," said Passoir of June 7th, "suddenly in the face of the fire that has broken out have adopted the role of extinguishers. But nothing could hold back the French workers from the satisfaction of their immediate demands. Blum, more active in those few days than any social democratic minister has been in all its life, passed bills hastily through Parliament, and, peace being restored, the capitalists began quietly to sabotage by raising prices and at the same time preparing for the second clash which they knew must come. But to the communists the strike was a warning. The workers' movement was certain to break out again. Stalin did not want that. He wanted a strong, free, and happy France to fight against Hitler. The French workers might go down, but Stalin does not pay the expenses of the International for the benefit of the French workers. The communists therefore began to find the popular front too narrow, and to look beyond radicals to those on the right, who were unalterably anti-German. Since January 1936, they had thrown out the slogan, "The unification of the French nation." Now they began to fight for it. Blum and Daladier were sympathetic to an understanding with Germany, and in opposition to them, communist propaganda and agitation became one long incitement to hostility between France and Germany. They put forward the new slogan of a front of Frenchmen. "Unity, unity, unity. It is on this unity that the future of our country depends," wrote Valiant Couturier on July 12th. On July 15th they hailed the army. "It is to the honor of the people of Paris to have, in dignity, saluted its soldiers and its army." They paid tribute to the Senate. The Communist Party does not intend any more to yield to the popular custom of attacking the Republican Senate. And on July 29th these anti-fascists, who had all these years so exploited the French workers' desire to fight against fascism, offered the fascists the united front. We shake hands with the sincere Kräuterfeu and with the sincere national volunteers, with all those who really wish the well-being of the people. They began to attack the Socialist Party. It was Germany and the Red Referendum and, after Hitler, our turn all over again. The workers had followed with trust and confidence all the way. The advance guard had begun to recognize, immediately after the strike when prices had begun to rise again, that capitalism offered them no way out. Next time they would go further. They had submitted restlessly to the class collaboration policy and accepted the explanation that it was only a maneuver to gain the sympathy of the middle classes. But the hand of friendship to the fascists began to open the eyes of some. For the moment, the Spanish Revolution had carried the Communist Party to its peak. But the Communist Party did not want independent action by workers. It could have armed a battalion of thousands of men, organized public subscriptions for guns and ammunition, and marched them to Spain. The Blum government dared not ask the army to shoot civilians who were going to fight against anti-fascists in defense of a popular front government. At that time, any attempt at a fascist coup d'état would have been met by the full force of the workers, and the revolution would have been on the order of the day. The Communist Party, however, wanted the Blum government to intervene so as to provoke the conflict with Germany at once if possible. Blum stuck to neutrality, the inevitable social democratic policy. Then in late August, Dr. Schacht visited France, bringing Hitler's proposals for getting a free hand against Russia. The communist leaders, now frantically anti-German, threatened to break the Popular Front if Blum and Daladier so much as sat down to discuss with Schacht. It was becoming clear to more and more workers what were the real motives behind their policy. They continued to invite all who were anti-German, fascists and all, to their front of Frenchmen. The current of dissatisfaction began to flow more strongly, and on September 4th Léon Blum moved openly against them. On that day, the Permanent Administrative Committee of the French Socialist Party passed a unanimous resolution. Roused by the campaign undertaken by the Communist Party in favor of a French front, which would be none other than an attempt at a national government, it declares that the Socialist Party has never been called upon to give an opinion upon such a formation. As a class party, the Socialist Party never hesitated to help in the constitution and success of the People's Front. The Commission believes that it would be dangerous for the very aim thus sought after to seek alliance with the groups that fought and are still fighting democracy and peace, the defense of which constitutes the reason for the existence of the Popular Front. It calls upon all parties and organizations of this Popular Front to maintain their union and their confidence in a form of action which is far from having exhausted the results that it should yield. The Stalinist bureaucracy, despite all its clamor for the unity of the workers, was ready to make the International destroy this unity for the sake of its foreign policy. Fascism in France has not developed for three reasons. First, the bourgeoisie made a bad choice. Colonel Larocque and Sir Oswald Mosley are aristocrats, and can never build a mass movement in the way that Hitler and Mussolini, sprung from the people, could do. Secondly, when the French Communist Party abandoned the revolutionary struggle, the initial cause of fascism, the threat to bourgeois property was temporarily removed. Thirdly, the French bourgeois, always sensitive to the international situation, know that war may break out at any minute. The Popular Front government, or some variant either to the left or to the right, will lead the masses into the war more easily than a right government. A fascist attempt would bring civil war, and they would rather not risk that now. The Stalinist version of the United Front is not unity for action, but unity to lead all workers into imperialist war. The politically minded of the workers at this moment, when the situation is so tense, have been thrown into confusion. The petty bourgeoisies, without even the nominal gain of the rise in wages, are disillusioned. Doriot, an ex-member of the Communist Party, has turned fascist and with the support of the whole bourgeois press is seeking to pull the petty bourgeoisie away from the left to the right. Trained in the Stalinist school of mendacious propaganda, and knowing the cesspool of corruption which the International is, he can supplement his attacks with documents, and is a formidable opponent. With the Stalinists sacrificing everything to anti-German agitation, with Doriot pulling at the petty bourgeoisie and Larocque and his armored cars and planes waiting their chance to strike, the French workers are in serious danger. If they fight a defensive battle for democracy, they will lose. But organized for the socialist revolution, they can win a great victory. Will they reform their ranks in time? There is an even chance that they may. That the chance exists is due to Trotsky and a band of followers, young, inexperienced, with all the odds against them, but fighting the most difficult and critical revolutionary battle of our time. It is not only the bourgeoisie they are arrayed against. Stalin is using all the forces of the Soviet state and the Third International to crush them and their leader. He hopes to conciliate the bourgeoisie, but these implacable revolutionaries he knows he cannot conciliate. And he knows that if they succeed, it is the end of him and his regime. The Fourth International. During the years since 1928, the groups of the left opposition could not form a successful party. In Germany, they were only 750 strong in 1933, and were almost swept away in the debacle which followed the coming to power of Hitler. In Spanish America, they had made considerable headway, and in Canada, Cuba, China, France, Spain, and Britain there were small or large groups, hounded always by the Stalinists and unpopular in the working-class movement generally, because their criticisms of Stalin seemed anti-Russian and formed a suitable background for the unending mudstream of abuse against Trotskyism. Trotsky, however, continued to write, to explain, to give advice. The left opposition always considered itself a section of the International until after 1933. Trotsky hesitated for a few months, but when Stalin declared that the policy of the International had been correct all through in Germany, and ruthlessly broke the German comrades who wanted to rebuild the International on a sound foundation, he realized, even then reluctantly, that the Third International was past all hope and set out on the task of laying the basis for a Fourth International. In 1934, he gained asylum in France and came into contact with the French section. It was a small group, not quite 100. They published a weekly journal, La Vérité. In it, Trotsky wrote articles, but the group could not make much headway. Both the bourgeois press and the communists joined in demanding Trotsky's expulsion, and Humanite ran a campaign against Trotskyism. February 6th brought home to the old opposition that the revolutionary period had begun in France. They set out on a lone fight for the United Front. When it did come, they welcomed it, but quickly realized what the communists were after. As far back as June 1934, they began to press for a workers' militia and a revolutionary program. Revolution was on the way. The only way to meet it was by placing the perspective openly before the masses and, step by step as the class conflict developed, preparing for the inevitable climax. The communists called these demands provocations. From that time on, Trotskyist provocations have been a feature of the International's propaganda. In August 1935, the revolt of the workers burst out at Brest and Toulon. The communists damped it down. The Trotskyists put out posters in Paris calling for demonstrations and action on behalf of the fighters in Brest and Toulon. Side by side with the police, the Stalinists went around Paris tearing these down. In June 1935, still less than 100 in number, the Trotskyists decided to take the step of entering the Socialist Party in order to make contact with the masses. The Stalinists, now working in close harmony with the social democratic bureaucrats, persecuted them ceaselessly, but their influence grew. The growth of the movement helped them. In America, the grouping for the Fourth International, though relatively small, consolidated itself. A strong Dutch party stood for the Fourth International. In Belgium, a large grouping inside the Social Democratic Party and a smaller one outside began to wield influence. In Spain, never a stronghold of Stalinism, Trotskyist literature had a wide sale, and a Spanish group with Trotskyist principles was formed. The new groupings began to make their voice heard. In May 1936, the French, now 500 strong and with great influence over the socialist youth in Paris, were expelled from the Socialist Party and formed a new party of its own, publishing a weekly paper, La Lutte Ouvrière, The Workers' Struggle, while the Paris youth published a monthly, Revolution. In the June strikes, they came suddenly into prominence. Alone in France, they issued the slogan of Soviets and sought to drive the movement forward instead of turning it back. The bourgeoisie realized where the real enemy was, and the Stalinists initiated a prosecution against them. Their paper was suppressed and warrants of arrest were issued against the leaders. What gave them significance was not so much their own strength but the storm of abuse which filled the Paris bourgeois press against them in this period. Le Temps ran 3 successive articles describing the Trotskyists and the Fourth International. Echo de Paris, Paris Soir, and all the right-wing papers wrote articles on Trotskyism and the Fourth International. Paris workers began to listen to them, and young workers began to join the party. Today they are over 1,000 strong and increasing every day. In Belgium, the group in the Social Democratic Party put up a candidate in the elections, had 6,000 at an eve of poll meeting, polled 10,000 votes, and were within 300 of winning the seat. They were, of course, expelled, and a party is now being formed in Belgium over 1,000 strong. All this has reacted on the French party. But of more immediate importance than all these things is the probable split in the French Communist Party. Their shameless betrayals had been causing more and more dissatisfaction among the rank and file, which broke out when Ferrat, a member of the Central Committee, challenged the policy. He was forthwith expelled for Trotskyism. But he published the reasons for his expulsion, and Cachin and Thérèse had to fight down the discussion in their own ranks. The revolt may be stifled, but given time, and time is all important, it must ultimately break out. The Stalinist policy is too flagrant and has reached its limit. Should, as is expected, some 20 or 30 of the younger communist deputies in the chamber break away, as they have threatened to do, they will bring thousands with them, and will not have to search for a road. The French section for the Fourth International is always in the public eye, has the ear of an ever-growing section of the younger workers. The Zinoviev-Kamenev trial has accelerated the process of Stalinist disintegration. Should the dissident communists and the Trotskyists come to an agreement while the dissident communists are still in parliament, a new perspective opens for the French Revolution. The first few thousand members will be difficult to win, but once those are won, the Trotskyist Party will play the leading part in the coming struggle and put the new international in the forefront of the revolutionary movement. All this Stalin knows, and knows too that he must at all costs prevent. He has openly abjured world revolution. He is murdering the old revolutionaries in Russia. He is striving to make the Third International as innocuous as possible by making it shout for democracy, for love of country, for the League of Nations. He may even liquidate it altogether to assure the bourgeoisie that he will leave them alone, if only they leave him and his bureaucracy in peace. But he dare not do this while Trotsky guides the Fourth International. Organizationally, the Fourth International is pitifully weak. But the work of preparation goes steadily on. Slowly but surely workers understand Stalinism. Many parties have declared for a new international, but are in opposition to the harsh principles of the Fourth. The various groups quarrel and dispute among themselves. But for Stalin, Trotsky's name as ideological leader of a new international spells disaster. For too long Stalin and the Stalinists inside Russia and outside have abused Trotsky and Trotskyism as counter-revolutionary. They cannot turn back now. Should Stalin liquidate the Third International by merging it with the Second, Trotsky's case will be overwhelmingly proved, and the revolutionary movement in Europe, despite its bitter disagreements, must ultimately regroup itself around the Trotskyist Fourth International. The huge fabrication of lies and slander against Trotsky and Trotskyism in Russia will tumble to the ground, and Stalinism will face the masses inside and outside Russia naked. Chapter 15 of Fourth International, The Only Hope. There is a logic in history, and despite all the rich and strange episodes of historical evolution, there is a consistent line which can be followed. We can see the future of the Third International in the role it plays in the Spanish Revolution. The Spanish Revolution. When Franco launched his attack on the Popular Front government, that hybrid showed exactly what is to be expected from these political combinations of bourgeoisie and workers in a revolutionary period. Two governments seeking to negotiate with Franco fell in quick succession, and but for the workers and peasants, the Popular Front would have been swept off the stage. But instead of calling upon the workers to lead the peasants in the socialist revolution, the Third International, in and out of Spain, has continued with an intensive propaganda for Spanish democracy. The drive of the revolution in Spain has thrown the bourgeois one by one out of the Popular Front government in Madrid. The Third International, however, continues to hold up the revolution with its new love for democracy. The Stalinists today do not want a red Spain. It will only fail. Worse still, a red Spain will start the revolutionary movement surging in Europe again. It would mean an upheaval in France. Not only do they not want a red Spain, they will fight to prevent it. The Stalinist bureaucracy was willing to support non-intervention at first, just one stage beyond its German policy of letting fascism come in. But the workers in Western Europe could not understand the neutrality of the Soviet Union. Then came the tardy realization of the fact that fascism in Spain might weaken the free, strong and happy democratic France, which the Soviet bureaucracy needed so badly as an ally against Germany. Stalin and the bureaucracy decided to assist Spain. Bourgeois democracy is doomed in Spain. It is the breakdown of parliamentary democracy which breeds fascism. Before the actual conflict, the social democratic workers can be rallied on the slogans of the defense of their democratic rights. Yet to attempt to crush fascism by the maintenance of parliamentary democracy is to lead the workers to ruin. The choice lies between the capitalist fascist dictatorship or the socialist workers' state. If the workers are to win against Franco and his German and Italian allies, they can win only as the Bolsheviks won, on the slogans of the land for the peasants, the confiscation of bourgeois property, and the revolution of the Moors in Franco's rear. The war must be a revolutionary war by workers and peasants organized in Soviets or other workers' organizations. But the Soviet bureaucracy made the fight for a democratic Spain a condition of assistance. And the bureaucracy and its agents, though active against Franco, are now preventing Spanish workers and peasants from doing the very things that created Soviet Russia. They want no change in Europe. The Third International pushes yet another revolution to disaster. Blum also supports Caballero against Franco. The united front between Spanish social democracy, French social democracy, and the Soviet bureaucracy controlling the Third International is established in defense of bourgeois democracy, i.e. capitalism, in Spain. But the Soviet bureaucracy, with more to lose, is much the most reactionary of the three. In Catalonia, the POUM, a centrist party, has taken a leading part from the early days of Franco's attack. It had committed the error of joining the Catalonian government, but it stood for the socialist revolution. It issued revolutionary slogans. Such danger as there was of a Red Spain came from the POUM leadership. POUM was not Trotskyist but held the Trotskyist view of the Soviet bureaucracy and the Third International. The Stalinists in Spain instigated a murderous attack on POUM as fascist provocateurs. Not content with using all their force to keep the revolution within the bounds of bourgeois democracy, they are and will henceforth be the implacable enemies of the socialist revolution and all those who fight for it. The masses in Spain may push them further, but they will resist and hamper and impede the progress of the revolution, and that today is their role in Europe. Everywhere they are carrying on strenuous propaganda for unity, one large unified party. Stalin is ready to sink the identity of the Third International into the Second, if only he can get Trotsky and his great reputation out of the way. The lesser Trotskyists can be dealt with, their voices have no international significance. But Trotsky, the man of October, and his Fourth International bar the way. The Stalinists want him silenced. He may be murdered in Mexico. And once he is out of action, the Stalinist struggle for the League of Nations and collective security calculates on being able to ignore the Fourth International. The workers can be led into the coming war for democracy and the defense of the USSR, and the Third International will assist the capitalists to crush colonial revolts, the sign manual of the counter-revolution. Only the determined opposition of the capitalist bourgeoisie to forming or implementing a Soviet pact will prevent the Soviet bureaucracy and the Third International from this course, the traditional path of the social democracy. But the road has a gap across which at present there is no bridge, for while the workers' bureaucracies of Western Europe are based on a capitalist system, the bureaucrats of the Soviet are based on a socialist system. The Russians may get their alliances, and Kashin and Pollitt will stand on the recruiting platform side by side with Laval, Daladier, and Blum, Churchill, Lloyd George, and Citron. Larocque will be there and Mosley also. For when war does begin, fascists and social democrats will sink their different views of foreign policy and fight the common enemy of the system they support. But the policy of the Soviet bureaucracy will break owing to the very nature of the Soviet state. For British capitalism may, despite all its efforts, be drawn into a war against Germany side by side with the Soviet Union. But all capitalists, German and British, know what happened after the last war and what will happen after this one. They know that if Russia survives the confusion and ruin of the war as a worker state, the socialist revolution in Europe is halfway to victory before it has begun. For them, victor and vanquished, however the war ends, the Soviet Union must be destroyed. And as soon as the war enters a decisive phase, and one side has established a claim to domination, perhaps before, a capitalist coalition will destroy the common enemy. The two systems cannot live side by side for any extended period, still less can they fight side by side. Cannot Stalin and the bureaucracy see this? The wisest bureaucrat remains a bureaucrat, and the bureaucrats have their policy whose roots lie deep. They will follow it until it breaks in their hands. Today, nothing can change that. What is of far more importance is the corrupting influence they exercise on the workers of Europe through the venal Third International. Abyssinia taught the workers a great lesson. Spain taught them more. The advanced workers of the social democracy, slowly as workers do, are beginning to see the real nature of imperialism, to see what democracy, constitution, law, and order means in the mouths of capitalists. The Edinburgh Conference of the Labour Party shows the ferment. But as the workers turn to the left, instead of meeting a revolutionary party firm and uncompromising in doctrine, clear in theory, but fighting for the clarification of ever greater masses of the workers on the common experiences of the United Front, they meet the Third International backed by all the resources of the Soviet state and the revolutionary traditions of October, driving them back to collective security, back to democracy, back to the illusions of socialism through the social. Democracy. It is the crying shame and tragedy of our age. Only at the moment of violent repudiation of the Stalinist bureaucracy by the bourgeoisie will the policy of the International undergo any change. But that moment will be chosen by the imperialist bourgeoisie who will use Stalinism or discard it at their will. It is to this that the Stalinist bureaucracy has led the Third International, in its time the greatest revolutionary force that history has ever seen. Russia today. But if all this is so, does there remain any justification for the theory of the permanent revolution which this book maintains? Under the ablest Marxist leadership, would the position of international socialism have been much better? Has the revolution on the world scale justified itself? Why should we still pursue this course? These questions must be answered. Let us look rigorously at the Soviet Union today. After nearly 20 years of unparalleled effort, turmoil, and suffering, the worker state presents a spectacle which is a caricature of socialism. Grain production is little more than it was before the war, and the 12 millions of tons exported before 1914 is more than accounted for by the increase of population. Livestock is actually less than before the war, and the amount of food per head of the population is less than it was in 1913. The production of cotton goods is only 21% more than it was in 1913, while the population is nearly 40% more. Housing accommodation is incomparably worse than it is in the advanced capitalist countries, and prospects are not good. As any municipal councillor knows, with a fast-growing population and limited resources, housing schemes fall behind, old houses decay as fast as new ones can be built, and the excess of population, greater in the Soviet Union than elsewhere, throws the plans for rehousing still further behind. Road mileage is roughly 1 to 3 in comparison with advanced capitalist countries. Railway mileage is less. We have paid full tribute to the industrial progress. But a society is founded on production and not on percentages of increase. There were 11,000 motor cars in the Soviet Union in 1926. This year, the plan aims at building 161,000. This, in percentages, is a triumph. A chart will show how between 1929 and 1935 the production of cars in the USA has declined. But the Soviet propagandist does not state that the USA production declined from over 5.25 million to over 4 million. The consumption of petroleum and related fuels in the USA in 1935 was 970,000 of barrels. In Russia, it was 123,000. Production in the USA was 1,020,500 of barrels. In Russia, it was 168,000. Steel production in the USA fell from 56.43 million in 1929 to 33.43 million in 1935. Russia hopes to produce 16 million tons in 1936. The Soviet Union remains a backward country, and it cannot be too often repeated that the level of law and justice can never rise higher than the technical level of production. The idiocy of Stalin's overtaking and outstripping should not need to be demonstrated. Today, a huge armament bill drains the country. Europe will go up in flames in a few years, perhaps months. When will Soviet Union production approach that of the USA, far less rise to such a pitch as to give that standard of life to the worker without which all talk of socialism is a mockery? God grant that our children, or perhaps our children's children, will see socialism in this country, said Lenin. He had confidence in collective ownership, but he knew its limits. Long before the Soviet Union can approach even advanced capitalism, its fate will be decided by the results of the class struggle in Europe. The average worker is still dreadfully poor. True, he has the 7-hour day, but excessive overtime makes this merely a nominal advantage. He has educational and cultural facilities far beyond anything that was dreamed of under Tsarism. But when the most generous allowance is made for all that the state provides him with, the socialized wage, the worker's average income is no more than 60 shillings a month, and he lives under a political tyranny without parallel in Europe. A hierarchy of bureaucrats exploit him, with superior wages, privileges, better houses, better education for their children, and such power in economics and politics as no other rulers in Europe wield. The whole country must think as the bureaucracy demands. Stalin will say that the social democracy cannot rule without fascism and fascism cannot rule without the social democracy, make it party policy, and the worker must swallow it. The secret police, whose budget was increased by 30% in 1936, is supreme. Disobedience in production or politics can be punished by dismissal, with loss of housing and all other prospect of employment. The gross inequality is proved to be socialism and the worker must accept it. The bureaucracy changes the divorce laws by decree, so great is its contempt for the worker. He must obey or perish. On August 11th, Pravda reported the arrest of some young communist workers who had been impudent enough to discuss the theory of socialism in a single country. We could multiply instances of this revolting tyranny. Let us for a moment neglect the possibilities of victorious revolution that have been so ignorantly and wantonly thrown away. Let us admit that under the best leadership and administration they might have failed, and socialist Russia left still solitary. Under the best internal administration, the standard of production after 20 years in a hostile capitalist world could have been far higher, but even at the very least, there would still have been scarcity as compared to Britain or France, with the resulting social and political tension. But whereas Lenin aimed at making the Bolshevik Party, based on the working class, the mediating factor between workers, peasants, and bureaucracy, Stalin from the very start aimed at making the party the servant of the bureaucracy and has systematically destroyed its working class basis. Today it is no more than a militia of the Stalinist clique, and so long as he protects the privileges of the bureaucracy is well content. The new constitution is liberal in appearance. Actually, it destroys the Soviets, the chief political gain of the revolution. It proves that, far from withering away, the state is more omnipresent than ever. It ensures the rule of the party by restricting nominations to the organizations it controls. Finally, there is the intellectual life which has grown out of this regimentation of a whole population. The hopeful visitor to Moscow is charmed by the independent attitude of the workers and the spirit of camaraderie that exists between all classes of society. Though it will diminish with time, nothing, not even a return to capitalism, will ever change that, as nothing, not even the return to capitalism, will ever give the land back to the landlords. It is the heritage of the revolution and has passed into the life of the nation. Nearly 150 years after 1789, something similar pervades the atmosphere of France, and even fascism there will not be able to destroy it. But it is Russian intellectual life which is one of the most dreadful features of the Stalinist regime, and bears the impress of his insecure position and his personal limitations. What other mind could have conceived the rewriting of the whole history of Russia from 1905 to the present day to prove that he and Lenin prepared the Russian Revolution, led it between March and October, and that the Red Army victories in the Civil War were due to him? His labored absurdities are hailed in the Russian press as models of Russian prose. If you wish to write model Russian, model your style on Stalin's, is the recommendation of a literary journal. He is mentioned with Hegel and Spinoza in articles on philosophy. Trotsky, in an article written while Lenin was alive but ill, compared Lenin to Marx and has recorded the satisfaction that the dying leader felt at that comparison coming from a pen so profound and a character of such integrity as Trotsky's. But Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin is the new hierarchy in the Soviet Union. Pravda of February 1, 1935, carried a report of a speech made by one Avdiyenko at the 7th Congress of the Soviets. Molotov greeted it with joy in his summary. Centuries shall elapse, and the communist generations of the future will deem us the happiest of all mortals that have inhabited this planet throughout the ages, because it is we who have seen Stalin, the leader genius, Stalin the sage, the smiling, the kindly, the supremely simple. When I met Stalin, even at a distance I throbbed with his forcefulness, his magnetism and his greatness. I wanted to sing, to shriek, to howl from happiness and exaltation. He concluded, "Our love, our devotion, our strength, our heart, our heroism, our life, all these are thine, great Stalin. Here take them. All this is thine, chief of the great fatherland. Dispose of thy sons, capable of heroic feats in the air, under the earth, on the waters, and in the stratosphere. Men of all time and of all nations shall call by thy name all that is beautiful, strong, wise, and pretty. Thy name is and shall remain on every factory, every machine, every bit of land, and in the hearts of every man. When my beloved will bear me my child, the first word I shall teach him will be, Stalin." Frenzied applause. That is the intellectual level of Stalin's socialism. All men in the Soviet Union are reduced to it. The articles of Rakovsky, Radek, and Pyatakov after the trial, when they stood in fear of their lives, tell the history of Stalin's Russia as clearly as the official documents. These men, the revolutionaries of 1917, two of them among the most gifted men of this generation, cringed and crawled and grovelled in the dust before Stalin, called him the greatest and best and most brilliant of men, and called Trotsky mad dog, fascist, and conspirator with German, Japanese, and fascist. Sidney and Beatrice Webb, Romain Rolland, André Gide, Sir Charles Trevelyan, and all these staunch supporters of Stalin's socialism should live there and enjoy this new society for a year or two. History would be enriched by some of the documents they would sign their names to. The gains of October. All this is gloomy enough, but there is the other side. A semi-medieval country has been brought into the circle of the modern world. The accumulated dust and impediments and superstitions of centuries have been swept away, and this has been possible on so sweeping a scale by the economic revolution in October 1917 and the changes it brought in its train. Much less has been done than the Stalinist megaphones persistently blare, but a basis has been laid, and scores of millions stirred out of the slough of backwardness and ignorance by the 2 5-year plans. The heritage of Tsarism, the historical developments we have described, have prevented the effort from being translated into corresponding widespread and concrete improvement in the living standards of the great millions. 1/5 of the budget devoted to unavoidable war preparations, the increasing privileges of the bureaucracy, will continue to retard this. But the new towns that have sprung up, the construction and use of the turbogenerator, the aeroplane, the tractor, and the motor car, it is on these that a modern civilization rests. We have said enough to show how much the October Revolution has justified itself. But these things, valuable as they are not the ultimate significance of the Russian Revolution. It is not that which makes it the center of attention of hundreds of millions of exploited people all over the world. Its significance lies in the attempt to build and maintain a workers' state, to lay the foundation of the socialist society, resting on an economy in which private ownership was abolished. The solution of that problem, the biggest question mark of our generation, is still hanging in the balance. It is not that there is inequality. That was to be expected. It is that the inequality is growing. The International Committee of Employees Bulletin, published in Moscow for June 1936, shows that a typist gets 175 to 250 rubles a month, the head of a department 700 to 1,000. The workman's pay is about 250 rubles, allowances and all included. A recent report of Ordzhonikidze, Commissar of Heavy Industry, derides the very idea of equality of pay among the workmen and openly glorifies higher pay for better work. The Stakhanovite movement is based on the same non-socialist principle. Inequality is inevitable in a society based on a low economy, but it must be seen for what it is and fought, not discussed as socialism. Chamberlain tells us that he has seen, at one of the great official parades, a commissar's wife wearing a dress that cost the pay of a Russian worker for 4 months. She could not have passed safely through the streets in Leninist Russia, far less mount the platform. Every honest visitor from Moscow brings back the same tale. The Stalin motor plant will, for 1936, make 7,000 limousines, triumphantly announces the Stalinist regime. For what and for whom? And there are the far more ominous financial indicators. Deposits in the savings banks rose from 1,700 million rubles in 1935 to 2,500 million in 1936. It is not the 60 shilling a month workman who is saving money. The public debt service rose from 1,300 millions in 1935 to 2,000 millions in 1936. The peasant, on the basis of low production, fights for his individual personal property and slowly but steadily is gaining. The Russian proletariat, after its Herculean efforts, seems to have exchanged one set of masters for another, while the very basis of the proletarian state is being undermined beneath its feet. That is the position today. Where is it going to end? The Zinoviev-Kamenev trial, and not so much the trial but the purge, shows us clearly. For it shows that in however disorganized and confused a form the international socialist revolution is still alive in Russia and gathering strength. The trial. Late in 1935, the campaign against Trotskyism had passed from the stage where Trotsky had made mistakes on every front, to be rectified only when Stalin came, to histories by Marshal Voroshilov in which Trotsky was shown to be the planter of counter-revolutionary nests in the Red Army during the Civil War, which were exposed only by the vigilance of Comrade Stalin. And, inevitable concomitant of these ideological victories, went the organizational terror. No other way was now open to Stalin. There were in 1935 well over 5 million men in concentration camps in the Soviet Union. The budget for 1936 showed the increase of 30% in the funds for the secret police. Some such explosion as the Zinoviev-Kamenev trial was inevitable. The left opposition had lost contact with Russia for 2 years. The repression of international socialism in the first socialist state was too great, a cruel irony of history. But its strength was seen by the violence with which it was denounced and the numbers of Trotskyists purged from the party. On June 5, 1936, Pravda announced the new constitution. This constitution destroyed the workers' Soviets, giving power to a parliament which would consist of persons nominated by Soviet officialdom. It gave the vote to priests, white guards, ex-nobles, and ex-merchants. Of all this Pravda approved. Classes had been abolished or nearly abolished, and these were not dangerous. But against the Trotskyists Pravda breathed fire and slaughter. The struggle continues. Too weak for a direct attack, the remains of the counter-revolutionary groups, the white guardists of all colors, especially the Trotskyists and Zinovievists, have not given up their base, spying, sabotaging, and terrorist work. With a firm hand we will continue in the future to strike down and destroy the enemies of the people, the Trotskyist reptiles and furies, however skillfully they may disguise themselves. The left opposition, now organized into sections working for the Fourth International, knew what this meant. At its conference in the last week in July 1936, it issued an appeal to the toilers of the whole world, demanding an international commission of inquiry into the charges against the Trotskyists in Russia. It was not too soon. Less than 1 month after Stalin had murdered 16, including Zinoviev and Kamenev, for Trotskyism. The strength of the movement against the crimes and incompetence of the Stalinist regime was shown by the greatest purge in the history of Russia since 1918. Thousands were arrested, many holding high official position, and for months Pravda has been a curious compound of loyal addresses and mass arrests for Trotskyism. 2 significant examples will suffice. Long after the trial, Pravda of January 4 reported that, despite 10 years of purgings, the Communist Party organizations of the great cities of Kiev and Rostov-on-Don had been captured by the Trotskyists. 4 Soviet generals were arrested, despite the critical international situation and the inevitable ruin to discipline and morale. In the face of these things, the cry of "why did they confess?" loses significance. Furthermore, confessions are a feature of Stalinism. Friedrich Adler has proved, in the witchcraft trial in Moscow, that Abramovich, in a trial in 1931, confessed to committing crimes in Russia at a time when he was being photographed at a conference of the Second International. On June 9, 1934, Izvestia published the decree by which, if a soldier left the country, not only the members of his family who knew about it would be punished, but the other adult members of the family of the traitor, living with him or at his expense at the time of the treason, are deprived of electoral rights and deported for 5 years to the distant regions of Siberia. Under Stalin, a child of 12 is liable to the death penalty. That is the published law of the land. What crimes against innocent relations would the GPU not threaten in the secrecy of a prison? A conspiracy of thousands to murder Stalin is an absurdity, but it is not impossible that some were guilty of plotting to change the regime. Stalin knew, however, that they had all broken with Trotsky, that the Trotskyists condemned the Stalinism of Zinoviev and the rest. But he took the opportunity to slander the growing Fourth International abroad and the specter which haunts him at home, the return to Leninism, which he calls Trotskyism. His position is desperate. A political crisis was inevitable. The second five-year plan was drawing to a close. There had been progress, but the great hopes raised in 1928 to 1929 and again in 1933, when the second plan began, were now seen to be only Stalinist lies. In October 1932, Manuelski at the 12th plenum of the ECCI had told the world, "Do not forget that we shall enter classless society only with the completion of the second five-year plan." The Russians had been choked with these promises. Now they were spitting them out. Where was Stalinism leading Russia? The discontented youth were responding to Trotskyism, the only alternative to Stalinism. Mass discontent might even be anti-Trotskyist, but would rally in a crisis round the old associates of Lenin. Stalin struck fiercely at all who might form a rallying point for the opposition that has forced its way into the party itself. And by this very means he only ensures that the dissatisfaction will next time be more organized. For no man is safe in Russia today. Radek lied faithfully for years, only to be struck at like the rest. And these experienced revolutionaries know now, and every thinking man in Russia, that Stalin is far more insecure than could possibly have been thought by those who were not Trotskyists. And the cleavage grows wider. Today the right of inheritance has been legally restored. But the advanced workers of Russia see these things clearly, as they must. Isolated as they are, the bureaucracy can scarcely hold them down. A revolution in Germany, relieving them of external pressure and giving them allies, would give them the chance to conquer Stalinism, lessen inequality, ensure that collective ownership remains. The battle in the Soviet Union has entered a new phase and will be solved, as Lenin knew it would be solved, by the revolution in the West. That battle must be won by the Russian workers. If the Soviet Union goes down, then socialism receives a blow which will cripple it for a generation. And therefore, though seeing the Soviet Union as it is, the Trotskyists, uncompromising enemies of Stalinism, will defend the Soviet Union in peacetime as in war. The permanent revolution. The economy of the Soviet Union is based on collective ownership and therefore, despite Stalinism, the Soviet Union must be defended. It is a basis for the international state, for the abolition of war, for possibilities of existence as yet undreamed of. Alone in the world today, it is a force for peace. Tsarist Russia, with more territory, embroiled itself in imperialist competition on every frontier. The Soviet Union has a huge army, but for self-defense only. Britain, France, Japan, and America, if they remain capitalist, have no choice but imperialist war after imperialist war. They know its dangers, yet move steadily to it. Never was a civilization so glaringly and humiliatingly bankrupt. But a proletarian revolution, in Germany for instance, will at once remove another great country out of the imperialist scramble, broaden the basis of socialism, drive the economy of both countries forward, relieve the internal tension, and strengthen the force for peace. Permanent revolution or permanent slaughter, Trotsky has written. What other prospect is there? The Tories accept the permanent slaughter. The International Socialists accept the permanent revolution. Liberals and Social Democrats are the comedians of the modern political world. They are on the side of the permanent slaughter, but want it dignified by the League of Nations or collective security or some such twaddle. Their special technique lies in being deceived. They were deceived by Gray before 1914, they were deceived by Lloyd George and Wilson in 1919, they were deceived by John Simon over Manchuria in 1931, they were deceived by Samuel Hoare, by Baldwin, by Anthony Eden. If Beelzebub stood on the treasury bench without troubling to disguise his horns and tail in coat and topper, and swore to them that this coming war would be a war fought for Christianity, they would rush to support it, to bewail after that they were deceived. He is a credulous fool indeed who accepts this transparent subterfuge. They support the capitalist system. In imperialist war, one must go either with the capitalists or with the revolution. They go with the capitalists but seek moral justification for doing so. They see the war coming and they will fight for capitalism. But to fight with Nazi Germany will be gall and wormwood for them. They could not justify that even to themselves. The Social Democrats will find it difficult to line up the workers to fight side by side with fascists. Hence, these gentlemen want an alliance with the democratic countries. But the British capitalists pursue their intrigues abroad unbothered by these noisy salvationists. British capitalism knows that these moralizing politicians will come to heel. They always have, they always will. Here and there a few, out of personal integrity, will refuse to fight or save their consciences by some equally brave and futile gesture. Despite Stalinism, despite everything, the Russian workers still love their revolution and will fight for it and the revolution in the West or the East. Neutrality in the Spanish struggle was not the policy of the Russian proletariat but the policy of the Stalinist bureaucracy. As in the beginning, so it is today. The Russian Revolution depends on the revolution in Western Europe. The Stalinists seek to kill Leninism. It cannot be done, for it draws its strength not from the memories of the October Revolution, but from the economic, social, and political chaos of the modern world. Capitalism will solve this and live or perish before the socialist revolution. Cowards and cynics talk of an age of barbarism, as if mankind will destroy itself in the coming war for Hitler, for Mussolini, or for king and country. Let 80,000 civilians, 1% of the population of Greater London, be massacred in war, and the revolution is on the order of the day, and the same applies to every other great European city. The result it is impossible to foretell, but the conflict is certain. Stalin may try to discipline the Russian proletariat and the Russian army to fight with this or that bourgeoisie, but the peril of war will imperil the bureaucracy. It will fight as the leader of a revolutionary people or it will go under. And the possibilities are that after months or years of war, Europe will have the unprecedented phenomenon of an army of 1 million highly trained men, equipped with arms, trained in a revolutionary tradition, offering their help to the armies on the opposite side to wipe capitalism off the face of Europe. The will and courage of a few men will make history within the given circumstances, but the people will be ready. If the ideological basis of the new international is so quickly ready, it is due not only to the objective circumstances, but to the energy and determination and courage of one man who has given his life to the movement. But it would have come all the same. Fascism may win in France and Spain, and throw back humanity for decades. But if even it does, what then? The liberals and the social democrats, cowering in Iceland or sitting under the trees in some desert island, will continue to write their theses on democracy. But the proletariat will have to lift itself, as the Italian proletariat is already lifting itself today. It is a sea of blood and strife that faces us all, and shrinking from it only makes it worse. Turn the imperialist war into civil war. Abolish capitalism. Build international socialism. These are the slogans under which the working class movement and the colonial peoples will safeguard the precious beginning in Russia, put an end to imperialist barbarity, and once more give some hope in living to all overshadowed humanity.